body.
New hairdresser, dear.
No, new luster cream shampoo. And a very wise daughter.
Kids are impressionable. That's why here at this station, we watch the programs and commercials your child watches carefully. He may see bad guys, but not in the role of heroes. And he'll learn that crime doesn't pay. Because your child's welfare is our concern, too. That's part of our code. The code of the National Association of Broadcasters for television and the greater public interest.
This flat tire needs a man, but when there's no man around, when there's no man around, Goodyear should be. Why? Watch this. New Goodyear Double Eagle carries its own spare inside. Lifeguard safety spare. A tire in a tire. Keeps on going. Next time, give her a second chance.
Lynch took off at 7:45 a.m., flew 2,949 miles, made 3 stops. And most of the trip still lies ahead. Now there are schedules to check, flight reports to make, a quick supper with friends before turning in. Next morning, on the go again at 6:15. Then St. Louis, Cincinnati, finally New York. Glamour job. Mary Ann has made dozens of runs like this, served hundreds of hot meals, greeted thousands of new people. It all demands a lot of charm and works out to a lot of Coke. Does Coca-Cola have the taste you never get tired of? Do we mean it when we say Coke is always refreshing? Is things go better with Coke after Coke after Coke just a slogan? Write Miss Mary Ann Lynch, Trans World Airlines, Box 7144, St. Louis, Missouri. She'll tell you.
Coca-Cola has the taste you never get tired of. Always refreshing. That's why things go better with Coke after Coke after Coke.
In the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor.
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't have shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets, cause you wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Floppy. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pops flipped. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof for my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen the change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to...
That marries art with fashion. This abstraction, called Caperland No. 1, is not a painting and it's not on canvas. It's printed on Caperland nylon and can be worn. So fashion models walk through the art galleries wearing chic dresses in the same prints that are framed to hang on the walls like old masters. And what's more, this art is washable. Leading dress designers think the bigger, the bolder, the wilder the print, the more artistic the dress, such as the dresses styled by Cobb's Corner. And the same bold prints look even more so in dresses for little girls by Tiny Town Togs. But is it really art? Or is it just another fashion fad? Maybe it's both, now that a posh art gallery gives its nod of approval to the print explosion in fashion today.
Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome everyone to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by PineCreek, the most high apostle of the cult of the Flying Man. He is none other than the Outlaw Prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker BUNDY! I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the what does it do? It drives the girls while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Let's go. I make them hot. I make them shiver. They just get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk. They hear me talk. I make them feel like they're all kind of real. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your fucking boy toy, Sam. I'm not here to play with you. That is not my job. My job is to defend the United States Championship of World Wrestling Entertainment. Are you, the weekend is over, why are you laying down? You don't look like you're ready to work. You're not a superhero. What is wrong? I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Oh, welcome. Welcome. Welcome, everybody, to another edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast / I don't even know what show this is, y'all. I'm tired of shit. We're going live as fuck, early as fuck. First take only, motherfuckers. I woke up early. I don't know why I woke up early. Waking up early is stupid. Any morning people out there? It fucking blows. Who told you to be a morning person? This shit's the worst. All right, so I got up, said, fuck it, we're up. Let's do a fucking show. I got to grade some shit. I got a meeting with Cliff later at 1. I got a meeting with Mike at 2. I got a meeting with Rob at 5. We're supposed to be, we got to join Rumble or Tumblr or Truth Social or Parlor. I don't know. What do the right wingers have a fucking dating app, Trumpletons only or something? You know, like a fucking y'all. Maybe we need to get on Christian Mingle. Maybe if we get on Christian Mingle, that'll be a good way to find some people. Hey, look, if we want some reasonable Christians, you know, some people that are not stuck on the most violent of bullshit. Some people that are kind of like, you know, just kind of feeling the spirit of Jesus, but maybe more flexible. Christian Mingle may be the way to go. You never know. You never know. I don't fuck if I know. All right, y'all. But let's catch a vibe. Yeah, we need to catch a vibe because it's a Monday morning. Motherfuckers tired. People are tired. You know, People have had a long fucking night. I don't know, y'all. I'm just making some shit up. All right, now look. Let's you know what? Let's start with a little vibe. We'll catch a little video, and then we'll get to work. All right, so first thing we want to do is catch that all important vibe. Let me go figure out where the fuck the music went. All right, let's close everything that's not you. Close other tabs. All right. Oh, I found it. My bad, y'all. All right, here we go. Let's catch a vibe. What should we use to catch a vibe? Let's go link up with the gang. All right, let me give out some pocket change here. YouTube punk is first. $1 million pocket change.
And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the play. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the play. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the play. And then he go get the cake.
Lamar was second, appreciate you.
OG, I draw up the play. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change.
What you thought we was the same?
Still stay away from them clones.
Niggas better leave me alone. It's Monday morning, you better leave me alone. I haven't had my energy drink yet.
I made that zagging when city to city.
You niggas not hot in your state.
If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the game.
Melody Joy, number 3, appreciate you.
I can't really eat, let's stay straight. Cause we go way back in the day.
My day was from back in the day. They still hang around me today. What's up, Cameron?
I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain.
But I'm doing love of my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane.
And go get this money with that. I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake.
Oh yeah, Carrie Ann, take care.
Gang.
Yeah, y'all, keep Carrie Ann in your thoughts. Carrie Ann, let us know what's up. Thanks for letting us know what's going on. Carrie Ann was with me in Gathertown, but yeah, she gonna have to go get checked out. It could be good, man. You know, just having a reaction to the meds and shit. So hopefully it all gets worked out.
OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
I get the bag with the gang.
Money.
Taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang.
Ain't nothing even hot about your gang.
You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown.
Can fuck around with the fuck around.
Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga.
Guys, this is my message to you about Otangelo of the world. The Rebel Nas, Bless Behees of the world, maybe even the Lupins of the world. Can't fuck around with the fuck around.
All in his mouth. Hold up, my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate.
And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. Let me go get some
OG,
communion.
I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
Was a good crew. Sorry I didn't make it. All right, let's hang on, let me make sure our worship team is ready to go. Come on, worship team. Worship team like, yo, fuck, it's early. We don't normally have service this early on a Monday. All right, y'all, please, y'all know the drill. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who fly for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Oh, that's good wine. Love it, love it, love it. Very, very nice, very nice. And for our classic communion song, we're going to go with the MJ Interlude, because this is the MJ Interlude. You get the music at It's airplanemode.com. Ready for takeoff? Start my morning every day with her. In the afternoon I lay with her. Shout out to Hippie Smiles. In the evening I'ma stay for the yeah, we need a milk command. We got coffee, we got tea, we got cheers, we got communion, we got water. Yeah, we're gonna have to add a milk command. That's funny. But yeah, let me show y'all some of those. Just to let us know, there's coffee, there's tea, there's communion, and there's cheers. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. But yeah, I got those for Workalong, man. Let us know you're taking communion with us. Let us know when you're celebrating the cheers with us, but also let us know if you take a water break or get yourself some tea or some coffee. I'm a milk guy though. I'm fucking with the milk. I'll probably add that. She my sweet Mary Jane. I drink milk. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping. She turned me into the plug. She be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain. Matter of fact, sometimes I drink milk instead of soda when I want something sweet because I really do like the taste of milk sugar. All right, y'all, here we go. Shout out to Hippie Smiles for my mason jar bong. Better order one. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and milk and cinnamon toast crunch. Exactly. I actually just got some cinnamon toast crunch too. That's become one of my favorite cereals the last year or so. I didn't eat it growing up, but I eat it now. Never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with you. In the afternoon I play with you. But I know I'm never tripping, cause hi, I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. Yeah. Man, track is a banger. All right, y'all, let's go ahead, and I would like to, we're going to do, so these are work-along streams, y'all. I mean, and it's during the day, it's early. You know, some of y'all at different parts of the world, you're chilling at night. I hope you are entertained and kicking it with us, and I hope you feel like you have a place to go. But for those of you that are on, similar time zone to me, it's morning time. The goal is that during the week, during the day, let's work together. Let's all be productive, I really love all the time I spent building this audience, right? But I've got to be able to focus on my science, my research, my writing. I need to do grading today. But I don't want that to be, we have to isolate that, we work over here, we play over here. The idea is that everybody gets together. So For those of you that are new to this type of thing, there may be periods of the stream where I'm coding or I'm grading and I'm a little bit less interactive. But that's the goal. The idea is that everybody tunes in, work along in the office. As you see, I am over here in our virtual office and Gather. I'm here with UC Love. There's some other people.
Hey, man!
This makes sense, man. That's what we're trying to tell them.
This makes sense!
We got to get together during the day and, get together. Nitty put in here that he's in meetings, but he'll listen in soon so he can come over. People could be wherever they want. They don't have to be in here with me, but they can be. Carrie Ann was in here before she left for the hospital. I think my one black friend even looked like he popped in early this morning. Joel's always in here with me. AR is always in here with me. Cameron is normally in here. Lena. The whole gang. So I just want to acknowledge people, all the people that's been really holding down Gather with me. We did our show with Uncle Bobby and Gather yesterday. We did Sunday night football party. So yeah, I'm in the office, right? But part of that, to make the experience a little bit better on YouTube, to make the streams a little bit more enjoyable, I want to start with pretty much a little podcast. Do little podcasty segments in the middle, a little bit different on a day like today because I got so many goddamn meetings. But, otherwise, have fun, take some breaks, do some podcasting during those breaks, maybe take some callers or whatever if there's people in the chat that want to talk. So, let's jump into a couple of these stories that I wanted to touch off on. Let's start over here.
But then we're less than 3 weeks from the midterms. Tonight in Arizona, there are more complaints about alleged voter intimidation. We first told you about one allegation.
See you soon, Melody Joy.
We now have surveillance video tied to that case that was recorded on Monday.
Oh,
tonight,
yeah, I see what you're saying, Melody Joy. Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that. Melody Joy's in. Yeah, Melody Joy's in there with us all the time. YouTube Punk. Really most of the regulars are over and Gather. And to be on James Apperson, of course. I don't like mentioning names. You start mentioning names, you start forgetting people. But I kind of like to look at who's in there, in the moment. But yeah, I really just want to say I appreciate the way everybody's embraced Gather. All the different spaces. Fucking Wayne tricked out his goddamn tent spaceship thingy. But yeah, I'm trying to get with the Gather because it's so much more liberating, and it's great that I feel like I don't have to really get on YouTube if I don't want to, because most of you know to find us and Gather. And I am trying to lead the charge to be in Gather as much as possible. Be honest with you, I'm more or less in Gather around the clock, right? Because my computers are always on. I don't turn my machines off. And so I try to make sure the bots, right? A lot of you, maybe I should mention this more because people don't know. But like we used to do an overnight stream on the Casino Theater and Arcade. We'll bring it back. It got suspended for a little bit of a DMCA issue that was frustrating because we were trying to play copyright-free movies. Then I went over, that was part of the motivation to do Gather, that was kind of irritating. But yeah, we still do overnight streams. So if you're not in Gather or not familiar with that, get in the Gather, because basically we're live around the clock. Even when I'm literally asleep, that was the whole deal, was to work towards making this community and my role in that community like that of a full-time broadcasting network. So I see this as, the CNN Central, right, of the Flying Man Ministries. And so part of, a really important part of that functionality for me personally is to be live 24/7, because it's a very unique challenge, right? It's a different gig sitting here broadcasting with you guys. I got all the machines around me versus being asleep, having to make sure whatever I'm playing is really good. So that's the projectionist aspect. And then I've got to really trust the gear to work and stay right overnight. So anyway, we're live 24/7. I don't shut the machines down, so I'm pretty much always in Gather. When I walk Sam, I take my phone out with me, and I've got the Gather, the stream open. When I wake up in the morning, even when I go to sleep at night, when I go into my room, I've got the Gather with me on my tablet. So come join us. We're always there. And then even if you get in there during the day and you don't see me, I'm probably just teaching or something, and I'm in a Gather space you probably don't have access to. I'm probably at the Flying Man University teaching, or the Virtual Evolution Lab meeting with Cliff. But yeah, I really, really like Gather. I'm really, really grateful for all you guys enjoying it. And I'm feeling a bit bad, actually, because I realize I don't remind people of the things that we have going on enough, and it's really important to do that. So I got to do that more often. Speaking of that, please, please, please join our Discord. Discord is the way to get connected, right? If you want to get with us and Gather, you need to get into our Discord. That's how we stay in touch offline. It's where we share videos and links to who's lives. It's where you can promote yourself. It's where we'll get you on the birthday list. It's where you can just learn all of our stuff. All my links are there. You got to really join our Discord. It's a really, really awesome community hub. I love Discord. I need to be more active on it myself. So definitely look for that, and go ahead, put that exclamation point Discord in the chat, and you can go and join our Discord that way. Also, please like the video, subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Leave us a comment if you're watching later, and there are links in the descriptions if you'd like to donate, and you can always enter the exclamation point tip or super chat. All right, let's jump into some of these stories as we get our week and our day started. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, actually, early in the day, early in the week's a perfect time to get to that stuff. So appreciate you. I'm still getting better at this. Amen. Hallelujah.
Harassment at two different locations, one in Mesa, the other in Phoenix, as they dropped off their ballots early ahead of Election Day. All three cases have been referred to the Department of Justice. CNN's Kyung La joins us now with more. So I know you obtained closed-circuit TV footage from one voter's complaint. What does it show?
This is essentially security camera video from a parking lot, Anderson. I want you to take a look at it. At first, it doesn't appear to be anything unusual. It's a voter who is pulling up to drop off his early ballot at a drop box. His wife is in the vehicle. But then he pauses and he looks off, and it appears he's talking to somebody off the screen. We will learn, if you look at the complaint, that it was 8 to 10 people. Then that voter in the security camera video gets in the vehicle and backs out of the parking lot. The reason why, if you read through the complaint, is he wrote that the people he was engaging with were, quote, filming and photographing my wife and I as we approached the drop box and accusing us of being a mule. More on that in a second. And that they took photographs of our license plate and of us and followed us out of the parking lot. That mule reference, Anderson, is referencing a conspiracy film that is often quoted by far-right conspiracy websites and by some right-wing Republicans who are running for office in the state of Arizona. Anderson?
So what about the other allegations?
Yeah, a total of 3 that you reference have been referred to the Department of Justice. And if you look at them, they all have the same thing in common. They're referencing these people, varying numbers at 2 different drop boxes in Maricopa County, people sitting in lawn chairs, and then some say they are camo-clad, that they are intimidating, that they have a clear intent to intimidate. And let's be clear about this, Anderson. There's nothing wrong with standing 75 feet away from an election drop box in the state of Arizona. It's what the press does in order to get some of those pictures of people dropping off their ballots. What is wrong is if you interfere with somebody's ability to vote. Anderson?
And what are the candidates for governor saying?
Guys, this is just so weird. Like this country is just so fucked up. I don't know how else to put it. I really don't know how else to put it. But you can't have democracy like this. And I hate to say it, but you know, we see some of the pictures, but before we even saw the pictures, we all knew this was going to be some white people, right? Some Republican morons. And this is what I mean, this is what I feel like happens with science and religion even. Like, as an evolutionary biologist, I fucking relate to this shit. Why? Because they just can't accept that they're wrong. They can't accept that they lost. They can't accept that they're not popular. They can't accept that people want to do something else. And so then there's just this sense of entitlement to literally harass people to make and this is part of what I find so infuriating, because obviously in the last presidential election we had record turnout. We had more people voting than ever. Still not nearly the type of turnout that it should be, but it was better than it had ever been. And a big part of that was because we made it easier for people to vote. And so this is all part of a coordinated playbook for them. They want to they're intimidating early voters, y'all. This isn't even like fucking, you know, election day fucking type of bullshit. This is literally intimidating people who are voting early as shit. Most people are so, and again, you got to be like an Otangelo or somebody, right? You got to be like an older, retired motherfucker who could just chill outside, you know, the fucking voting place all goddamn afternoon to make sure people that you don't think are gonna vote like you, let's just put it that way, are reminded that you don't really want them here. And it's so much of this shit, it just, you know, again, y'all know I grew up, some of y'all don't know, so I should just say it and stop saying it. But, you know, I only black kid in all white schools and all of that growing up, right? I dealt with so much of this silent intimidation, so much of this stuff that's just like, why is this person being weird to me? Or why is so-and-so looking out for me, right? Or, you know, we've had the people following us around stores, that type of shit. You know, like they don't come out and say something crazy to you. It's just a very clear and obvious kind of indicator. And they feel so comfortable doing it. It's really weird, man. And so, yes, this stuff angers me. Yes, it frustrates me and on and on and on. But it really does scare me. Like, it really creeps me out. It makes me feel like we just live in this situation with these zombies, with these people that are just in this alternate reality. It's incredible. It really is incredible. All right, let's pop off all of that because we don't need any of that. None of that was going to go anywhere that we want to go. Anybody else got shit we actually want to... yeah, we want to rock that. Oh, and then we got to get into these motherfuckers talking about their holy war. Matter of fact, man, let's get into this. Oh, yeah, because that's... All right, here we go. I got it. Boom. Let's do this.
This video was brought to you by Private Internet Access.
This is a business, and you don't get meetings or you don't get booked back unless you have a gimmick. Or as the evangelists say, it's a ministry. It's incredible. They'll say, oh, brother so-and-so, he's got the ministry of laying on of hands, or he's got the ministry of prophecy. But that's a gimmick, and the guys that have the gimmicks get the big meetings and do good.
This is Marjo Gortner, a former Pentecostal Christian evangelist raised from childhood in the ministry who preached the revival circuit throughout the 1950s and 60s. Acutely aware of the dark underbelly of the neo-charismatic movement and gripped by a crisis of conscience, he finally decided to share his behind-the-scenes perspective as a revival meeting insider in the Academy Award-winning 1972 documentary Marjo.
I used one time, I had a thing where there's a special kind of ink you can buy and you put it on, and with perspiration, when the salt starts to come out and you start to perspire, it'll turn red. And so I painted a cross like this in my head. And while I was preaching, the cross started to show immediately. People started nudging each other, and it went away after a while. But afterwards, I had that whole audience. I had one of the biggest meetings that I've ever had, because they saw that cross and said, oh, Brother Marjo, while you were preaching tonight, the cross was over your head. I mean, that convinced them that it was really very real, and it made it very easy for me to take offerings and receive money.
50 years later, faith healers, televangelists, and miracle-selling...
All right, y'all. Let me switch up the machines on this, and then I'm actually going to do some other stuff over here. So, pull that up over here.
This video was brought to you by private internet access.
All right, 132. There's a desk here. There. All right, gang. I'll be right back. Let's go.
Faith healers, televangelists, and miracle-selling conmen are still preying on the desperate, the uneducated, and the vulnerable, and they're larger than ever before. Promising their followers miraculous healings and divine outpourings of wealth, faith healers will often share elaborate anecdotes about their supernatural capabilities.
We've seen 6 people raised from the dead.
The dead man began to move.
We've seen midgets grow. We've seen arms and legs that stop growing because the growth cells that stop. Manda basata. I don't make this stuff up.
But let's take a deeper look and explore a few of the times that these alleged healers have actually come under scrutiny. Number 1. Kenneth Copeland. This televangelist megapastor worth $300 million who sat on Trump's evangelical advisory board is no stranger to miracle attempts. He's tried to control the weather.
Wind! Wind! Strong! Strong! South wind! South wind!
He attempted to end a pandemic by blowing at it.
COVID-19! COVID-19!
And here's what happened when he tried to heal a disabled man in a wheelchair.
Praise God. Yeah, that's him going through you right now. Yes, it is. Glory to God. You're not bound to this chair. The day will come, you'll walk out of it. In the name of Jesus. Thank you, Lord. 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 Now then, you guys, just help him up. Help him up. Power of God's all over him. He's not hurt. He's not hurt. Praise the God. Praise the Lord.
Not wanting to draw attention to this colossal failure, Kenneth Copeland simply moves on.
Praise the Lord God. Praise the Lord God.
And towards the end of the service, you can see this same poor guy still wheelchair bound. Number 2, Robert Tilton. Once one of the most prolific televangelists in the world, you probably know him best as the farting preacher.
Fresh bread, fresh cooked bread. I can smell that bread right now. Shoo, Hallelujah. Not amazing.
But well before the days of YouTube, hell, before E-Bomb's world, he ran a multi-million-dollar TV empire promising his donors prayers and miracles. But did his promises actually pan out?
One by one, his former followers are beginning to tell tales of alleged deceit. The latest, Mary Elizabeth Turk of Dallas, who says Tilton promised to heal her cancer if she would give him $1,000. She almost died waiting.
He said, I've got the faith. All you need to do is obey and send the money. And he said because he was God's prophet.
She was so swayed by Tilton's promises of a miracle, she stopped her medical treatment.
Several months later,
Mary died from colon cancer.
The doctor that was her oncology specialist when she was in the hospital taking her radiation and her chemotherapy said that if she had received medical care in time, she could have been cured, which is a strong word in cancer. She felt that because of the constant bombardment of personal mailings that Robert Tilton was so personally involved with her and her case and was monitoring every bit of it and was so concerned about her that he was powerful enough of a personality that he convinced her that she was going to receive a healing.
Every prayer request that comes in, that gets into our mail, I personally pray over.
On flyers mailed out to the viewers, Tilton urges them to place their hand on the paper and send it in. He then promises to place his hand on that same spot as he does a special prayer for the person.
He sends out 880,000 mailings every 2 weeks. We have calculated there's an average of 16 instances of fraud in each and every mailing. He's a joke in the name of God.
While Tilton has said that all the miracles are medically documented, in a deposition once, Tilton was asked by a lawyer, is there anyone else that you have published their names that you claimed has received healing that's been documented, medically speaking, as a result of your having prayed for them? Tilton's answer, no.
I've had about 3 or 4 of those in the last month.
You are like a terrible person.
One reason that I make videos like this debunking extremist positions is because I care deeply about our democratic freedoms and I worry about the growth of Christian nationalism. Women in the US who miscarry are already being convicted of murder, and LGBT rights very well may be the next thing on the Supreme Court's chopping block. Women are deleting their period tracking apps, stocking up on Plan B and medical abortion pills, and people are taking to the streets to protest the rise of authoritarianism, which is why now more than ever it is crucial that you protect your privacy. Back before I
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Wow. Like, this is some wildness. And it's something that I find so silly that I underestimate it. I'm thinking about the conversation I had last night, or not last night, but yesterday with Gin and Truth. Check out the podcast we did, The Blackout, here or on Gin and Truth on YouTube. And we were basically kind of, disagreeing about the value of talking to people like Otangelo. I'm frustrated with his dumbass. And so I'm coming from the perspective of fuck it, it's a waste of time unless it's an organized debate, because it just is. And he's like, nah, it's, you got to do it, because he really just sounds like all the other Christians. And this is kind of a different way here because it's hitting me right. Some things are hitting me as I'm listening to this. One of the things is I realized that y'all know, a lot of y'all know I come from like 5 generations of ministers, right? So my grandfather is a bishop, Pentecostal, just like the charismatic stuff you see there. I don't consider him a faith healer because he doesn't do this sort of charlatan tree bullshit where he's like, telling people he can heal them of cancer and shit and encouraging people to forego their medical treatments or allowing, like, he's not that type of Christian. But I'm realizing he still ostensibly believes in and preaches the idea of you can be healed through faith or as a result of your faith or because of your faith, right? Because, or that God can heal you, even if it's that broad. Like, let's just say it's not even you doing it or your faith being required. It's just God can heal you. You know what I mean? And so you have faith and hope and all of this. And again, he's not a fucking Benny Hinn, but I'm realizing it's like, it's the same bullshit. It's the same bullshit. And in that regard, most Christians are now like this. So, right? So this faith healing thing, I'm realizing basically, we shouldn't be putting it out here in some corner like we do kind of with Otangelo's Shroud of Turin belief, like, faith healing, that's a weird thing. Yeah, there are extreme examples of it, like this one. Somebody has cancer, they don't get the fucking treatment, they're sending some prayer cloths and their money to some fucking bullshit-ass pastor's raking them off the coal, flying around on a private jet. Okay, cool, but that's missing the spectrum of behavior where there are much more, we would say they're milder. And milder is not even a good term because mild makes you think they're mild. They're not even mild. They're just, let's say, less severe, right? They're less severe. But they're still really bad because they're still perpetuating this ideation. And this is what I'm saying. When you start to really peel back the layers of faith to me and think about them critically and honestly, there's just nothing left. There's very little of value left. There's so many problems with this way of thinking that it's just got to go. It's just got to go. So let's kind of engage the rest of this, or as much as we're going to get through, and not so much focused on as those weird Christians who are doing this faith healing stuff, and think of it more like something everyone's susceptible to, especially if you are the type who believes in, this sort of supernatural healing, right? Because that, and to be honest with you, that's really the bigger problem. Right? Most of y'all are not susceptible to sending Benny Hinn a few K if you get a cancer diagnosis. If most of you get hit up with some bullshit, you're going to deal with it. Why is that, though? Because you don't believe that a supernatural God exists, and you don't believe that God's going to heal you in the first place. So, honestly, if you think about it now, honestly, it's like first you have to accept that there's a God and all of that blase and the glavinoids. Then you got to accept that God can and potentially wants to heal you. Then you got to go get looking for a conduit to making that a more likely outcome, which is weird that you'd have to do that in the first place, right? Because aren't you a faithful Christian? And if you're faithful to believe, why you've been challenged with this anyway? But, that's a whole different conversation, I guess.
I started this channel. I worked in IT as a security admin for Texas A&M. And one of the ways that I protected my own privacy was by using a virtual private network, or VPN. And my VPN of choice for over 10 years now has been Private Internet Access. It's basically a program that can run on just about any computer, or I even use it on my phone, which changes your IP address and hides all of your internet traffic in a secure encrypted tunnel, protecting your privacy from your internet service provider, your network admin, or even from government censorship, which is why so many atheists living under authoritarian theocracies use it. And unlike other VPNs, Private Internet Access doesn't store user data or log your internet traffic. So in the past, when courts have subpoenaed them for records, they've come up empty-handed.
You get nothing!
Their business model is literally to protect your privacy, and they do it really well, with world-class next-generation servers in over 83 countries. It's super easy to use, but is also the most customizable VPN on the market if you want to configure it, which probably explains why it's so popular with over 30 million downloads. And right now, you can get it up to 82% off.
Actually.
That's barely $2 a month. And if you sign up using my link in the description below, you'll get an additional 3 months completely free. Plus, there's a 30-day risk-free 100% money-back guarantee, and their 24/7 support team is super responsive.
All right, gang, look, I'm trying to support our people out here. Hey, man, I have another VPN that I use. I'm going to look into that. I'm going to compare them, maybe see what the dealio is. But maybe I'll give mine the boot. I'm not particularly attached to it. And then go with this one. But the main reason I'm interested in, actually my VPN's really good. And I'm sure it's switching my IP too, because I want to use a fucking interface for coding and shell access that. Hey man! Boom! This makes sense, man.
This makes sense.
We got to do that commerce. We got to be out here doing that business, y'all. It's like I want to use this program that unfortunately shows an IP address. And so if I have the VPN going, we'll make sure it's masked properly. And then boom, I can use this program I want to use. Which, I was gonna send a fucking burn to the developers, but I don't think it's actively being developed anymore. Go fuck off. It's not gonna happen.
So click that link, sign up today, and start taking back your privacy. Number 3, W.V. Grant. W.V. Grant actually denies being a faith healer and claims that he's just a mortal conduit for God's healing. Conduit. Before he lays hands on people, prays, claims that they're healed, and asks for money.
You'll never have migraine headaches again. I want you to bring your billfold, your checkbook, every place you keep your money.
He also dollops people's heads with greasy fingers full of cooking oil in order to impart people with God's buttery blessings. I mean, divine anointings. Yep. Did he just squeeze that girl's hair bun?
Yeah, did you just pull her hair?
Disrespectful.
Do it again.
Do it again, yep, exactly.
But are Grant's miracles really divine?
We saw Grant walk up to this man during the service and hold up his cane.
Here's a man that's all crippled up too.
He healed him and told him to run down the aisle.
Wasn't his cane, I bet.
The crowd thunders applause. But let's look at that again. Grant isn't grabbing the cane of the man. He's grabbing the cane of the woman in the next seat. Outside, the man told us his problem was with his arm. He had never had any trouble walking.
That was my cane. Oh. That was the lady.
Boom.
Grant also claims to have divine insights from God, calling people by name.
You don't smoke, do you?
No.
Because I keep hearing Winston.
Winston, yeah, Winston.
Your name is what?
Winston.
Your name is Winston. Sometimes God will show me the name of cigarettes, but you don't smoke.
And he repeatedly brags that he's never met these people before.
We haven't talked. No. Nobody's asked you anything?
No.
But ABC discovered that Grant and his team gathered this information before each service.
We discovered that before every service, Grant and his associates circulate informally among the friends and family of the sick, making notes, or even casually interviewing the people who will later be healed. We saw Grant gather information on more than 35 people he later seemed to identify by revelation from God.
Years later, and on an unrelated side note, this was after Grant served time in prison for tax evasion. Years later, Darren Brown caught Grant pulling the same divine knowledge stunt. Only this time, he gathered the information with prayer cards.
My producer David has written down his name as James.
Today, my name's going to be James Lee. My secret camera is going to be hidden behind this button.
This is a simple test to see if Grant is using the information from the cards to tell people's names.
Come here, brother.
So when David's called up, we all wait with bated breath to see if the Holy Spirit will discern his real name.
Say my name.
Not talk to me.
No.
Say my name.
There's a 5-letter word that begins with a J.
I'm getting an image. It's a J.
James?
Wrong.
So it seems that Grant's inspired knowledge may be less than supernatural.
It's amazing when the Lord speaks to me.
Then I'll turn around to the crowd, and I'll say, everyone, do you believe it? And, everyone say yes, I said, that's not enough, but there's no faith here tonight. I can't do anything. You've got to believe it. And I'll go, do you believe it? Again, then by this time the crowds go, yes. And I'll say, sister, as I lay my hands on you, it's going to happen. By this time, you're just like this, because I do a whole thing on you. Then, I sort of like get down to, now I'm going to pray the prayer, and everyone bow your heads. And all of a sudden, they go, in the name of Jesus.
Fire on him from the top of his head.
And by this time, that the shock doesn't get you.
God will make you a blessing.
By now, there's a decent chance you've heard of the TV mega pastor Peter Popoff. Popoff claimed to hear very specific words from God and offered divine healing.
Is it Gould, Alice Gould?
He knew their names,
Stand up, Alice.
as well as the afflictions they'd come to cure.
Burning this arthritis right out of your body.
He was exposed live on Johnny Carson by the magician James Randi for gleaning information from congregants using prayer cards, which his wife would read to him through a radio earpiece.
Hello, Petey. Can you hear me?
If you can't, you're in trouble.
Jody Dean?
No, she should be right there on your right side. Okay, she lives at 4267 Masterson.
4267 Masterson. I can see the angels of God all around your house.
But this wasn't the only time that Randy infiltrated Popoff's service.
Are you ready for God to overhaul those knees?
We were seeing a postman named Don Henvey from San Francisco who has been healed now by 11 different faith healers of 9 different diseases in 7 different cities and under 2 genders, because as Bernice Manikoff, this man was healed of ovarian cancer twice by 2 different prominent healers, and he now has the healthiest ovaries of any postman, certainly in San Francisco, I can assure you.
Right now, Jesus, oh, hallelujah, he's not going to need any more. Glory to God. Get up on your feet. Let's walk. There's no pain. What? There's no pain. 12 years. There's no pain.
The healers say that God sends them to the afflicted, identifies their name to the healer. As a matter of fact, almost all of them have done this word of knowledge thing where they actually call people by name. Now, if God is giving them this information, God must be wrong, because that man's name was not Virgil Jorgensen, as he said it was there, nor was it Bernice Manikoff.
After being exposed, Popoff filed for bankruptcy. But he quickly bounced back and changed strategies.
He's back, and as Matt Mahar reports, his style of living is better than ever.
He lives in a multi-million-dollar home and sells desperate congregants supernatural gimmicks.
Have you been settling on not enough? Have you settled on having pain or disease in your body? God doesn't want you to settle. He wants you to receive. That's why Reverend Peter Popoff wants to send you the Miracle Spring Water absolutely free. Because when you receive the Miracle Spring Water and follow the instructions, your life will supernaturally improve in ways you can hardly imagine.
6.5 million settlement.
But just how free is that Miracle Spring Water?
Our Miracle Water came with what Popoff calls a bag of sacred Dead Sea salt. I'm supposed to sprinkle it over a check made out to Popoff for $27. It's really just a tiny package of salt that you would get at a deli or fast food restaurant. As for the Miracle Water, I'm supposed to drink it, wait 5 days, and I'll be blessed with riches. Of course, I'm supposed to send Popoff another check.
You see, it's not the water that releases the power. It's your obedience to the instructions of the prophet of God. How do you sleep at night?
Number 5. Pastor Benny Hinn. He's perhaps the most well-known of all of the faith-healing mega-pastors, preaching to sold-out stadiums and performing feats of miraculous healing around the world. But as for those who he prayed over, who in the moment claimed to have received healing, after the pain-numbing effects of endorphins like adrenaline wore off, Benny and his team didn't follow up to verify their healings. And why would he? He'd already gotten his footage and his tithe checks. But when independent researchers followed up, here's what they found.
Back in Alberta, Jordy Gibson did attend Hinn's Calgary Crusade last summer as an usher. When we visited 2 months later, he was still waiting for his miracle, still resisting his doctor's advice to get a new kidney.
Jesse Stinson.
You broke your vertebrae.
7 broken vertebrae.
But the Lord healed you tonight.
An X-ray examination after the crusade confirmed that her vertebrae was still broken. But she says the pain has eased.
It turns out the woman declared cured of cervical cancer didn't have cancer in the first place, but something called mild dysplasia, a change in cell structure that her doctor is monitoring.
James McCracken. James's condition deteriorated after Portland. Movement became so painful he could no longer dress himself. But James remained so convinced that a miracle had taken place that he refused prescribed medication and the operation his doctors considered imperative.
Since the crusade, this woman's diabetes actually got worse, and she was hospitalized.
In Jesus' sweet name.
9-year-old William Vandenkolk claimed his failing eyesight had improved at this Hinn crusade in 2001.
As soon as God healed me, I could see better.
You were blind? Completely blind or what?
Like visually impaired, I could only see close up.
William is now 17 and still legally blind.
I'd say I was caught up in the moment, being as young as I was, thinking I could actually be getting my vision back.
Pastor Benny promised to pay for young William's schooling.
And I'm going to put aside a fund for this precious little boy, that the money will go to him only and nobody else.
You remember the little boy named William in Las Vegas a couple of years ago? You made him a star. You were going to set up a trust fund for him. You were going to put him through university. He was supposedly cured of blindness. He's not cured of blindness. And his family says that they had a heck of a time even getting in touch with the ministry, let alone was there no follow-up about it.
I've made some empty promises in my life, but hands down, that was the most generous.
Time and time again, we These bastards prey on the vulnerable with snake oil promises. They make them feel good, pilfer their wallets, and then leave them to suffer and sometimes even die. They break people's canes, have them remove braces, and throw away their medicine. One pastor even had his congregants drink gasoline to demonstrate God's power.
How is it? There's a lot of fumes, but...
Sorry, Punk, I had myself muted and gathered. You should be able to hear me now. And yeah, you can move the map with scrolling in and out with your scroll wheel. Sorry about that. Just catching up on Gather Chat.
I don't have any side effect.
Now, not only are these multimillionaire faith healers getting away with it, some of them are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, have media empires, and are extremely well connected in business and politics. Their positions are extreme and they need to be called out. And yet people ask me why I make these videos, as if wanting justice for the victims of these snakes isn't enough. In the coming weeks, I'll be releasing more videos on faith healers, their tactics, the psychology of those going in for healing, and when and why faith healing sometimes actually does work. I'll also be investigating certain faith healers myself. I've already gone undercover at one faith healing revival, and with this series, I hope to do more. But I could use your help. If you have any connections, either you currently work with a faith healer and you want to blow the whistle, or you have footage, text records, or audio recordings exposing them, please reach out to me through the contact page on my website. Another way you can help is by either supporting my travel and production costs financially, or by helping me to get some of the equipment that I'll need. Links to all of that are below. Thank you so much for...
Hey. I don't think you move. No, it just wants you to move around the map. When you can move around you can move around the map like an editor or something when you're editing the map, but not when you're on it.
For your ongoing support.
All right, let's All right, let's we're gonna get going on our other thing we got to do here, but let me get my code going here so you guys can see what I'm doing today. So I'm gonna quickly, because we're meeting with Cliff at 1, so let's get ready for that. I think this is, let me see, I like the size. Yeah, I almost want it to be one step down. Yeah, I'll go with that. It looks okay on the tablet. Might be a little small on the phone, but this is a better look for me. All right, now let's go with this. All right, so let me show you guys what's going on, and then I'll put the other video on. All right, so we are dealing with shape mating here, and for those that don't remember what shape mating is, let me give you the simple overview. So we have these digital organisms. They basically exist in a... Oh, you know what? There's a MABE. Sorry, guys. I'm learning how to do this shit as we go. There's a MABE diagram on the wiki that Cliff made that I think is really good. So let me pull that up. GitHub. All right. there's the wiki. Breakdown of the parts. Yeah. All right, let's look at it kind of like a simplified. All right, so there is the easiest way to think is that we're going to kind of ignore this, but see how this says Berry World? All right, so just remember that there's a world. You can also see that tournament is our optimizer, so this becomes important. This we don't really need to worry about. We're using the default archivist, which doesn't really matter because it's just default for now. Don't worry about this. There's a brain, right? Ours are CGP, and there's a genome that controls the brain and also the organism. All right, so look. So check this out. You can think of there as being an organism. Is this spelled wrong? Yeah, it is. All right, I'll tell Cliff about that. And it's in both this organism. Basically, the organism, by that we just mean the program and its ability to reproduce itself, is encoded in a genome. That part of that genome also encodes the organism's brain. That brain is what allows it to solve whatever cognitive, cognitive is a really weird word, whatever sort of challenge is presented with in the world, right? And so these particular organisms exist in Berry World. And Berry World is very simple. Think of a grid. Keep it simple. Think of a 3x3 grid. There are 9 spaces in this grid. Every single spot in the grid has a berry on it. Since there's 3, let's just say there are green berries, blueberries, and red berries. You can assign the value of all of the berries, but in this case, let's just say all of the berries are worth 1 point. Anytime you eat a berry, your score increases by a point. I'm oversimplifying, but it's fine. So the brain's basically dropped in the world. It does its thing because, again, we don't program it what to do. It just does its thing and we evaluate it. It has an encoding for moving around, eating, all that type of shit, right? So it has this encoding, this mapping, where there are instructions that say move forward, turn left, eat, don't eat, whatever. That's a wall, whatever, right? And so then they mutate until they figure out Berry World, right? And they get a score, right? And then as we go to pick the next population, the group that's going to get fed into the world the next time, we use an optimizer. In this case, we're using a tournament optimizer. Basically, you pick 2 of these organisms, you figure out which one has a higher fitness. In this case, we'll say, higher fitness, and that one becomes the winner. You pick another one versus that one. Winner stays. Do it again. Winner stays. However many rounds of that you do, that's your fucking tournament. Why is it called that? Because it works just like a tournament. Sort of the old school tournaments, right? Now, that is how that works. And normally, that's sort of where things stop, right? You do Berry World, you get a fitness, you also have what's called the score, which is based on, how many berries you've eaten of which berry or whatever the fuck, or just all of them together. And then what happens is, if you win a tournament, then that can be used to give you a chance to reproduce. So basically, if you win a tournament, you become the parent for basically replacing the next population. So let's say we have a 3x3 grid for Berry World. Let's just say we have a 10x10 grid for the population. There's 100 organisms in the population. They're going to be indexed as 0 through 99. When we go to pick the next generation, all we do is we say, okay, we need to pick a new organism 0 through 99. So let's pick a new organism 0. Okay, we have a tournament. Boom. Winner becomes the parent of organism 0. Then we move on to organism 1. Have another tournament. Boom. If it successfully reproduces, the winner successfully reproduces, that takes care of the second spot. Move on to the next one, right? So that's what tournament selection is doing. That's what Berry World is doing. Now things get interesting when you introduce sexual reproduction, because we have the ability to encode for preferences. So basically, the first winner of a tournament becomes what we call a mom. They have a genetic encoding that determines a preference. And their preference can either be for green berries, blueberries, red berries, or they have no preference. If they have no preference, they'll just mate with the first person to win the next tournament. Winner of the next tournament becomes the dad, they go mate. If they have a preference, then they go through what's called a LEC, where they evaluate a certain number of potential mates, and they take they attempt to reproduce with the mate that has the highest score according to their preference. So if their preference is for green berries, they'll go through, and they have, let's say the LEC size is 5. They'll evaluate the winners of 5 tournaments, and they will mate with the one who has the highest green score. How do they know the green score? The green score will basically just be how many green berries did that organism eat. So you have a score based, you can think of as an overall score, right? And then you have a score for an individual berry that says, you have a fitness, you can think about it. And then you have, in this case, when they're sexual, you have a score which tells you how many of each berry did you eat, right? And so it's an efficient way for the organism to find the greenest, bluest, or reddest mate possible, or to not have a preference and then just mate randomly with the next person available. Now, here's where shape mating comes in. Shape mating comes in and says, cool, however you reproduce is fine. And actually, in the simplest case, we actually won't even probably deal with preferences and berry scores and all of that. To be honest, you don't even need Berry World. We just got it going. So when we talk with Cliff today, we'll figure out what we actually want this to look like, and then we'll try to get it going and look at some more graphing and stuff. And then, so maybe I should jump on the HPCC and see how I left off there. Yeah. But let me explain shape mating to you guys now, because these are terms me and Cliff are going to be batting around today. We're going to be talking about our brains and the world, Berry World, and shape mating and all this type of stuff. So I want you guys to know what's up. And again, if you don't remember all this, it's fine. I'll bring it up. We'll be working on it. You're going to get repeated exposure. It will make sense to you overall, I promise. All right, now let's look at a concave versus convex images. This is basically shape mating. The idea here is that imagine a system in which you can think of it, I think of it as adhesion. You can think of it as there's a system in which, in order to successfully reproduce, you and a partner need to just get stuck to each other. And if you stick to each other well enough, you're almost always going to successfully reproduce, right? Now, you might fuck around and reproduce something with a fateful mutation that doesn't make it, but you're going to have an almost certainty of successfully transferring genetic material. Why is that? Because you stick together like glue. You're just stuck there long enough and everything is gravy, right? But now imagine a situation where basically you have less adhesion, and the reason being is because you don't stick to each other. You don't have as much surface area contact. So that's what shape mating basically does. And you can see it here. Think of it as your shape, how convex or concave you are, is determined by a number. That number is between -1 and 1. You can think of -1 as being perfectly concave and 1 as being perfectly convex. And what you can see is that if you're just in the middle, you're kind of flat, and you get, you get a decent amount of surface. You get a lot of surface area contact, actually, but you kind of slip right by each other. So you have a lot of surface area contact, but basically no adhesion, right? And that's what would happen if you both had a score of 0. And you wouldn't be able to not reproduce. It'd just be kind of some intermediate value. And if you were both perfectly concave, however, then you would have 0. You wouldn't even be able to reproduce, because think about it. You'd have this thing trying to line up with this thing. They'd only be touching at the 2 extreme points. And so basically there's just not enough surface area contact to get you any real adhesion. So they would just kind of go right by each other, and there isn't enough contact. They don't have any adhesion, so they never reproduce because they're just perfectly the same shape. But if you're perfectly a -1 and you go to something that's perfectly a 1, now all of a sudden you have perfect reproductive odds. Why? Because you fit right into the groove, right? This thing would fit perfectly into this thing. They stick together. All the genomic material gets exchanged, and poop, they successfully pop out a baby. Same thing on the other side. If a 1 and a 1 get together, in other words, 2 things that are perfectly convex, it's like this curve trying to link up with this curve, no surface area contact, they room past each other, and they can't successfully mate. So this is the essence of shape mating. It's Cliff's idea. It's simple as shit. It's dope as fuck. It's fucking brilliant. I was thinking about this shit the other day when we were watching something. Oh, we were talking about the metaverse last night and Gather. When I think we were just kicking it during the football game and watching random videos and shit. We were talking about the metaverse, or maybe it was late night, actually. I think it was late night after the game. We were talking about the metaverse, and the employees were saying, how can we expect our users to love it if we don't love using it? Because they were basically admitting that they hate it, and they had to make a forced policy that makes you use it. But yeah, Cliff developed Mabe. Jory, his roommate, is on the development team. Mabe is like their project. Cliff, it's a passion of his to make this system so great, and I love using it. Anyway, I love working with Cliff. This was Cliff's idea. It's super simple. He also came up with the math for it. I'll show you guys that again. But yeah, this is shape mating. If you're a -1 if you're both a -1, you're like this. You're both concave, and you can think about this as flipping them around and them trying to bond together. There's just no surface area contact. It's like point, 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 point. They go right past each other. If you're both perfectly convex, also a no-go. That would be a case if you're both a 1. You just both convex, you slip right past each other, no real surface area contact, and it's not a good situation. If you're both a 0, you're in the middle. It's flat. It's flat on flat. Lots of surface area contact, but you don't stay there that way long. So it's just an intermediate value. And again, these aren't real things. They're just numbers. They're just numbers. But we call it shape mating because this is the idea that those numbers represent. And it does work out perfectly. So you can think of this shape is a quote unquote thing, right? These are digital organisms. They don't actually have a shape, right? But it's perfectly fine because what it ends up being is they have a phenotypic trait that's genetically encoded, right? And so it basically is like giving them a body. It's like they have a quote unquote form. That form is represented by a number, and that form determines how easy it is for them to reproduce together. Now let's take a quick look at what the actual what the shape mating actually looks like. And so here's the plot, right? This is what it actually looks like. This is here's the function. You don't really want to see this function, but actually let's look at the plot first, right? So here it is, right? If you're -1 and -1, you're all the way here in this dark, ultra dark blue, right? That's a 0. Why? Because you're both the same shape and you're on the extremes, right? It's not just right. It's not just the opposite shape thing. It's like how far to the extremes of the shape are you, right? That's what's brilliant about this. So if you're both perfectly -1s, it's a no-go. If you're both 1, if you're both perfectly convex or whatever, then it's also a no-go, right? Because you go to 1 and 1, also a no-go. But if you're the perfect inverse, if you're a -1 and a 1, you have a 100% chance of reproducing. If you're flipped the other way, -1 and 1, 100% chance of reproducing. So that's what the function looks like. Now there's this other thing going on here, which we call the power of that function. So let's take a look. Python source file, plotog. This is the function. And quickly take a look at the power Python. Pow. Sorry, is that it? I think. Yeah. All right. POW is what this function does. Return the value of 4 to the power of 3, right? So it raises it. It basically says, right, take whatever in this thing, take whatever in this parentheses here, take the first argument, which the first thing I give you, and then raise that to the power of the second argument. And so this is basically like, don't worry, y'all. You don't have to be a programmer or a mathematician to understand what's going on here, right? It's just an exponential, right? You're just saying, if I wanted to say raise 2 to the power of 2 to get 4, you would say x equals pow 2, comma 2, right? 2 to the power of 3, which would be 8, would be x equals pow 2, comma 3, right? Now, what does that mean? Here's what our function's doing. You're doing the same thing, but the thing that you raise in the first argument is you take one of those values, whichever one you want to take first. It really doesn't matter. So you take let's call it the mom shape, the first, because it's 2 parents. So we'll take the mom shape, you multiply it by the inverse of the dad's shape, right? And then you multiply that by 0.5, right? And then you add 0.5, right? And all this is it's like you want to make sure that you get the positive value, so you got to do the positive times the negative thing, then you do the times 0.5 plus 0.5 as a scaling type of thing, and then what do? You raise it to whatever we specify as the power. So then in ours, power is not a fixed number, but it's a variable. We can make this whatever power we want. Why am I emphasizing this? I don't really care that you know what the function does. All this function is it's the math of shape mating. That's all you need to remember. It's the math that does the shape mating function. This math does what? This. Like, that's all. Like, literally, I don't give a fuck if you don't understand the math. I don't even want you to try to understand the math. All I want you to understand is that the math, this formula, the part I have highlighted in blue, creates this plot, the thing we just talked about, which corresponds perfectly to the shape mating concept we've been talking about. Now the important thing to know is that we can manipulate this power as a variable. We can take this whole operation, we can leave it at 1, like leave it alone, like it is now. We can square it. We can cube it, raising it to the power of 3. We can raise it to the power of 4. We can raise it to any arbitrary value. Why is that important? Because that severely changes the severity of the shape mating function. So let's switch it up and come down here and look at what I have. I've now taken the same function, and rather than making the scale go from blue to yellow or whatever, I've made it go from green to red, making it very easy. If you're all the way red at 0, that means you have no chance of reproducing together. If you're at 1, that means you have a 100% chance of reproducing together. And now you can visually see the quadrants. You can see the intermediate values assigned to intermediate phenotypes, right? This is if you're flat. If you're flat and you're flat, you get this 0.5 thing. It's a coin flip. And now you can see easily, right? If you're both on the extreme but the same size, no good. But both on the extreme, different shape rather. That's how you get 100%. Now look at the effect of power. Boom. See that? Now by squaring the function, all that intermediate shit is a no-go. Right? It's much more severe. Guys, we didn't change anything. We have the same shape mating function. We just square it. When we square it, when we change that power from 1 to 2, all of a sudden, now all these intermediate values are in no man's land. What does this mean? There's going to be much stronger selection to get to the extremes and to mate with somebody on the other extreme, because doing anything else is a really bad idea. And then we go to a power of 3, right? Now it's like you got it's really severe. Not only right, and what Cliff has asked us to do is actually move this to a power of 4, and so that he wants to run. This is 0.5, makes it easier. He wants us to run 1, 2, and then 4. So here I did 0.5. So here we're going to go. I'm going to loop them up. I'm actually going to try to make 4. I haven't done 4, so that's a great piece of code for me to work on going into this meeting with Cliff. Let's see if I can produce the plot with a power of 4. I think the code for that is plot sim repro. I don't know. Here are the powers. All right, so let's just say 4. Let's add 4. I don't even know. Does that run it? I forgot if that's the right code to run it. I don't think it is. Shift Alt Enter, I thought is what I had as my run Python. Nope. Run. Oh, Lord. I need you to run this script. View, command palette, Python. Are you in a... All right, here, let's do it this way. Terminal, new terminal. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get into that drive. See users alpha. That's weird because maybe it is in the. All right. Let me see if I have my. I don't think I have my Python. It's like my Python commands aren't worked out. All right, let's get in here because that's something we want to do. My Mabe scripts look like they were working before. I think they are. Hang on a sec. Let's close this out because I don't know what the fuck's going on there. Let's see that. Plots. All right, that's the thing. Shape. Boom. All right. Let's say Python 3. Let's Control D. Exit Python 3. All right, now let's say. Python 3, plot, loop, sim, repro. Looks like it worked. Let's refresh this. Where's the damn? Oh, there it is. Oh, did we get it? Oh, we got the mate similar. But we didn't get the original. I'll show you guys mate similar. What the is that? No, I don't like that. What the hell are you talking about? And you got 3 scales. This looks like dog shit. What the fuck is that? All right, let's go see what the fuck is going on with that code. Boop, 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 boop. All right, I need to put my other directories and shit in here. Let's fire up this podcast, y'all. We're good as shit. We got to work. We're rolling. Meeting with Cliff is in like 50 minutes. I'm gonna put on the podcast, take a pee. When I come back, I'm gonna catch up with the chat. And then we'll just rock and roll into this meeting. It's Monday. It's my light day. So the fact that I'm doing anything is me trying to make the most of the day in a way that I don't even feel obligated to do. What is the... hang on a sec, y'all. Sorry, I'm tired as fuck. I got up early. All right, so we're putting the Holy Kool-Aid back on. Pop that up over here. Boop. That's good. Then we're going theater desk. I know what I'm doing, y'all. I swear to you, I know how the studio works. I know how to use all the equipment in it, and I definitely know how to broadcast. I'll be right back. Love you, fuck faces.
And as always, dare to be curious, but don't drink the Kool-Aid.
And then the last biggie, God's in you. Man.
For those who are unfamiliar, this is very own, Extreme Chancy. Why don't Wing Nuttery and Nut. For those who are unfamiliar, this is a show called Flashpoint. It's on the Victory Network, owned and operated by our very own Kenneth Copeland. It's a religious, extremist, Christian nationalist TV show that centers around election conspiracies, vaccine conspiracies, and wing nuttery and nutbaggery of all different sorts, okay? From left to right, this is the host. This is Gene Bailey right here. And then we've got Eric Metaxas. Everybody on stage is a Christian nationalist. We got Mike Lindell, of course, our very own. This is Dutch Sheets, televangelist. And then we've got Hank Kunneman, another televangelist that does faith-healing nonsense stuff. They are extremists, and they are all part of the Trump cult and the Trump religion, a full-blown religion that believes that Donald Trump is the new Messiah, effectively. It's bizarre stuff, man. Bizarre stuff. The title of this one is... Yeah, I guess this one doesn't have a title. It came out September 15th, 2022. Flashpoint Live Omaha with Mike Lindell, America, and the Church. So anyway, why don't we give this a watch, see what they have to say for themselves, while I try to catch a Chansey that has a lucky egg.
A city rich in history and culture, a place of strong faith and prophecy, where the word of the Lord is proclaimed with authority to the world. Today we find our country at the edge of a great precipice, divided more than any other time in recent memory. Yet in this moment of turmoil, we see the body of Christ rising.
Your mom's divided.
Rising up once again.
All right, I'm skipping forward. This is not useful to me. Come on, let's get to the point, Gene. So this episode is coming out on the heels of Joe Biden giving that speech that the MAGA movement is full of extremism and stuff like that. So I'd be willing to bet that they're going to ride high on that message. You know, oh, you're extremists. Oh, my God, everyone thinks you're extremists. How ridiculous. When in reality, they really are full-blown extremists. The types of people that go to these events, these Flashpoint events, they're extremists. There's no mincing words here. They are extremist nutcases who have a vested interest in ending democracy and installing a dictator. No joke.
All right. I got one question. I'm here to tell you some big news.
Oh, here we go.
I want you to know it's personal, but I identify as ultra MAGA conservative, Bible-believing Christian.
Yeah, see, this is Flashpoint harnessing or trying to reclaim the Ultra MAGA banner after Biden said that they are extremists in a speech just a few weeks before this video came out, or a couple of weeks before.
I want to know, is there anybody in here extremist for Jesus?
I don't think Jesus would want anybody to be an extremist. You don't have to be an extremist to be very... You can believe it with every fiber of your being and not be...
How many you want to be extremists for Myron?
Sue,
how many you know he flied for your sins?
She believed that Jesus was coming back. And
holy shit, these people are scary. Listen, folks.
I'm trying to think of how she phrased it. The most holy thing
don't be like this. Don't be one of these people. Let me send some love to the chat here. Melody Joy. James Apperson. Cameron Bennett. Stupid whore energy. I need everything in my life to run on stupid whore energy. Go fuck yourself, Sam. Why can't I feed you stupid whore energy? Toaster, you are sitting on some bullshit because you do not run on stupid whore energy. What the fuck kind of electric fireplace emits heat using that kind of bullshit plugged into the motherfucking wall? Why don't you plug yourself into some stupid whore energy up in this bitch? Hashtag make America great again. Who else is in the house? There's a wild YouTube punk. What's up, UC Love? Some of y'all are still lurking and jerking. I understand that. I went kind of early on you today. So you're still in your lurker jerker region of the day. All right, now I want to show you fuckfaces some shit. So let's I got to figure out how to get my let's switch this up here. We're gonna go to corner. All right, hang on, y'all. We're gonna let's pull up. I'm gonna pull up this file and then we'll keep going.
This is a clear attempt to align yourself with this group that you view as better than others, or that you view as special. They did the exact same thing in Nazi Germany. You weren't necessarily going to be shuttled off to ghettos the way that the Jews were if you weren't white with blonde hair and blue eyes, but you were the pinnacle of perfection if you were blonde with blue eyes and white. They do similar things in this type of thing, like in Flashpoint. There are some people who they seem to worship or treat better than others.
All right, now
the police, the veterans, the military personnel, they are the pinnacle of what it means to be a man. And that's what we're watching happening right now. This is virtue signaling to show how aligned they are with certain
let's
groups
go
of people,
ahead
certain
and say, all right, we've got code. We've got code for that plot that I made using the power of 3. I just want to maybe just grab that and make one with the power of 4, because that's what lazy people do. They take code that works already and then try to just make that work. But see, I don't know where did I even get that code from? Let me see. Of plot 9? Oh, I wanted to make it with plot 9. Yep, so I got to figure that out. That's actually my goal. I'll tell you guys about plot 9 some other time. It's just I want to redo all our visualizations in my favorite visualization package, but I don't know how to do the custom function in it. It's like the one thing in my advanced plot 9. I have not plans 9ing taken plot. I give lectures on plot 9 as a fucking way of life, my guys. But yeah, I can't do this function yet. All right, now where the hell is? What colors did I use here? I got it. All right, let's see if we can map up some files here. Go ahead.
What the hell just happened? He said, on the count of 3, yell where you're from, and they all just yelled nonsense, and he said, I've been there.
I should have paused it,
Listen,
but oh well.
Before we get any further, I just want to give a special shout out to Pastor Hank and Brenda Kuhneman.
All right, now
One Voice Ministries. Yeah, give them a hand.
Yeah, I talked about this earlier in a previous episode, but Hank Kuhneman really does not like being called Pastor Hank, at all. He put out this whole thing about how much he hates being called Pastor Hank. And I just, deeply entertained by the fact that Gene Bailey just keeps calling him Pastor Hank anyways.
The pastor was never called
CMAP hot.
by
Here,
his
this is what I want.
name. People that call
This one
me Hank
doesn't have
do not
that hot.
get my
All right.
attention.
This has the red, yellow, green.
Pastor worship. That used to go around.
Okay, so, all right, this is what we're looking for, the C mapping. Red, yellow, green. Versus... This one was using hot. All right, let's copy this. Let's paste it. Let's rename it. Don't give a shit. All right, let's add a 4. All right, now let's go see what happens. Oh, that's not gonna work. Not in our directory. Python 3 plot loop. I don't know why I put an extra underbar there. It's okay. Run it. Now, what did you do? What did you do? It's kind of what we're looking for, but I don't want all the bullshit. When did you do that? At 12:20? Yeah, you just made that right now. Why are there all these bars? Oh, is it adding color bars or something? All right, let's just do this instead. Let's go with plot. Because I just don't need it on a loop right now. I'll fuck with this when I want to do plot encode. I don't want to do plot encode right now. Let's do plot OG power equals 1. Yeah, let's do this. Let's copy, paste, rename. Let's do plot OG power for some reason. Yeah, whatever. I'll do this. And then give me that heat map, the color line. I am show CMap. Yep, it should be here. Let's comment out this one. Save it. OG. Oh, what is that going to name it? Oops, I knew I was going to do that. All right, hang on a sec. I didn't do the overwrite right. All right, so let's go back to 1. Let's comment out this line. Uncomment out that line. I overwrote the name. See, I saved it with the thing. So now I got to go back, undo what I did real quick, just so that it gets saved correctly. That's why I shouldn't have done it this way, but I recognize that what I did was unsafe, and I caught it, so it's no good. It's no big deal. All right, undo this. All right, now it's saved as a separate file that will overwrite. Will save to a different name. All right, let's take a good old gander. That should be it. OG Power 4. There we go. All right. Great. Now what we want is to add it here instead of that. So let's just call it yeah, let's get rid of that. Let's see if we just overwrite that, I think so. Hide that, you're in my way. But how did I label these? How underscore. Like that. Yeah, it's dumb, but who cares? Boop. Oh, and then you need the color map. Go up. Oh, god damn it. There we go. Uncomment that, comment that. There we go. Run that bitch. Show me my new plot. Beautiful. All right, here we go. Now we should have, boom. Oh, shit. Oh, because you loop the other ones? Oh, my Lord. All right, let's go fix all of these. All right, so let's say copy, paste, rename. Let's do 3. I didn't want to do this. This is what the loop one is for, but I'll have to do I'll redo my loop code in a minute. I got to figure out why it's doing that bar thing. But this is only going to take me a minute, so we'll just do this. It's fine for now. I'll show you guys what I'm doing. Actually, it'll be kind of cool. You'll see how dumb it is to do it this way versus how efficient it is to do it the other way. Copy. Let's just paste it here. All right. Rename. You also don't need to do one where the power is explicitly named 1, but who cares? All right, here we go. Let's do this. All right. Then we'll do 1. We'll go here. Make this 2. Here. And 2. Go here. Make this 3. Can't believe I got to do this because I fucked myself over with that dirty ass fucking loop attempt that I haven't looked at, and I guess just I got to figure out what it did with those extra bars. So there's 3, and then we'll leave you as 4. We'll run that again just for shits and giggles. Oh, we got 1, 2, 3. Oh, I guess we didn't overwrite 0.5. Good. All right. So there's 1. So these are the ones we're doing. 1, 2. We're not actually doing 3. And then we go to 4, which 4 isn't so much. This is the thing I was thinking that I don't know if Cliff was thinking, but I'm going to talk to Cliff about this because I told him, I was originally like, let's do 1, 2, and 3. And he was like, let's add 4. So I see what he's saying because to me, it doesn't matter that much, but now you can see the difference. Between 3 and 4 is actually subtle. You would think, wow, it doesn't keep going, right? Because it ultimately just is making a smaller and smaller corner. But 4 should really get them to go to these extreme shapes and mate with the other extreme shape pretty quickly. Nothing's really viable otherwise. 3 does have all this sort of splay area of, where it's still possible to reproduce. And then, 2 and 1. So we're gonna get to see some great data when we start to look at this. All right, cool. So we did that. We'll show Cliff that. No big deal. He is literally not gonna care at all. All right. So what else do I want to do? I want to show you guys sort of how the mating game is played. And then for those of you that are new and didn't catch it last time, I think I'm going to pop into... what's up, Jerome? What's up, Nidamos? Oh, Nidamos is coding too. Now, Nidamos, if you coding too, bro, nigga, you need to get yourself in the virtual office and gather, bro. But yeah, I appreciate you working along, man. Honestly, even if you're not in gather, I appreciate you working along. Oh, Nidam, I heard as soon as I said that, I heard him. But yeah, man, appreciate you, man. Thanks for rocking the office. What are you coding, real quick?
I'm working on a listing component. So we have different products that are getting listed out from backend API response, and I'm just refactoring stuff so that it's reusing the same code between the different listing components.
Yeah, that's what I should have been doing. I should have been refactoring my code, and instead I was like, let me just use this bad code real quick because I'm lazy and I'm not a real programmer, so nobody cares, right? That's so I'm kind of, I don't want to say self-taught, right? Because I've had some classes and stuff like that, but I'm not a computer scientist, right? So, it's sort of in our field, it's like whatever works, right? If you show up with the plot or the data, nobody's going to even ask or care what's going on. But I am passionate about like learning coding and being better and building good habits and like learning what I'm doing because I'm gonna hopefully be a faculty member and I don't want to be dog shit at writing code my whole life. So I'm trying to get better. But yeah, man, it's all about refactoring. Because to me, it's like writing, right? Like if you want to write, that's cool, and everybody's gonna think you're nice and inspiring. But if you want people to take you seriously, then you need to be like revising all the time, right? Because that's really where you get better.
Well, I'm refactoring because this is how it should have been done in the first place. So I'm fixing what I'm guessing is one developer onshore was doing a component very similar and one offshore was doing the same thing. And so their code is similar but dissimilar enough that I need to like go through and get rid of the duplications and the things that aren't compatible. So hopefully I'm hoping to make it so it just ships less code.
Right. How much of your work do you feel is like, because I have some IT friends, and I remember feeling like my one IT friend I had, you know, when I was in grad school that was like running our IT stuff, it almost felt like he spent my entire graduate school career like unjankifying and screwing up the system that we had, you know, and it almost like he never got around to being actually be like, now here's how you should have built it. So how much of your work is like, here's what Nitty wants to do versus like, I've got to spend most of my time undoing other people's bad crap before I can even get there?
I'd say it's like 30%, 30-70. So I actually get to do a lot.
Okay, cool. So mostly
things.
Not other stuff.
No, mostly newer things where I get to build it from the ground up.
Gotcha.
Or I review something that's being built from the ground up rather than fixing or unjankifying. I've had whole jobs where literally most of the job was unjankifying, and those are massively draining and frustrating jobs, but most of the field isn't like that right now, because clients are starting to recognize, like, if it's janky enough, we'll just spend the money to do it right.
Like people are starting to realize your life and your company runs on software. You might as well spend some money on making sure it's written well. So yeah, before I get back to what I was doing, thanks again for doing this, and please also tell people what's been going on your channel lately and what you got coming up. Always want people to plug your stuff.
Yeah, so over the weekend I had a little bit of a dumpster fire conversation that was fun. People talking over each other on morality, problem of evil, and things like that. I might do more open hangouts like on Saturday nights if I'm available and I don't have anything particular going on. I'll definitely facilitate discussions and try and keep people being respectful. One of the interesting things about that conversation actually is that Jamie Russell and this guy Chris are in this like feud about Seventh-day Adventism, what I just think is hilarious.
Is this Chris M or a different Chris?
It's a different.
Different Chris.
No,
Okay.
No, yeah, it's a different. Like,
Got you.
Chris, something of the Protestant Revelation or something.
Gotcha. No, Chris. Sorry.
It just cracks me up. And so, yeah, at the beginning of the stream, I was kind of just musing over like the psychology of grace and being in cognitive dissonance with your spiritual identity and things like that. And then I noticed that James Apperson actually did a stream yesterday about, are you in a healthy psychological relationship with God or something like that? And I haven't gotten a chance to listen to any of it, but I wonder if I like secretly wondered, like, did I kick this off? Did he catch some of that, what I was saying yesterday? I don't know. Maybe someone can tell me in the chat if he did.
No, I think he's been on that for a little bit. Because I remember he did something about, like, are you in an abusive relationship with God? I think a couple weeks ago or something. Yeah, and he actually had a movie review like pulled. That's kind of sucked, but
oh damn. Well, and then going forward, I'm hoping to have a guest on here soon, and then I'll be featured on the Deep Drinks podcast on November 5th.
So
which
you've
is
got
hosted by that's hosted by David McDonald. So he runs a channel. He's almost at 1K. He's really close.
Okay, so I
And
was gonna ask
is
you about
his-
what kind of opportunity was that for you?
Yeah. And his Deep Drinks podcast is almost at 1K if it isn't already.
Yeah, and so you're gonna be on that?
He's had Inspiring Philosophy, Heathen Queen, Dr. Josh, who else is Godless Engineer. And basically, like, the premise of Deep Drinks is we kind of get gradually drunker as we talk about shit.
Yeah,
So-
I like that. It's like our version. Like we need like a drunk history type of thing to do, or just and a lot of what we've been doing is, we're into this community building idea. That's what this is about. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name and build community. And I think for normal stuff, that's breaking bread, eating, drinking together is a huge part of it. Even in science, guys, I don't know what you've heard about scientists, but anytime you go to a science conference, it's just, I look at it, it's an excuse to share posters and talk about science stuff as an excuse to get together with your friends and drink. That's what scientific conferences actually are. They're like, oh, homie, we work closely together but haven't seen each other for a year. How you been? Let's get drunk. Oh, yeah, I brought my poster and I'm giving a talk as an excuse for my university to fund sending me here. That's the game. But we really just want to drink, guys. Right? You go to these professional conferences, everybody's drinking. So we've got to get that going for us. We've got to get together and drink. And Nidamos, a lot of people also talk about the atheist need community. I always say me and James are out here trying to do it. You see it right now. That's what we're doing, trying to work along and all this type of stuff. But you also are on that tip, right? And trying to build community, not just here, but encouraging people to take what we're doing here out into the real world. Go into your neighborhood, go into your community, out in the cafe, go get it. Stop being such an internet nerd all the time.
Touch grass and talk to strangers.
Touch grass, talk to strangers, like that. Yeah, go ahead.
But I posted the links to Deep Drinks and
awesome
David McDonald's channels. David's also really great because he was doing Omegles of basically the equivalent of my cafe sign, right? Like doing street epistemology over Omegle, and that's kind of where he started out. And then there was one more thing I was going to bring up. Oh, and I posted a short of myself roller skating to Montel Jordan last night at
nice,
for hip hop night.
Nice.
But of course it copyrighted the music, right? So I'm just kind of like shaking my nitty booty.
Did you get it? Was it a claim or a strike? An actual strike?
No, it's just a claim. It's not a big deal because like this is an old
I
song.
used to literally just get them on the daily, like. Because I've gone through the phases. Like when I first started streaming on Twitch, I didn't care. Then I went through a phase where I wouldn't play anything that got me copyrighted. When I first came over to YouTube, I was careful. Then I mostly didn't care. And now I've circled back to most of my streams don't get demonetized just because I'm not really playing anything that necessarily. But little stuff does. Sometimes the Amen will or a song here or there. So. But yeah, as long as it's not a strike, you're good, man. As long as it's not a strike, you're good. Especially because we're not monetized yet, so you're not losing income, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But yeah, thanks for popping in and sharing all that with us. The only other thing I wanted to add is that I actually added you to the list of co-hosts and mods in my description, right? Because I didn't want to have to add it every time you came on or whatever. So I could already tell people links are in the descriptions to Nidamos' channel. Boom, they're already there. Just go ahead and get it. But yeah, thanks so much. And I'm gonna get back to talking about these nerdy critters and their sex lives. All right. Awesome.
Yeah, and I'll be chilling and gather.
Yeah, appreciate you
until we find out if they've locked the giant peach up.
What do you mean? I don't get that.
At 1:30, let's see, the Department of Justice and National Security agencies are having a press conference on a major national security threat with current investigations.
Oh, with Donald Trump?
Probably.
And that's at
likely.
1:30?
1:30 Eastern, yeah.
who's gonna be? Is that gonna be on a news channel or something?
NBC.
Oh yeah,
everywhere. It probably everywhere.
Yeah. We might check that out. All right, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, def.
All right, gang.
Back to your coding.
For sure. All right. So Nitty's in the house. Appreciate that. Hopefully, let me just make sure my screen is still shared. That's a good thing to check on. Yeah, we're good. All right, that one's shared. Oh, no, I need to share this one in front of me. I don't think it has been shared. All right, that should be better. That should be a lot better. All right, now people in Gather should be able to see my coding. Let me check in on it. Yep, okay. That's a lot better, actually. Glad I checked that. All right. Cool. All right, so what I want to do real quick with you guys is sort of, now that you've seen this, I want to just quickly break down the system again so I can show you guys what's up with shape mating in action, and then we'll play a little bit of the mating game. So how do I want to go about this? I want to get rid of the small laptop for now. Actually, you know what? Let's leave that up there. And then I want to go to this scene. Cool. All right, gang. So let's try to simplify all of this so that you guys can understand what's going on with shape mating and coercion. Remember that the organisms essentially, for us as, evolutionary biologists, you can think of the iterations that we're doing as we're constantly just picking a new population. We're just picking a new population. And we do that by saying, let's say our population size is 100, maybe it's a 10 by 10 grid or whatever. For us, let's just say that that'll be represented as a list, 0 to 99. And what we do is for each spot in that list that's going to become the next generation, we need to pick a parent. We need to pick a set of parents, right? If our system was asexual, we would just have a tournament, and the winner of the tournament would become the parent, get a chance to reproduce this genome into that spot. As long as it does so successfully, boom, that becomes the offspring, and then we do another tournament to pick the next spot in the new population. Now remember how a tournament works. It's not complicated. We take the previous population, right? We've got all the organisms that were there. Even at the beginning, we just take the organism, we spread it all over the place. So we take, and then they start reproducing and mutating, right? So we take an organism at random to start, and then we take another organism at random. Whoever has the highest fitness, we keep, we get rid of the other one. We do that again. Keep the winner stays, loser goes. Do it again for however big the tournament is, right? It's a variable, but in this case, let's say the tournament is 8, okay? So you got to go through the best of 8 will win the tournament. Now, when you introduce sexual reproduction, you need to pick 2 parents. So how do you pick 2 parents? Well, one, you start with the tournament, right? And now instead of the winner of the tournament becoming the parent to that offspring spot in the next population, they become the mom. It's not really a physical thing. It's not an assigned role. Any organism could play it. You could be the mom one time, the dad the next time. It doesn't matter. It just means that you are first into the mating chamber, right? Then what happens is we have a tournament. The winner of the tournament becomes the dad. They then do crossover, like their genomes are mixed and crossed over at particular points based on wherever. All of this is programmable. And then that becomes the baby, right? That's how you pick a new parent. That's how you pick a new offspring. So instead of having one tournament to find just a asexual parent, you have 2 tournaments, one to pick a mom, one to pick a dad, boom. Now, here's what gets interesting. With something like Berry World, right? And let's keep Berry World simple. All Berry World is the genomes also encode for brains. The brains hop up in this thing called Berry World. Berry World is a little map. Think of it as a 3x3 grid. On every single spot is randomly placed a blue or red berry. Every time a berry gets eaten, it gets randomly replaced with a new berry. Agents have an encoding in their brains that can code for instructions like turn, move. They have sensors so they can sense what's underneath them or whatever. And then they can, there's a eat command, so on and so forth. They can figure out when they're in walls and all this. So we don't program any of that in. We just make those commands available through the encoding, and then by mutation, they organically evolve, these abilities. But anyway, they get a score based quite simply on how many red, green, or blue berries they eat. And then you can change the values of the berries. You can make them all positive. You can make them all negative. You can do whatever you want. But for now, in the simplest case, let's just say each berry is worth 1 point. So they're all worth the same value, but they're still different. Why? Because if you eat mostly blue berries, if you both eat 50 berries, you'll have the same fitness in this case, right? You have the same fitness because of a score that's represented on having eaten 50 berries if they have the same value, right? But the difference is, let's say one is 40-10, just blue, red, and no green. That organism is bluer, right? And if the other flips it and they're 40-10, mostly red, but a few blue, they're a lot redder. But neither of them has any score if it comes to green, right? So what then happens with Berry World is you can enable this thing we call a LEC, and that introduces what we call sexual selection, right? The difference before is we had sexual reproduction, right? But there's no choosing or selecting or any of that. We pick a mom, we pick a dad, they try to make a baby. Now, with Berry World and these scores that we can access based on how many blue, red, or green berries you've eaten, now we can pick a mom first. We have a tournament, we pick a mom. Then we have another tournament, we pick a dad. But now the mom expresses a preference. The mom says, I either have no preference and I'll mate with the first dad that comes in here, just like before, or I prefer green, I prefer blue, I prefer red. And so if they say, for instance, prefer blue, we will have what's called a LEC. And you can think of a LEC as it's something that happens with birds. The males get together and they're all prancing around, strutting their stuff, showing off, maybe engaging in little competitions and stuff, and they're just kind of showing off, and then the females are running around evaluating the males and deciding which ones they actually want to mate with, right? It's called the LEC. Like a fucking nightclub for turkeys. But in this case, like in some species, you can think of it as there's one female, and then we create a little LEC for her, right? We create a little group of, let's say 8 males that are all going to strut their stuff, and she's going to pick whichever one she wants. So that's where the preference comes in. That's why it's sexual selection, because now the organism has a genetically encoded preference and says, I will mate with the greenest male. And so, again, we just start having tournaments for the LEC. We have a tournament that makes you potential dad number 1. Then we have another tournament. We pick potential dad number 2. The female keeps the greenest, right? The greenest one stays. We have another tournament. Pick another potential dad. Greenest one stays. Have another tournament. Keep right. And so that functions as elect. You still have the tournament happening, but it's doing something different now. It's picking a potential dad. So, but this is really cool. So we've gone from asexual to sexual to actually sexual selection. And then what shape mating does is say, okay, well, now that you've picked the mom and the dad, you don't just automatically reproduce. You pick a mom and you have a dad, and now you have a chance of reproducing, right? And that chance of reproducing is what? Determined by your shape. So it's like you have a fitness component, natural selection. You need to have a high fitness to win tournaments. The higher your fitness, the more likely you are to win tournaments. Winning tournaments makes you more likely to become the mom, more likely to become a potential dad, and get more of these opportunities, right? And so that's natural selection. Then we have sexual reproduction, and then we introduce sexual selection. If the moms have a preference and they express that preference, you then have to be redder or bluer or greener. So you can have a higher fitness, but be the wrong color, and they'll go with a high fitness partner that's a different color. Because when they do their choosing, they're not choosing based on fitness. They're choosing based on their preference. And then you have the shape mating, which gives you sort of a trait. Like you can think of it as a shape, that's why we call it shape mating, but you can think of it as like a physical trait that then determines fecundity, right? It determines how good of a combination y'all are at producing babies. You are perfect complementary shapes. If you're perfect yin and yang, then you are always going to successfully reproduce. But if you're the wrong shape, womp womp. I knew it was going to hesitate. I knew it was going to be late, but I said, I got to warm it up. Might as well press the button anyway. There you go. You fail if you're the wrong shape, and I failed to get the button to play on time. All right, so I meet with Cliff in a few minutes. Let me give you then a quick explanation of what coercion is. Coercion is simply, so now I told you guys what shape mating is. I told you how the LEC works. Think about it. The LEC is just a loop, right? The LEC is a loop. The mom gets selected by winning a tournament. Then the dads, let's say there's 8 potential dads in the LEC. So then all you have is this loop. You pick dad number 1. Mom evaluates the score. Cool. Then we pick a potential dad number 2. That's the first lecking stage. There's a competition. She keeps the one with the best the best score according to the preference. Then another one shows up, right? And so what the mom wants to do is evaluate all 8 potential males in this case, potential dads, and mate with the one according to her own preference. Then the winner, after all 8 potential dads are evaluated, gets to go with her into the birthing chamber and copulate and see how good they do based on their shape. So what is then coercion? Coercion is simply a male shows up or potential dad shows up. Remember, they're not really male and female. I'm misspeaking when I say that because they're the same type, right? We're trying to see if the shapes and the types segregate organically, right? We're not hard coding in these roles. But anyway, they want to evaluate all 8 potential dads. So coercion is when you interrupt that loop. A potential dad shows up and says he forces himself to become the final dad. In other words, he breaks the loop. So you have male potential dad number 1, potential dad number 2. Boop. All right, winner. Potential dad number 3 shows up. Winner stays. Potential dad number 4 pops up. Now, if potential dad number 5 pops up and is a coercer, he just pops up and automatically forces himself to become the final dad. So That is successful coercion. And so you're thinking, whoa, cool, is that really like a analogy? No, it is literally coercive mating. It is forced copulation. It's not even an analogy. I wouldn't use, the R word here because takes on a whole lot of context, but it is coercive mating. He is forcing himself, and he is doing two things. On the side of the moms, they're undermining the preference, right? So that's why it has the same consequences as it would in an animal system. You're undermining the preference. And then on the side of the potential dads, you're undermining the competition, right? There's selection to be the bluest, the greenest, the reddest, so that you can get through these leks based on the preferences of the female. And so if you're going to be the reddest male who is then going to get to reproduce because you get through the lek, you're the reddest and she wants the reddest. So you should get to be the dad, right? Because you're the reddest and she wants the reddest dude. Well, your being the reddest dude doesn't matter if a blue motherfucker shows up and just forces his way, right? Okay, cool. So then let's talk about resistance, because once we gave them the potential ability to coerce, we wanted to give them the potential ability to evolve the ability to resist. And all resistance is the potential of the mom to block the successful coercer's ability to break the loop and then to continue the loop. So it's a really complex behavior in the animal kingdom. But in the virtual world, that when I made this system built off of, this stuff I'm doing with Cliff, coding for it was very simple. A lek is a loop. Coercive mating is breaking the loop. And then successful resistance is basically blocking that breaking of the loop from being successful and then continuing the loop. And you can think about that as what we call a post-copulatory defense. In other words, you can think of it as a successful resistance is one where a female says, okay, you forced yourself on me, you forced your way into the birthing chamber, but rather than being able to successfully, fertilize the egg so we can go, potentially reproduce together, they have the ability potentially to block that. They say, nope, I'm blocking that. That doesn't work. Okay, you forced yourself on me successfully, but it's not going to lead into a successful, fertilization. And so then he can fuck off, and then she continues to evaluate potential dads according to her preference, right? And so when we jump in, I'll show you guys that. And when we start working with Cliff, though, I just wanted you guys to understand all the stuff that's in the code. When we start with Cliff, we're probably going to be taking out coercion and resistance. We're probably going to be taking out maybe even Berry World. So let's see. I gotta jump in quickly with Cliff and make sure we're good to go. I'm going to put you guys on desk mode. I'll be right back.
Oh, they're just into pastor worship. They're posting pictures of the pastor. The pastor needs to be called pastor. Well, the user-friendly movement is to blame for that. Let's just put the pastor down on the same level of everybody else, and let's just call him, Hank and Brenda and Christy and Shane and Doug. And let's just, we're all equal, and let's not worship the pastor. No, there's a difference between worshiping and honoring. I don't worship Pastor Brenda. I honor her.
Yeah, anyway, the point is he really does not like being called Pastor Hank. I'm just entertained by the fact that Gene Bailey keeps doing it anyways. It's so funny.
Is there anybody from Lord of Hosts Church here?
Lord of Hosts Church is Hank Kunneman's church in Omaha, Nebraska.
Listen, for all of those of you watching on television around the world, you should have been here. That's all I can say is you should have been here. All right, listen,
All right,
I want to
gang.
introduce a few
Cliff
people.
isn't here yet,
This is
so
the first time. You got a few first-timers here for Flashpoint Live.
I'm good.
Would
I'm
you
just going to chill here
welcome
for a minute while
man,
I
the
wait
myth,
for
the
him
legend,
and
Eric
make sure
Metaxas.
we're set up.
If you're unfamiliar with Eric Metaxas, he is a Trump extremist. He has all the same or similar beliefs to all of these other people. I have some clips from him. I covered him not too long ago. Looks like I just have one clip of Metaxas directly here, but named John Zemmerak, I think, or something.
Spiritual warfare, and we are now in the Normandy landing of spiritual warfare. The Democratic Party is possessed by preternatural evil. It is not a human institution anymore. It is an instrument of wicked spirits.
Is this sounding familiar at all? Literally the exact language that was used in 1930s Germany to demonize the Jewish community. The exact same type of language.
This is demonic. Our enemies are demonic. There's no turning the other cheek. There's no being winsome. There's no compromise possible.
And I want to be clear, just theologically, because in the past, if you don't clarify these things, people misinterpret them. Folks, we're not saying that these people are demons. We're saying that they're being used by demons, and we need to understand that at the...
No, they are actually saying that they are literally demons. Now, Eric Metaxas personally might not be saying that, but that is the overarching theme in the movement, is certainly in the Flashpoint movement, which we were watching a minute ago. They absolutely do believe that they're demons. Like Nancy Pelosi, they believe she's a demon. And either way, what's the fundamental difference between claiming that they are demons and claiming that they are being influenced by demons? Like, what's the practical difference between the two? There is none. You still want to destroy them literally, physically, mentally, and emotionally. You still want to attack them and get them out of office and hurt them in some way. You still view this as a spiritual war. You're still using hyperbolic language to demonize them like this, to literally demonize them. So anyway, that's Eric Metaxas. Let's listen to the rest of the clip here.
Part of all this is a spiritual battle. There's no other way to make sense of it. If you're solving for X, if you know how to do algebra, you solve for X, you don't even need to believe in God. This will make you believe in God. This will make you understand. When you look at this, you say, there is no other possible explanation. If I connect all the dots, it doesn't make any sense. Greed, politics, nothing could account for what we're seeing except something genuinely spiritually dark and wicked.
So, yeah, the point is Eric Metaxas is a nutter butter of epic proportions, and that's who they just invited on stage. Deeply, deeply disturbing views this guy has. It's bound to get completely depraved in a minute.
Come on up. There he is. Thanks, Eric. And you never...
Yeah, this one is Mike Lindell, I believe.
...thought about Hardee's like you have in the last couple days. Mike Lindell!
If you're watching this 5 years in the future, the reason that he made that Hardee's reference is because Lindell just had his phone seized by the FBI over an investigation, and they seized it at a Hardee's. He was at a Hardee's ordering breakfast or something, and they seized his phone from the Hardee's. And yeah, we'll probably get into the story. I did cover it on my Fireside Chat channel recently, if you want to watch the breakdown of exactly why that happened or whatever else. But we'll probably end up getting into it anyways in this.
Amen. All right. One of my good friends, I'm so glad he was able to make it, Dutch Sheets.
Yeah, Dutch Sheets is another televangelist, complete nutter butter. Made all kinds of prophecies about Donald Trump being the president and everything else. Guy's got real problems, to say the least.
And the man, the pastor, the legend, Pastor...
He already used that reference. He said the man, the myth, the legend before Metaxas came out.
Hank Kuhneman.
Guys, did you see the wicked mullet on that dude? Jesus.
All right.
A mullet like that should be against the law. It should be illegal.
You may be seated. All right, so we always start a Flashpoint Live. We do a real quick, before we get into the body of the evening, I just want to go down the row here and find out where we're at today. Eric, your thoughts?
You know, Mike,
don't say Council Bluffs.
You know Mike Lindell is right here.
Yeah.
And you want to know what I have to think?
Yeah, let me hear it.
I believe...
Eric just gave me a phone. Thank you, Eric.
Right, so I guess he got a phone from Eric Metaxas, I'm assuming. That's because he had his phone seized. Yeah, from the FBI.
That's right. Oh, that's good.
You know, if you don't want your phone seized, don't break the law. And don't break the law to the extent that the FBI is even capable of going to a judge and getting a search warrant to retrieve your phone. You don't want that to happen. Don't break the law. Seriously, I'm sorry. This isn't like police abuse that I'm describing. If it was like abuse on the part of the cops or something, I wouldn't say something like don't break the law. I mean, there's no excuse. Nobody ever deserves to be mistreated by the cops. This isn't mistreatment. This is a direct consequence of Mike Lindell's actions. You don't want to have your phone seized in a criminal investigation. Don't get yourself wrapped up in said criminal activity.
You know, in person, he's not that funny. Because I know him, he's not that funny. By the way, the FBI gave that to me to give to you. I want you to know.
Okay, that's a funny joke. I like that one.
I don't know. Frankly, I wouldn't use it. Throw it in a pond and move on with your life. Where we are, the fact that we're joking about the FBI bullying people who are patriots like Mike Lindell, we all know that's bad, okay?
Wow, I've never seen the far right turn on law enforcement so quickly. All right, look, I'll just tell you the story of why Lindell had his phone seized by the FBI. We're going to have to get there anyways. There's a woman named Tina Peters, okay? Now, Tina Peters got herself wrapped up in a big criminal investigation from the FBI and others because she passed secret private voter data to Mike Lindell. So she's a county clerk in Mesa County, Colorado, and she had access to like these voting machines and stuff, right? On social media, there was like a bunch of voter data being passed around, right? Back after the 2020 election, a list of voters turned up, a list of dead voters who were not actually alive at the time that voting was taking place, right? A list of dead voters whose votes were counted in the election. It started getting passed around right-wing circles. BBC did an investigation on it and goes around to the names of the people on the list. Like, are these people actually dead voters as they claim? No, they weren't. It was just normal voters. It was a list of normal voters who cast their votes in the election, plain and simple. But the real question is, how did this list even appear? How did anybody get access to a list of actual voters, a real list? And the answer is Tina Peters gave real voting data to Mike Lindell. There's been an investigation into Tina Peters over this whole thing for a while. And back in early March 2022, Tina Peters was actually arrested over 7 felonies for sharing private voter data with Mike Lindell, who then shared that private voter data with the rest of the world.
Let go of me! Let go of me! Let go of me! Oh no! Let go of me!
Oh, yes.
It hurts! Let go of me!
This is what I would call resisting arrest at this point, right? She's kicking at the police and stuff as they're trying to arrest her. Did she get a resisting arrest charge? Of course not. Of course not. She's a privileged white woman in a position of power. Of course she didn't get a resisting arrest charge. How do you think they would treat a black person if they did that? We don't have to wonder. We've seen it. Anyway, the point is, Tina Peters was arrested for that. During this investigation, though, here's where it gets interesting. Tina Peters actually ran for Secretary of State. Now, a county clerk has access to voter information. The Secretary of State runs the elections, okay? They oversee the whole election process in the state. So if she had won the Secretary of State position, it would have been a genuinely bad thing, very bad thing. Mike Lindell violated campaign finance laws to donate like $800,000 to her campaign, and basically everything, every penny that she had in her campaign, it was all donated from Mike Lindell. And anyways, so he's all wrapped up in this investigation with Tina Peters. For what it's worth, Tina Peters did lose her election recently. And would you believe it if I told you that
All right, now the stream should be able to hear you. Let me go ahead and switch the scene to the gather scene. Hard cut. All right, that should be good. Yeah, now we're returning back. Mute that. Mute that. All right, we should be good to go. How are you doing, Cliff?
I'm doing okay. Yeah, I'm doing okay.
How are you doing, Cliff?
Oh, I'm getting echo from you.
Yeah, you are. I'm just being ghetto. I was just checking the sound without muting myself. But yeah, man, I appreciate that. So yeah, I'll show you what I've got going on over here. You should be able to see my VS Code. Yeah.
I do not still see the video. Oh, I see.
Yeah, you see it now. Yeah. So let's go with that screen. So I did the All right, so actually I made that plot function. So you remember back in the way back when I changed the colors to get these to be easy to see.
Sure.
So I hadn't made one for 4. So I made this for 4. So you can just so you can like kind of visually see the difference between that and 3.
So 4 is easy, right? Like 4 should be easy because you were giving it a real. Well, actually, it depends what these relative values are. I see. Okay, wait. So 4 says we're
4 says you've got to solve the game for real. Like you've got to go to the extreme values, and they need to be divergent.
It should encourage evolution a lot.
Yeah, it's really severe.
You have a lot to gain by getting out of the middle.
Yes, and 2, this middle is intermediate, but there's a lot of intermediate fitness at these intermediate values. So you can be flat. You can get away with being flat, and it's better to be over here, but it's kind of mild. And then this is like freaking quadrants, super clean quadrants.
Well, I mean, this is saying anywhere you can move left or right or up or down, and it doesn't change anything. So in a way, this allows for more drift because you could have one individual moving, and as long as the other one stays at 0, everything's cool, like nothing has changed. Like I can go all the way over to 1, and as long as you stay at 0, like we're cool. It doesn't. The other ones sort of require this like commiserate, like one side has to be going one way, the other one has to be going the other way at the same time to get the benefit. Otherwise, you start losing.
Yeah, we're almost like trying to force that yin and yang to be necessary.
Yeah. And I don't know which is easier to evolve. It may be that giving them more neutrality is going to be easier to evolve.
Yeah. Also, I just noticed something I didn't call you out on. You got your shop glasses on. See, you've been busy in that shop again, not streaming it, trying to hide the craftsmanship from the world.
I'll be right back.
Oh, he's going to show us something. Good. You should feel guilty. We've shamed him into showing us something. Oh, that's great.
I'm working on this plant thing for my niece's wedding, and so I got some of these.
Dude, that is wild.
Pieces. I got some bigger leaf pieces.
Bro, does it ever dawn upon you that you sculpt shit out of metal, like some kind of god or something?
Never.
Do you ever get that feeling? That godlike, that godlike feeling. Bro, you made that out of metal. Do you know I can't make that out of paper? Do you know I can't? You see the difference? But nah, man, that's incredible. Thanks for showing us that. That's quite a piece. That's quite a piece. All right, so here's the thing. I just explained the mating game to people.
Okay.
So, I want us to kind of fill in some of the details while you're here, and then I'll kind of run a couple of I'll do a short run in debug mode, and then show the printout of everything going on, including up to like coercion and resistance, and then we'll talk about scaling it all, stripping it all back, so we can actually, get shape mating going. But yeah, all right, so you can still see my screen, right?
Yeah.
So I've basically given them this. We're trying to do like a simplified breakdown of this. Also, this organism is spelled wrong. Yeah, I always find these type. I'm crazy about this.
Whatever. Yeah, it's been wrong for years.
You don't care.
As long as I don't spell it differently, it's right.
So what's the So how do you explain, like, basically what I'm trying to explain, I've been explaining, where Berry World fits into, right? There's Berry World, boom, it's got a grid.
So, I mean, this is how you understand how the code base is constructed, but this is not the right visual to understand what MAVE does, and you're going to say, what's the right visual? Well, I'll show you.
There you go.
Just how to make it again. Just how to make a new one.
Which is definitely going to be on that MAVE wiki soon.
No, God, no.
No, why share the right one with everybody else?
No, it's not that. It's just, I got things to do. Here it is. Am I sharing that? Nope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Yeah, I like this.
There's the MAVE Dialomatic. You want to build an experiment, you pick a genome, you pick a brain, you pick a world, you pick an optimizer, you pick an archivist. You plug them all together, you just dial them in.
Can you send this to me? Can I have this at least?
Sure. You're going to have the circular genome running with a recurrent neural net, and we're going to run on the path follow task, and we're going to use tournament selection and snapshot archiving.
Oh, this is gorgeous. Also very pretty. Who made this? Did you make this?
I did. Of course I did.
And you took the time to make it pretty? I'm very, very impressed.
Well, sure.
Normally you're like, I'm not changing anything. Nope, I'm not changing colors. I'm not changing shapes. I'm not. You put a lot of time. You put care into this, Cliff. I love it.
Not really. I've made this figure like 5 times. I know how to do it already.
So
I keep losing it.
Oh, you keep losing it and having to regenerate it. But yeah, all right. So we're going circular genome, CGP brain.
No. RNN. Stuff in the white line is the one we're using.
Oh, we're not using we are going to use the RNN?
For us, yeah. We're going circular, CGP, berry.
Right, berry, yeah.
And then we're using
tournament.
Roulette.
Tournament.
We're using tournament. Okay.
Yep.
Tournament, and then we're using default archivist.
Yes. Yeah. So circular, CGP, berry, tournament, default. Yeah, that's the way to go, folks. That's how we do it. All right. So they have these circular genomes. They encode for their brains, right? And I told you guys their brains have that mapping, right? They allow them to move, turn, eat, don't eat, shit, piss, fuck, right? But we don't program. This is the part that people like Sal and all the dumbass apologists miss. We don't program that functionality into them. We just make the mapping basically available, and the fuckfaces have to figure it out. And then the world is berry rolled, which I told you you can imagine as a grid. You can think of it as 3x3, just so it's easier to visualize. There's a berry in every spot. You can program what the benefit is, but for now, say they all are worth 1 point. Each time you eat a berry, it gets replaced randomly with another berry. And the one thing that gets interesting when you start getting into sexual preferences, like we just talked about, is you can have the same score, but generate it by using different strategies or different berries, and that will change how you're seen to a potential mate that expresses a particular preference. You guys know we use the tournament optimizer, right? So each time we're picking a mom or a potential dad or whatever the hell we need to, anytime we need to pick an organism, we use tournament. We could use different optimizers, but that's the thing. And then I think the last thing was just that we use the default archivist, which means the thing that's handling our data and all the busy stuff that we don't care about is nothing fancy. So I'm satisfied with that ad hoc explanation. But thanks for that visual, Cliff. I really appreciate it. And actually, I was just trying to give you compliments because I think it's very gorgeous, and I like things that are pretty in science. But yeah, go ahead. Tell us what we're looking at.
Oh, well, this is just running. This is a different setup of berry world that results in speciation.
Oh yeah. Well, all right. So what's going on in this berry world? We just have. Is it just green, red, and blank?
And black means it's empty.
Right. Okay.
So we start out the populate. It doesn't play back very well, I'm saying, but.
Oh, there's a wait. Does it play back on your screen? Well, did you click the optimize for video button?
No, where is it?
All right, so when you screen share, you after you share your screen, you hover over the screen share button, and then there's an optimize for video option. You got to make sure you tick that every time, pretty much.
Yeah, share screen 30. Yep, share screen 30. I'm done. You broke it. Optimize for video. All right, let's see how this works. Takes a minute. It doesn't like doing all this stuff.
Boom.
Yeah. All right. So each of these little triangles is an agent, and if you watch one of them, you'll see that it's either eating red or green. Like if we watch. Let's see this guy here. This guy just ate a red.
Okay.
And then
he
wanted to eat this red, but
right. Yeah, so he's starting and looking for red. Boom, boom. Gonna eat that one. Up, got it. Yep. Now I'm fucked. Now I gotta move. Gotta go around. So is he just gonna keep? Oh, boom. All right, he found it. Boom. Is he hunting reds at this point?
He's hunting reds at this point. Yeah.
And
I think if he turns enough without finding a red, I think he'll move.
That's when he moves. I was gonna say, well, how does he know when to move or to keep spinning? And I guess they evolve different strategies, right? Some of them are spinners.
They also have a double front sensor. So this guy right here, he can see like this guy right here, he can see these 3 locations and this one.
Oh, right. Explain the sensors, because the sensors are like a grid, and this is so useful, right? Because we're using Gather a lot, right? And now we're used to this because Gather's just built on a grid, right? So explain sensors, right? Because of this front sensors.
Let's look at like this. This guy right here, this isolated.
All right, that's fine. Cool.
This guy can see this location.
Yep.
He can see double front, and he can.
Oh, that's what you mean by double front. He can see
2 spaces in front.
Is it every direction or just that particular direction?
This T right here. That's all he can see.
Oh, that's what double front means. I see.
This guy here, for this guy, this is forward. This is double forward.
Right.
And this one is left, and this one is right. So it's basically forward is where will you be if you move forward right now?
Yes.
Double forward is where will you be if you move forward twice. Left is where would you be if you turned left and then move forward. And right is where would you be if you turn right and move forward. And that's why the sensor is a different shape if they're on the diagonal than if they're on the 90.
I see. Cool.
Right, so like this guy here, he sees he has. Now here's the other thing though. If you look at these guys, they're always turning the same direction. They always turn left, all of them.
Yeah, they're NASCAR drivers.
Never turn to the right, and so they are almost certainly only using the front sensor, and maybe the double front. I don't think they're using the left or right sensor. So they could, right? They could evolve to use their left and right sensors, and they could be a lot more efficient because then if a red food,
and they don't have like tails or anything. They don't have back sensors. These guys.
No. And I have in the visualization, I have these little lines coming out the back. That's just to help understand what's going on. Because if you without those, every update they just pop, and it can be hard to follow them.
Okay, and that's a tracer, basically.
That's just a tracer, just to help us see that.
So does it just asking an art question? Is it just like puts a line through from sort of the last space to the new one? Is that how you animated that?
Yeah, I keep track of where they've been, and then I draw lines that are thinner. Like I can update my little visualization. Here, I'll give you.
That's pretty cool.
If I update this to like this, it's going to be.
Yeah, because once we start getting busy, we're going to be heavy on the visualization. You know I don't like to read, Cliff. Also, Cliff, can I tell you something that I've been noticing about working with you on a research tip over the years? You ready for this? This is something that's going to actually, I think you're going to find this funny. Let me see. I want to see your reaction when I say this to you. So you know how you do this thing where on a project, you know, you're trying to like work with other people. You're a great collaborator. So you're like, I'm going to do the code and like you guys, you know, do some lit review for me. It's funny because you always start the lit review before everybody else.
I know. I get tired of waiting for you.
You're always like, it's always like, let's do this thing. Yeah, you guys can do some lit review. And the next meeting, Cliff's like, yeah, but you know what? I was bored, so I was poking around, did some lit review. And then everybody else is like, all right, so we're just going to start the lit review where Cliff left off. It's just fun. I just wanted to say, man, that's kind of, it's good for you to do that, and it's really helpful. I just wanted to make sure you knew that we're aware that you actually are better at that than you think.
Yeah, no, I have like a little bit of a problem because we met with Mike on Thursday, and I've been thinking about how to build this world, and he was like, he wants everything. He wants like everything and the kitchen sink in the simulation.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait a minute, man, that's not how this works. Like I can't just make everything.
Right.
Because that's not feasible.
And it's not a good way. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just not science. The
Right.
issue is that we need, he's got to give me a hypothesis and a control, or else I had a couple conversations with people because I was like, how do I deal with this? Like I'm kind of just floating. If I want to just build a toy, I can just build a toy. That's a no, never mind. But like the problem was he just kept, in that meeting, they just kept bringing up more stuff. They were like, oh, can we, do X? And I'm like, we can do anything.
Right.
It's going to stop running at a certain point because it's going to be too slow.
Right. So Mike is, I think working with Mike, I realized is two tensions, and after you get used to it, it's kind of fine. So one is Mike he's like Rich in the sense that he's not hands-on mostly, right? He's in meetings all day, right? He's gonna do work. And so it's like he's two people at once. One is he wants to think about the biggest, boldest, most exciting thing at all times. Otherwise, he's bored. And I kind of like that because with Mike, you can literally just say, no, Mike, I'm trying to do something more spectacular. And he'll be like, oh, okay, cool. But at the same time, he's painfully practical. Like he's literally like, get in the lab. Like the formula in the Travisana lab is actually way more efficient even than it is in the LNCA lab, right? Rich's thing is like, think of the coolest thing you can do, but experimentally, like, whatever, take your time. And if it takes you a few years to come up with a working idea, cool. Mike is like, the Travisana lab is like, you get in there, you do a thing that takes 5 or 10 days, you like write it up, and you move on to the next thing or do something else. So I think so when I hear him in the meeting like that, I just hear him giving his sort of passionate, he's vision casting.
I get it.
But if you were to ask me how to handle it, I would literally tell you, if you bring him anything, and even if it's the simplest thing, he'll be thrilled. And matter of fact, practically, he'll be happy that it's the simplest thing.
No, but the thing is, this isn't what the problem is I don't know the literature. I did a little bit of poking around. There's a lot out there. And the I don't know, I don't want to be overly negative.
Sure.
But I mean, I asked for citations, and what I got was somebody's thesis and a book.
Yes. I remember that.
Not useful.
Not usual.
I need like an 8-page paper or 2 because I can digest that. Give me a book. I'm like, what am I going to spend 2 months reading a book? And like giving me I looked at the guy's thesis, and it sort of applies, but it's exactly not what Mike wants.
Sure.
It's CAN simulation. I mean, fine, interesting question, but the guy's thesis is 250 pages.
I think it's a little weird, honestly, because I think Mike is like, when he throws papers at you, it's almost like here's people buzzing about a thing, right? I
need him to give me here's my problem. The problem is, one, I've got my thesis work, and then I got my not thesis work, and then I got this other project I'm doing with these guys in Texas, and then I got you, and then I got now this cultural inheritance thing.
Sure.
And I can write code. I can sit down, I can spend 2-3 days working, I can develop some code, I can even run some experiments. What I can't do right now is learn a new discipline.
Yes, right.
I do not have the time. So that's what I'm saying. He's got to give me a hypothesis and a control. If he gives me a hypothesis and control, I can develop the world.
Yeah.
I can design the experiment and I can program it and I can run the experiment. But the thing is I kind of want to know where this fits into the existing literature so that I'm not wasting my time. So we're all not wasting our time.
Sure.
Like,
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I would say I think about that all the time, right? Because it's a challenge. And I think Mike will figure that out. But I think it's like because I hear what you're saying and I kind of agree with you. And it's kind of
to do that before
frustrating.
I can do anything else. Like I can't justify spending more time on this until until I have no hypothesis and control. Like that's right. I need a falsifiable hypothesis.
I'll ask him about that. I honestly think we should just, my hunch is we should just keep pursuing the model you've got.
I can't.
Why?
Because I don't know what aspects of the model are going to move in the direction of answering any question. Right? He said a thing at one point. He said, "Well, we'll run whatever, and then we'll figure out the paper." And I'm like, I don't work like that.
Yeah, because that's honestly what I was gonna say. It's like with Mike, it's almost like it's like a good bad thing, right? It's like in the end, you're gonna have to do this thing, and it's gonna have to go somewhere. But the good thing is with Mike, it's like he's not gonna make you figure out where that is up front. As a matter of fact, I'm almost gonna say he really doesn't care, which is great for me because I like that kind of open-endedness. Like I just want to, and that's how I am with you. Like right. I'm just I just want to do the thing. Yeah. No. I get that. I get that it's frustrating. Yeah.
If I know, but the thing is, I'm like a contractee on this job.
Absolutely.
Here's what it's like. It's like you hire a contractor to like work on your house, and then when they get there, you're like, I don't know. I think maybe this room should be like a den or a dining room.
Yeah.
And why don't we try some things out? Or like why don't you paint it? Like pick a color and paint it, and then we'll figure out.
We'll work off of that. Yeah.
But you're sitting there going, if I pick, mint green, and then I paint it, and then you're like, oh, you know what? Now that I see mint green, I want this to be the living room, but it's got to be pumpkin. We got to have pumpkin on the walls, and I'm like, no, I don't have time. I don't have time for discovery. Like
that makes total sense to me. Yeah.
For a year. I said, well, if you're meeting about this for a year, you must have some hypotheses. So just tell me your hypothesis. Don't Don't leave it to me to figure it out. That's not my.
Well, I kind of feel, but I think the way they see it too is they're happy. I think they're just trying to get going, right? They're just trying to I get
it's still like that. That's like I want to get to the moon, and you're like, all right, well, I got some duct tape and some cardboard. Let's start taping up a rocket, and you're like, that's never going to get us to the moon.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love your energy, but it's not.
Yeah. I'm just like, I guess I feel bad because I feel like they're trying to figure out, I think, what they can do. But yeah, so I feel like I've got to figure out how to describe it. Yeah.
This was like I was looking through some old notes. I was throwing out some old notebooks, and there's a thing. It's called it's like a Wagner principle or something. I think was it. It's called. This is the exact problem, and it's a little bit of the problem that I'm having with people in Texas also. It's frustrating. It's this frustrating thing, and I think people forget it. It's called Crow's. It's called Crow's principle, and basically it says for any scientific question, it particularly applies to biology, obviously, but it says for any scientific question in biology, there is some ideal study organism. And so the idea is like you want to learn about neuroscience, find the critter that you can work on that has the kind of neurons you want to study. And this is exactly antithetical to what we do in digital evolution. Because in the case of modeling, in the case of digital modeling, what you're usually doing is you're saying, I have some study organism. And so I'm going to build a model that simulates the study organism, right? In the case of actual biology, you're like, I'm stuck, right? I can't engineer my own organism. So I'm stuck going out and finding an organism that's the best fit.
Right.
If I can find 2 organisms, great, because then I can get, some independence. When you move into modeling, I'm modeling this thing. And how am I modeling it? I'm modeling it by coming up with a mathematical formula, and then I'm testing whether my mathematical formula predicts what we see. And maybe by manipulating the mathematical formula, it'll give me some insights, and then I can manipulate the actual organisms and see if they do the thing.
Right.
But when we do digital evolution, we're not there. We make the study organism.
Right.
And so this idea of I have to fit my hypothesis, right? This is the question I really want to ask, but this is the best study organism I can find, or this is the study organism that they have at my university. So I have to tailor my question to the study organism.
Right.
That's not us.
Right.
We are literally in the boat of saying, no, I can build whatever you want, whatever it is.
Right.
Our limitation is computational time,
right.
but not design.
Right.
Any feature you want to put in this thing. Now, I can't put every degree of realism. I can't have a physically, based simulation with 100 moving parts and 8,000 neurons in the brain, and it's never going to run, right? It's just not an option. But the point is that you don't have to restrict yourself to what we have.
Right.
But the problem, the flip side is, if you were restricted to what you have, then you're like, well, just build me a thing and I'll work with it. Yeah, but the thing is, I have no limitation. There's no limitation to what I can build. So before I start building, I want to know what is the hypothesis, and not to say, oh, we're interested in seeing how
this or that thing,
cultural inheritance evolves. Like, yeah, of course, that's what you're interested in. What's the hypothesis? What is your hypothesis of how it evolves? Because he's even said, I don't want to, because Mike said that he doesn't want to sort of have it already be there. Right. Okay. So then what are the precursor elements that evolve into it? Obviously, I could build some very simple physics system where things could just build up. Right.
Right.
And then but it's going to take 1 million years. Literally, it's going to take 1 million years to see any meaningful result. That's what happened. Right. Nature's got a huge experimentation. It's like got a huge petri dish with a very rich, complex set of possible interactions. And it took billions of years to get to.
What if we started with something that is sort of just one thing more on something we've already got? Like,
that's a good way to go, but you're already wrong.
Why is that?
That's not how we do it. What's the question?
Well, so the thing I was thinking of is they want to look at sort of, let's call it horizontal transmission based on whatever it is, degree of similarity, proximity, whatever it might be. And I think you can take something like what we already have, because we already have these sort of well-defined things that, like, it's a grid, it's a path follow thing, it's a well-defined. But then what I'm saying is, then I think we can simply encode for like trying to transmit that, and then the question then becomes, how does that affect, the rate of adaptation or that type of stuff?
That's what I tried to do when I proposed the gut biome thing. And then, we don't like gut biome because we don't like gut biome. Okay, fine. So then I proposed like the food preparation thing. But then they're starting to ask for these extra things.
I hadn't even thought about that. I actually think, let's just do the food prep thing. Let's just start with, let's just build it.
Well, no. But what I'm saying is,
I know.
If I don't know what question they want to answer.
Sure.
I can't even build the food prep thing because I don't know what we want to test. I may build it in a way that's going to not be interesting, right? I need a hypothesis. Is if we have organisms and they have this capability,
right,
and they don't have this capability, then in the case where they have it, we're going to see the evolution of this behavior. And if we don't give them that, then they won't be able to do X. Right? That's the kind of hypothesis I need. I need like an actual prediction. There has to be a prediction in there. There has to be a prediction. There has to be a falsifiable. You know, it has to be falsifiable.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I can't build a study system without it.
Yeah.
It's too much. It's too many options. I have too many options.
Sure.
Hold on a second. I'll be right. Think about that. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. All right, I'm gonna pull up the. I'm gonna pull up my Mabe stuff real quick, just so Cliff can see what I had. Oh, I did not put in the right command. All right, cd Mabe. All right. Unfortunately, I got to meet with this fool, Mike, actually at 2. But because this is a great conversation. We'll do some more stuff. But no. I got some. We could look at we're gonna look at my code on Wednesday anyway. And I don't think we meet with Mike and Marie again for like 2 weeks. We said, right? Because we're not gonna do this Thursday.
I'm gonna be.
Yeah. So, but here's my honest, straight feedback on it. Right. I love working with Mike because of that sort of 2 sides to him. I know with Mike, he really wants me to just think big, do whatever's the most exciting thing to you, and he'll get behind that. At the same time, he's like, be as practical, simple, basic, and small as you can, right? He's a fan of small experiments. He's a fan of short experiments. Remember when I did the whole thing about I should make it my calling card to, do these experiments where they go for 1 million generations because I could just be hey, I'm that dude that runs everything for 1 million generations. He's like, yeah, but none of your colleagues understand that because they work in these systems where, they can't even hope to ever do what Rich did.
Again, this is all fine. I mean, the question is.
So here's what I'm getting to. I think what is going to happen is Mike is going to say, I'll talk to him, right? I'll ask him if he's got a specific hypothesis, but my hunch is he won't, right? And that tasking him with trying to come up with one will be kind of difficult, and just because of his schedule, right?
Then I don't have time.
No, yeah, that may be possible. So I might ask him about that. The other thing is, though, I think what it would become is sort of a thing where it'd be fine for me and Maria to take the lead on it. So we'd be like, okay, cool. But I think Maria would probably find herself, I don't want to say spinning her wheels, but trying to spend a lot of time wrapping her head around what's feasible before she drilled down into anything.
This is the thing. Don't think about what's feasible. Do not think of this as a digital experiment. This is really critical. Like, do not think of the fact that we're doing this in a computer, right? You want to study cultural inheritance. You can't just say, if you want to get a master's in cultural inheritance, then go read a bunch of books.
Right.
But if we're going to do science in cultural inheritance, we need a hypothesis.
And I totally agree.
And don't think about how we're doing it. Say, right. I don't know what my study organ, right? We're at the point in experimental design. We have not picked the system yet. We haven't picked the study organism.
Yeah.
We haven't done anything. What we need is a question so that we can pick the system, we can pick the study organism, except in this case, we get to design them.
Right.
But don't think about feasibility. Come up with a question. If it's not feasible, we can have a question. We can have a conversation about why it's not feasible, and then we can pare it down to something
sure.
that we can do.
Yeah.
But the problem is we can't go the other way. We can't just say build something. That just doesn't work, right? What I've demonstrated is we can do gathering. I know how to do harvesting tasks to death. I know we can evolve things that'll harvest foods. That they can identify different kinds of foods. We know that we can, and then the other thing is I know I can have these localized populations on organisms. That's the whole point of the host-host parasite thing, is that we can have evolution occurring at different rates. We know that we can do that. So now the question is like, what is right? And so one of those was just in patch harvesting, fine. One of those is in, is this question about parasites. But then this other thing now is, okay, well, what are we asking about cultural inheritance? And one of my concerns was when they started asking for everything in the kitchen sink, right?
Sure.
They're asking for this, what they're really getting into is open-ended evolution. The problem is if you build a system that has everything in the kitchen sink, then the probability that it's going to evolve for cultural inheritance as opposed to solving the problem some other way,
right,
becomes really likely. And that means we're going to spin our wheels. Also, you can't analyze the system because there's so many degrees of freedom that you have no idea what's actually, why is this thing happening? We have to take the whole thing apart piece by piece. And like, unless he's got, 3 grad students who can literally like take the brains apart and run their circuits to figure out what they're doing, we won't have any idea what they're doing, right? And so we can get some bullshit stats that say, oh, if we do X, this increases, but we have no idea why, because there's a guy at MSU, Mark Reimers, and he does neurobiology. He's a mathematician, but he's done some neurobiology. And the thing is, he builds these systems. He's convinced that he knows how to properly build a digital brain. And he wants to base it very much on biological neurons. And I have not worked with him very much. I've talked with him. Jory has worked. He's like actually been hired by him and worked with him. And the thing is, but I was on a grant. We did a grant proposal together. So I kind of, I had that experience. But he wants these features in the brain. And Jory and I are asking, why? What do you think that gives you? And he says, it's in the biological brain. Right? It's in the biological brain. And it's like, yeah, but what functionality do you think it gives you?
Right.
We just need it because it's in the biological brain. How do you know that you need it? Like, okay, what we could do is we could build controls so we could turn these features off. He goes, I don't see any value in that. Because it's in the biological brain. I just want to mimic what's in the biological brain because we know that works. And it's like, dude, you haven't analyzed biological brains enough. No one has to know what all the features are.
Right.
So you saying I'm going to put in everything that we know about, you still may be missing the special sauce.
Right.
But if you can't turn those pieces off independently and test it without them, then you don't even know that they're necessary. You have no idea.
Absolutely.
If they're affecting what you're getting, right? And so like this idea of just like, oh, make it more and more complex, more and more realistic, that's a dead end. That's an absolute dead end.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even say that that's the goal, right? And this is sort of something I was gonna bring up in the last meeting, but we kind of ran out of time, which was what type of questions we were going to answer. And I think there's simple ones. Like there's simple ones like Mike's hallmark, adaptation, chance, and history. Great questions there. There's great questions about environmental similarities and historical effects.
I would like to know an actual testable, falsifiable hypothesis so that I can ensure that the system will actually test for that hypothesis.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm gonna try to, what I'm gonna do basically is suggest that that's what him and Maria focus on this week, right? Because we won't be there. They can have their time. You can
let him know. I've thought about. I mean, I know how to build whatever. Like it's fine, right? I mean, the thing that was a little frustrating for me, and it was more frustrating when I reflected on it, was we were talking. Maria asked about. I wish I could remember exactly what she asked for. She asked for. What the hell did she ask for exactly? It wasn't about, because it got me into thinking about like the inheritance path, the vertical transmission path, as opposed to the horizontal transmission path, and that's when I started saying, look, you could imagine. I guess what I was frustrated at was they were asking for more complexity. And I said, look, if you open that level of complexity, it was resource sharing. They said, can the agents share resources? I said, if we want to do resource sharing, now you're going to have to introduce communication. And they kind of got like this look. And I'm like, because if they're not communicating, if one of the agents isn't saying, hey, I could really use some food, or has some way to indicate that they are hungry, right? All they need is like a signal that says, I'm hungry, right? I'm running out of resource. Then me sharing resource with you is just random. It's just like, here, have resource. I don't know if you need it, you know. I'm giving it to the rich people. I'm giving it to the poor people. I don't know, right?
Right.
So like, then what would it be telling us? Then that wouldn't tell us anything about communication. It wouldn't tell us anything about cultural transfer. That would tell us something about altruism. That's all that it would tell us.
Right.
You know, maybe we can build a system where like the food is super clumpy and it's impossible to find. And so when you find it, you should share it with your kids.
But even to me, that was the way to go, because to me, like, again, I'm teaching with Rob. The altruism literature was one of the more productive avenues to come out of that line of thinking.
But that's not cultural inheritance. Right? We're not doing, and that's what I said. I said, if you start introducing these extra ideas, you're going down the road of open-ended evolution. And that was kind of where Mike was. Mike was like, well, I'm not willing to give up on any of these things. And it's like, just that attitude is like, hold on a minute. Like, this is experiment 1. Like, experiment 1 is not limiting experiments 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Sure.
Whatever. Right. Like it's saying nothing about what we're going to do in the future. What I need to know now is what I'm building now.
Yeah, no, I get that.
I don't want to design for 2 years from now. I'm fine if you say experiment 1, hypothesis 1 is this, and hypothesis 2 is this, and hypothesis 3 is this. And I say, okay, look, the way that you've structured this, I can build the system so that we're prepared for hypothesis 3. I can design this knowing that that's where we're headed.
Yes.
And I can put in some studs.
That's what we're doing with our other stuff.
Well, you're right. Or I can say, look, I'm going to design this one for hypothesis 1. I'm not going to worry about hypothesis 2 and 3, because adding support for them is a huge.
Is it worth it? Yeah.
It's not worth it. When we get to it, we'll build another system or we'll modify this one.
Yeah.
But right now, it's just going to be more work than it's worth. And let's get the damn first result, because if we don't get that result, then hypothesis 2 doesn't matter. We've already.
I'm just suspicious, and again, I don't even think it's a bad thing. I'm just suspicious, and this is what I'm gonna have to like kind of encourage him away from. His inclination is going to be to rest on our interest in what we can do. It's something he gets kind of from Rich.
You need to.
To go,
you need to go. So I'll just tell you this. Here's one way I was thinking about.
Yeah. Tell me this.
Sharing this, and that is the following statement, Mike. I can design for you a world and run experiments if you give me a hypothesis. If you want me to do this open-ended exploration, in 2 years when I graduate, we can talk about you hiring me as a postdoc.
Yeah.
Right? Right now, I just can't.
Yeah.
I've got other things.
Yeah.
I can't even afford to do lit review right now.
Yeah. And plus, Cliff, that's exactly what I'm trying to do.
I read 2 papers last week, and it got me nowhere, by the way, because their field is too big.
Yeah. And my thing is, I don't even think he's making it about his interest or whatever. I just think it's for him, it's like that's where he falls back to rich mode, right? And rich mode is like, if you've got the E. coli lab with the incubators and the glucose and the whatever, you use that, you find a question that looks like step 1 towards where you want to go. So I think that's what the future looks like navigating, because it's going to be you saying, Mike, give me a hypothesis, and Mike going, just do something, right? And I'll tell you what hypothesis we can essentially say that's testing, and it's weird. Yeah.
I don't want to.
You don't want to do that. Yeah. That's what I'm. Yeah. Yeah. I totally get that. But yeah, it's I'll talk to him. But yeah, let me get over to that meeting, and I'm trying to think. Yeah, because I gotta meet with Rob later, so I'll probably just end my stream and go live again later, because I think I got to most of what I wanted to. Oh, no, we're going back to this holy war thing. All right, cool. We'll do that while I meet with Mike, and then I'll come back between meetings. All right, Cliff, thanks so much, man, and appreciate you jumping in here, and we'll see you Wednesday.
All right.
And yeah, I got the test runs done, so I just need to plot them and then get running on the supercomputers.
Okay.
Appreciate you, man. I'll see you then.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, bye. All right, so for everybody else on stream, we're going to go back to the setup we had a minute ago so that I can meet with Mike. I got to go to his Zoom meeting. So I'm going to put the computer back to the air. Boom, put that through.
Was voter fraud in her election.
Uh-oh.
Now, this was
All right.
this wasn't a general
Everybody
election. This
should be
was
able
a
to hear
primary.
that.
So she's
Let
running
me-
against a different Republican. And she's claiming that there was voter fraud perpetrated
Audio's
by her
through.
Republican opponent.
This was a setup from the beginning. But when they saw that I had such a
All right.
following
And
and that I was going to
then-
win this, they front-loaded ballots. Now, if you read report number 3 and Jeffrey O'Donnell, the author of that report, you will see that this is exactly what they did this time. They had to take me out. And why would a judge appointed by our radical baby
I could teach. I could show Nitty how to pipe his
laws,
DJ rig in here
Jared
too.
Polis,
I'll try to do
why
that next
would
time
a
I
judge
catch him.
appointed by him
You can use
issue
voice
2
meter
arrest
for it.
warrants? 2 in 1 week.
Let me
this past
also.
week. They want to take
What do I
me
got to
out.
do?
It's
let
all
me
complete nonsense.
Switch back over
She's
to
got
the
a persecution
stream.
complex and is obsessed with claiming that there was voter fraud and blah 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 blah. When in reality, she's
Go
the problem.
desk
She is the
theater.
common denominator in
All right, guys,
of
I'll be back in a little
these,
bit.
conspiracies and all of this fraud and all of these crimes charged with and FBI investigations and everything. So anyway, the point is, this is why Mike Lindell's phone was seized, because they're doing an investigation on Tina Peters. And part of that investigation involved seizing his phone to see the communications between the two of them. So now you have the background info.
But here's the difference between just going through something that's bad. We get to joke about it because we are still free in this nation.
Right.
And it is my hope and my prayer, and I know I'll talk to you about it later. I believe the Lord has allowed this nation to go through this hell to wake up the Church of Jesus Christ. And
Wow, that's interesting. So I find it interesting when these types of people always come up with a weird excuse for why things aren't going their way. When they claim they have the backing of God, when they claim that God is running the country and he has a covenant with America the same way he had a covenant with Israel, and Donald Trump's supposed to be the new Messiah and all that stuff. Why is it that things are not going their way from time to time? And usually the answer is because God has lifted the veil of protection because of all of the sinning going on. I mean, this is Jerry Falwell Sr. and Pat Robertson blaming lesbians and gays and the ACLU for 9/11 and explaining how it's their fault. The explanation for how it's their fault is what I want to focus in on.
This is the first time that we've been attacked on our soil.
This is 2 days after 9/11, by the way, 9/13/2001 when this came out.
First time, and by far the worst results. And I fear, as Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, said yesterday, that this is only the beginning, and with biological warfare available to these monsters, the Husseins, the Bin Ladens, the Arafats, what we saw on Tuesday, as terrible as it is, could be minuscule if in fact God continues to lift the curtain and allow the enemies of America to give us probably what we deserve.
Well, Jerry, that's my feeling. I think we've just seen the antechamber to terror. We haven't even begun to see what they can do to the major population.
The ACLU's got to take a lot of blame for this.
So Jerry Falwell Sr. and Pat Robertson just placed blame on the the LGBT community, gays, lesbians, so on and so forth, and the ACLU, and People for the American Way. You may not be familiar with People for the American Way, but they are the parent organization, the parent, like, charity or nonprofit or whatever, that created Right Wing Watch. I cover Right Wing Watch material a lot. Well, that's who started Right Wing Watch, was People for the American Way.
Oh, yeah. And I know I'll hear from them for this, but throwing God successfully with the help of the federal court system, throwing God out of the public square, out of the schools. The abortionists have got to bear some burden for this, because God will not be mocked, and when we destroy 40 million little innocent babies, we make God mad. I really believe that the pagans and the abortionists and the feminists and the gays and the lesbians,
Oh, I forgot the abortionists and the feminists in my list of people that he blames.
who are actively trying to make that an alternative lifestyle, the ACLU, People for the American Way, all of them who tried to secularize America, I point the finger in their face and say, you helped this happen.
America has always been secular up until the 70s and 80s, when this guy right here put a concerted effort into erasing the secular nature of the government. Him and Billy Graham and others back in the 70s and 80s did everything that they could to turn the U.S. into a Christian nation, and have largely succeeded, unfortunately.
Well, I totally concur.
So anyway, the point is, that's the idea. That's the idea behind the whole thing. He blames them for doing something that made God so angry that he lifted the veil of protection from the United States. As punishment for gay people existing, God lifts the veil of protection and puts the U.S. in danger, basically. Usually that's the explanation, but I find it interesting that we've got Eric Metaxas here giving us a different explanation, a different excuse for why this is a Christian nation in covenant with Yahweh, but Yahweh allows bad things to happen to us anyways. If it was actually in covenant with Yahweh, we would expect to not see bad things happen, right?
It is my hope and my prayer, and I know I'll talk to you about it later. I believe the Lord has allowed this nation to go through this hell to wake up the Church of Jesus Christ.
So he believes that God lifted the veil of protection and allowed bad things to happen in their mind to wake people up and force them to join the church, that kind of thing. That's nuts, dude. That is absolutely nuts.
And I believe things have gotten this bad because most of the church has been silent, just as the church was silent in Germany with the rise of Hitler.
This is absolutely disgusting, dude. Absolutely disgusting. He is comparing himself and his movement to the good guys in Germany in the 1930s and 40s. Earlier, I talked about this whole thing with Germany, 1940s Germany, compared to Greg Locke. I talked about it on my Telltale Reads segment. I'm going to just insert a clip of it here so that you guys have the context for why these people would absolutely be on the side of the Nazis in World War II. When discussing speaking out, I often hear people say things like, well, you know, if I was alive back in the days of Nazi Germany, I believe I would have said something. I believe I would have made a phone call. I believe I would have turned them in. I would have stood up to it. I would have stood out. I would have... ... What would you have done? Before you answer, let me tell you the truth. Whatever you think you would have been doing then is exactly what you aren't doing right now. In reality, Greg Locke and his congregants are morally and politically aligned with Nazis in Nazi Germany, more morally and politically aligned with them than with the people on the other side of the fence in Germany at the time, like by far. Now, there is a line that Hitler crossed eventually. Hitler was moving Jews into ghettos and mistreating them and ostracizing them from the rest of society for a long time leading up to what happened. He found reasons for society to hate the Jewish people, and there came a time when the Jewish people were really sick of what was happening, being mistreated and everything, and one person assassinated a German dignitary or ambassador of some sort from another country. I forget where exactly or who it was, but Hitler used that attack, that assassination, as a pretext to start what he called the Jew hunt. He started saying anybody that you find outside of these areas, you need to take them out. And eventually it turned into find them and take them out. Find them and kill them. That just plain and simple. That was when the violence really fully started officially. And it came to the point where he realized that no matter how much these people hate Jews or whoever else, hate black people in the case of America, or gay people, or whoever it happens to be, no matter how much they hate them, humans are not supposed to kill other humans. It deeply affects our psychology negatively. And even people that really had a problem with the Jewish community and believed that they were part of this big cabal that was running the big banks and all that stuff, which is the pretext that Hitler used to make people hate the Jews. Blame them for all of their problems, right? No matter how much you hate them, you're not supposed to kill another human. It's against our psychology. It's against who we are as human beings. And it was giving people PTSD who were doing this. Despite the fact that they agreed with what they were doing, their brains could not handle what they were doing. So Hitler came up with this plan to basically pull people out and stop them from doing what they called the Jew hunt and have them just arrest Jewish people from then on. Instead of doing the hard work themselves, they had them arrest the people and send them to a central area where they were taking them out en masse. That's when the Holocaust started in full. Now, we can look at timelines of events along the way, right? Like 1930s, early 30s, Hitler came to power, and all through that time he was demonizing the Jewish people, blaming them for all of the problems, shuttling them to the ghettos, and ordering them not to leave, and attacking them, and, you know, all of it. Hitler was saying the exact same things about the Jews that Donald Trump and Greg Locke and all of these other far-right extremist pastors and figures say about immigrants, about the black community, about the gay community. Let me just give you one simple, straightforward example. This is Tommy McMurtry. He's a member of the NIFB, the New Independent Fundamentalist Baptist Church, started by Steven Anderson, Pastor Steven Anderson. I've talked about him a few times. This guy is a pastor of one of the NIFB churches. Greg Locke agrees with this position, and I have some videos to back that up, that Greg Locke agrees with this position. I can only play certain ones on YouTube. I can't play all of it because it's too on the nose and bad. But listen to what Tommy says here.
We know they have always been around. We've read the book of Genesis, okay? Nobody's saying they're never around, but there was a time when society, when our country saw them for what they were, and they put them in their place 6 feet under. And unfortunately, we have forgotten that in our country.
I sit here every day of my life, listening to Greg Locke and Tommy McMurtry, Steven Anderson, Kent Hovind, Kenneth Copeland, Donald Trump, all of these other political and religious figures saying things like that every single day. I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, Greg Locke and his people, his congregants, his friends, his fellow pastors are on the exact same timeline, on the exact same side as Nazi Germany was in the 1930s. Have we reached the Jew hunt phase? No. No, we haven't reached that stage yet. But we are moving along that timeline right now. Now, I don't care if you don't like that comparison, if you feel like it's unfair or whatever else. I don't care. That's what it is. You have no idea how many books I have read about denazification and the timeline of events and how people arrived at these conclusions that they did psychologically and the psychological damage that it did to everybody involved. You have no idea how many books I've read about this. I'm saying, without a shadow of a doubt, Greg Locke would be on the side of the Nazis in 1930s Germany. So let's continue reading the book here, where Greg Locke is telling us that he would have been on the other side of the battle. Whatever you think you would have been doing then is exactly what you aren't doing right now. Or we can put it this way: if you aren't doing it now, you wouldn't have done it then. It's easy to talk about what we would have done a long time ago in a situation we'll never have to face. We are facing it right now. We are actually facing it right now. The LGBT community and many other minority groups are being treated the same way the Jews were being treated in 1930s Germany, early 30s Germany. Early to mid-30s. I'd say we're in 1935 on the timeline right now. Seriously, I'm not joking or being hyperbolic. Matter of fact, you know what? Just to really drive this point home, let me see if I can find something specific here. We can't watch this whole thing, but let me just show you this video from, when is this from? 1947 to, yeah, this is a series of educational films from 1942 to 1947, and it was an attempt to prevent Americans from falling for what the Germans fell for in Nazi Germany. It's intended to prevent Americans from going down the Nazi Germany route. Watch this.
They can live together and work together and build America together because they're free. Free to vote, to say what they please, go to their own churches, to pick their own jobs. Yeah, Mike's got something, all right. He's got America. But there are guys who stay up nights figuring out how to take that away from him.
I want to give you the truth, folks. The truth about America. I know you've got a lot of questions. You want to know why you're not getting the breaks you deserve. Well, I'm not a politician, but I've made it my business to study these things, and I happen to know the facts. Now, friends, I'm just an average American. But I'm an American, and some of the things I see in this country of ours make my blood boil. I see people with foreign accents making all the money. I see Negroes holding jobs that belong to me and you. Now I ask you, if we allow this thing to go on, what's going to become of us real Americans?
Notice how they're segregating people into real Americans and fake Americans, people who deserve a good life and people who don't. This is the exact thing that happened in Nazi Germany, and that is the exact reason why this film was made, to point out that distinction, to make people realize what's happening is wrong and leads to something truly deeply devastating to society. That's why they're making that comparison. That's why they're pointing it out in the first place.
I've heard this kind of talk before, but I never expected to hear it in America.
He says, I've heard this kind of talk before, never expected to hear it here in America.
This fellow seems to know what he's talking about.
Yes, he knows all right.
What's the answer? What are we real Americans going to do about it? You'll find it right here in this little pamphlet. The truth about Negroes and foreigners. The truth about the Catholic Church. Now, friends, these books are free. Paid for by real Americans who want others to know the truth.
Excuse me, young man, but are you actually going to read that stuff?
Sure, why not? You heard what he said, didn't you?
Yes, I heard. But do you believe in that kind of talk?
I don't know, makes pretty good sense to me. I'm speaking to you as an American. And I tell you, friends, we'll never be able to call this country our own until it's a country without. Without what? Yeah, without what? Without Negroes. Without alien foreigners. Without Catholics. Without Freemasons. You know these people. What's wrong with the Masons? I'm a Mason. Hey, that fella's talking about me.
And that makes a difference, doesn't it?
These are your enemies. These are the people who are trying to take over our country. Now you know them. You know what they stand for. And it's up to you and me to fight them. Fight them and destroy them before they destroy us.
You remember the speech Donald Trump gave at the very beginning of his campaign, 2016? They're not sending their best. What was it he said? They're bringing crime, they're so on and so forth. Does that sound familiar?
Thank you.
Before he said Masons, you were ready to agree with him.
Well, yes, but he was talking about, what about those other people?
But in this country, we have no other people. We are American people, all of us.
What about you? You aren't American, are you?
I was born in Hungary, but now I am an American citizen. And I have seen what this kind of talk can do. I saw it in Berlin.
What were you doing there?
I was a professor at the university. I heard the same words we have heard today. But I was a fool then. I thought Nazis were crazy people, stupid fanatics. But unfortunately, it was not so.
Well, they were crazy people. They were stupid fanatics. That is so. It's just they captured the psyche of everybody around them. They sucked them into an ideology and made that ideology appealing to others by demonizing their enemies, by demonizing the people that they hate. Is this sounding familiar?
They knew that they were not strong enough to conquer a unified country. So they split Germany into small groups. They used prejudice as a practical weapon to cripple the nation. Of course, that was not easy to do. They had to work hard to do it. You see, we human beings are not born with prejudices. Always they are made for us. Made by someone who wants something. Remember that when you hear this kind of talk.
We aren't born with prejudices. They're made by somebody who wants something. That's interesting, right? We're born with a tendency to favor the tribe that we're from, but bigotry and hatred and prejudice comes from people who want to teach it.
Somebody's going to get something out of it, and it isn't going to be you. This is not classroom theory. I saw it happen. I saw it first in Berlin in 1932.
1932 was the start of the whole ugly mess. By 1935, I believe they'd already shuttled Jews into ghettos and demonized them terribly. And there was a plague, typhoid? Maybe it was typhoid that was being passed around the ghettos in Germany at the time, and they used that as a pretext to basically ban Jews from exiting the ghettos at all. And if they did exit the ghettos, the areas that they had cordoned off, then they would be killed.
5 young men that I knew were standing in the crowd listening to the Nazi speaker. Eric was a Catholic. Anton, a student of mine, was a Jew. Heinrich owned a small hardware store. Karl was a farmer. And Hans was an unemployed metal worker.
To all true Aryan Germans, I say it is time you inherited the nation which rightfully belongs to you. To you alone belongs the glorious destiny of the greater Germany. The Nazi Party will provide land for the farmer, work for the worker, and profits for the small businessman.
The Nazi Party was tiny. It was a tiny little itty-bitty party that nobody paid attention to, like the America First Party or whatever. It was just a little thing that nobody listened to, and they thought they were nutbags. And they were nutbags. But they won political power, one victory after another, until they got to a point where they had a platform big enough that they could broadcast their message far and wide to a disproportionate number of people. And suddenly everybody is listening. Everybody knows about the message. And the message is, these people are your enemies. These people are the reason why you're suffering. These people are the reason why you don't have everything that you ever wanted, a mansion and a nice car and all that other stuff. That was their message. Divide and conquer. And it worked in Nazi Germany. It worked. They succeeded.
Who is getting these things now? The Jew. The Jew who has stolen our nation and our birthright. Who makes all the money and takes all our jobs? The Jew! He must be shunned. He must be ostracized. He must be eliminated. And the Catholics. We don't want our great nation run by a foreign church. We Germans will know what to do with these people when the time comes. They and their faith must be destroyed. Then there are the Freemasons. In Germany, we have no place for secret societies. There will be only one society, and that is the Nazi Party. There will be no secrecy about that in the new Greater Germany.
One by one, he attacked each minority and he split them off one from the other. These men were all fellow Germans when they came here today. Now they were split into rival groups, suspicious of each other, hating each other. They were being swindled, all of them. But the man who was really being fooled was Hans. He was pure German, according to Nazi standards. To him they promised everything, and he fell for it.
You who are true Aryan Germans will share the glorious destiny of our fatherland. You are the pure-blooded, the master race. It is your divine right to rule, and the Nazi Party stands ready to put you into power. It is for you to command all Germany, and someday the entire world.
You see how it can be appealing to be told that you are the best of the best, and you deserve this thing or that. You deserve to be rich, and the fact that you're not is the fault of this group over here. And if we just deal with this group, if we just stop this from happening, you will be rich. We will make sure of it. You see how that can be appealing? I mean, naturally, it's probably not appealing to the type of people who watch my channel because you recognize it for what it is, a grift. But to any other person out there who is unaware of history or unaware of how this works, you can see why this would rope people in and be interesting to them, right?
That's how Hans became a Superman. They gave him a uniform and they pumped up his ego. He wasn't just a little fellow out of work anymore. He was a member of the master race. His wife couldn't quite understand. Even though he was a Superman, there wasn't any food in the house. Stupid woman. Didn't she realize that the Nazis were going to make jobs for everybody? There would be plenty of food and clothing and a new house. Everything they wanted. The glorious future of Germany was to be theirs. And their children would someday rule the world. But his wife, silly woman, still wondered where the next meal was coming from. Hans didn't like that kind of talk. It was dangerous. For that kind of talk, people should be put in jail. Hans had swallowed the bait all right. And these were the men who baited the hook. Why?
Is Joseph Goebbels in the background, I believe. That was Hitler's propaganda minister, and he came up with a bunch of propaganda techniques, like the big lie, for example, stuff like that.
So that Hans could come to power? Of course not. So they could come to power. They would merely use Hans to help them get there. He would do the dirty work for them.
After Hitler died, or after he killed himself, Joseph Goebbels, I believe, was Chancellor of Germany for a single day, and then he killed himself the exact same way Hitler did.
Hans and thousands of others like him, all playing a sucker's game. They gambled with other people's liberty, and of course they lost their own. A nation of suckers. Hitler needed these people. There was lots of work to be done. There were trade unions to be smashed, because unions were organized and might offer resistance. There were many political parties in Germany. These the Nazis destroyed. They were determined to smash every organization where people might band together and resist them. There were Jews to be beaten and killed. The Jews were not powerful, but they were a convenient excuse for all the nation's ills. And besides, a Nazi party member could not take over this man's store.
And how did they manage to blame Jews when the Jews were obviously not in any sort of political power position in the country? They claimed that international Jews ran international banks and stuff like that. They owned a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, these Jews are lowly and live in the ghettos and have no political power, but their cousins and their uncles and their aunts and stuff who they listen to, they control all the big banks, and they are the heart of all of the problems of the country. That's how they framed it, and that's how they managed to blame this one minority group, despite the fact that they had absolutely no political power of any sort, and were very obviously being persecuted terribly. They were the cabal from that time. Yeah, they were. They were absolutely the cabal, the deep state. They were the Illuminati at the time, the Jews were. And honestly still are, but I think the Illuminati, the cabal, or the deep state has focused less on Jewish ancestry and more on, I mean, in America at least, and more on like Democrats and the LGBT community and stuff. Now it's focused more on the political entities that the modern day Republican Party hates. Which does include Jews. It's just they focus on Jews less now than they did back then, obviously. People have been doing this for a long time. This is a method that's existed since the dawn of time. Not only has this method existed since the dawn of time, but we can watch it play out in real time today, right now, among Greg Locke and his fans, his congregants, his friends, his fellow pastors. He uses this exact strategy that we just watched on this 1942 video.
I'm to the place right now, if you vote Democrat, I don't even want you around this church. You can get out. You can get out, you demon. You can get out, you baby butchering election thief.
Notice he's accusing the Democrats of various different things, being demons, being election thieves.
You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat in this nation. I don't care how mad that makes you. You get pissed off as you want to. You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat in this nation. They are God-denying demons that butcher babies and hate this nation.
Or how about this one right here? This is another one he put out not too long ago. This one is from mid-April 2022.
We have to stop compromising to the propaganda. So I say this and we volley back. One of the things we did to push back against the nonsense is not only put up the sign, but we told our folks, we so believe.
Put up the sign, no masks allowed on this church campus.
So believe in our First Amendment right to gather under this tent and to worship Jesus Christ, that if you show up with your propaganda machine and you try to impede on our First Amendment right, I said our boys will meet you at the door of this tent with our Second Amendment right, because we're not playing your Democrat games. This is a church, and we're going to stand.
So the point is, Greg Locke is on the side that the Nazis were on. Thanks, Pastor Me. All right, let's keep listening to Metaxas here and talk about how the Democrats are Nazis.
But the Lord, it is his will to deliver us from this, but he has to wake us up. So I am hopeful, but if the church remains silent, and by the church, I'm not talking about this gang, okay? But if the church remains silent, we will inevitably go down the same path Germany did. So the Lord has
Yeah, it's clear to me that we're going to have to talk about this in more detail than we already have. The whole strategy behind the Nazi movement was to demonize people that you hate, divide the country into people who are better than others or worse than others, and point fingers at people you don't like and place the blame. And that is exactly the exact strategy that Eric Metaxas and everybody up here on stage use. It's completely nonsensical to me. I just, we're watching 1930s Germany play out right in front of our eyes. Seriously. This is exactly how it played out in 1930s Germany, early to mid-30s.
Deputized his church to be his voice, and if we will heed his call, we can save the nation. But this is not a small thing. As you know, we're in a battle, and what happened to Mike yesterday. We are in a battle. Most of it is on our knees, but we are in a battle.
That's what she said.
But I'm hopeful, Gene.
Amen. Mike Lindell, go ahead, Mike.
Well, I want to thank Pastor Hank. He said I could give out a promo code tonight, and I'm going to give out FBI. Yeah. And I want to thank all of you. That promo code does work, by the way. You can save on my store and on my pillow.
How much can I save with FBI?
You can save up to 66%
There you
off
go.
anything on my pillow. And you can... And don't forget mystore.com, because it's very important. That's where I was heading to do commercials with entrepreneurs so they would have a safe platform. And then I get this happens with the FBI that the whole day I had to change it to next week for these entrepreneurs. So they hurt us pretty bad, but I will...
Hey, you know what? If you didn't want to be quote-unquote hurt pretty bad by losing your phone, there are a couple of things that you could have done to avoid this. One, you could have not broken the law if you didn't want to have your phone seized in a search, in an FBI search. Or two, uploaded things to the cloud and used other devices other than just your phone. Make sure you can connect to all of this stuff in other ways. That's on you, bud. I'm sorry, that's on you.
Tell you this, as we get to this place way out here and we get there, I'm telling you, God's got his hand in all this, and you're going to look back and say everything had to happen just the way it did to get to where we're going. We're in the greatest revival in history for Jesus Christ. And I want to say that, you know, to keep the courage, you guys, what they're doing and what they're doing out there is opening people's eyes. I got back to my company yesterday, or 2 days ago when this happened, and we were talking there, and I have a couple liberal family members, and one of them came in.
Oh, can you imagine having a couple liberal family members? Can you imagine being the liberal family member of Mike Lindell? Oh, my God. What a nightmare that would be.
And said her sister is very far left, and she said, you know, enough is enough. This is bizarre, you know.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure. I would be willing to bet that Mike Lindell is totally 100% telling the truth about this. That his liberal family members, I mean really far left, came out and said Mike Lindell having his phone seized by the FBI, this is too far. 100%. I don't even know what to say to this. This is ridiculous, man.
And
totally believable. Totally believable.
So it's opening people's eyes what's going on right now. And I tell everyone, courage is contagious, and we have to keep the courage up, because you know what? If you're saving your courage for a rainy day, it's pouring outside. Amen. And Eric took the rest of my speech about the churches stepping up, so up.
Dutch Sheets. Dutch.
Thank you.
Yeah, like I said, Dutch Sheets is a televangelist, another televangelist, who prophesied that Donald Trump is going to win the 2020 election and the 2016 election. He is an extremist to a very high degree, obsessed with Trump, obsessed with him being the new Messiah and the whole 9 yards.
I was asking the Lord on the plane today, Gene, what
Check that out. See the chansey I just caught? Lucky egg. It only took 16 chansies this time. Like I said, I've done this until I caught 47 chansies before. I think it was 47 or maybe 49 or something like that. It's taken me a whole hell of a lot longer than it took me just now to catch a chansey. Or to catch a chansey with a lucky egg. So, glad I finally got that puppy. And it didn't take too long. Like I said, the chances of me encountering a chansey in this area is 4%. The chances of me throwing a Pokeball and catching it is 4%. And the chances of the chansey having a lucky egg in the first place is 5%. So 4% times 5% times 4% is about 1 in 1,000, give or take. So I have to throw 1,000 Pokeballs to actually catch a Chansey with a lucky egg, pretty much. And you only get 30 Pokeballs in this whole Safari Zone thing. So basically, I have to go into the Safari Zone 33 times to catch a Chansey, which would cost 17,000 Poke Dollars or whatever. Yeah, it would take forever. But thankfully, I have save states. So I'll just say that. Anyway, all right, back to what they were saying on Flashpoint. Figured I'd just insert that little tidbit of information. Let's keep listening.
Dutch sheets. Dutch. Thank you.
I was asking the Lord on the plane today, Gene, what he wanted me to share. And I kept hearing, rather than a word of instruction, I kept hearing a sound. And I felt like the Lord wanted us to sort of open this gathering with a sound. And what I kept
Okay, what kind of sound?
hearing was in Numbers when a king, a leader, Balak was trying to get a prophet, Balaam, to curse Israel. And this guy could hear, he was a prophet. And he kept listening and listening. And finally he had to go to the king and say, well, you want a curse, but I'm only hearing blessing. And so what I believe God is saying is don't buy into the curse that America is cursed, that we're under curse, that we're not going to survive. You know what I believe, America shall be saved.
And I think we just need to start this gathering with what Balaam said he heard. He said, you know, I don't hear a curse. I hear the shout of a king among them. And that's what I hear over this nation right now, the shout of our king saying, you will be saved. I'm going to do this. The enemy will not win. Come on, give him a shout of triumph.
Okay, I get he's just trying to get the crowd whipped up into a blood frenzy here. I mean, he seems to be pretty good at that. If he wasn't, then he wouldn't be a televangelist, right? I mean, this guy is part of the Trump cult, full-blown Trump cult member. Now, it's not just the Trump cult that he's a member of, though. He's a member of the Trump religion as well. He believes that Donald Trump is like the new Messiah, basically, the Son of Man. He's a substitute for Jesus. He follows this book right here, President Donald J. Trump, the Son of Man, the Christ, by Helgard Muller. That is the kind of theology, the kind of belief that Dutch Sheets has. So it's beyond just Christian nationalist nutcase. It's an entirely new religion that we're dealing with now.
Amen. Woo. Pastor Hank.
Actually, Dutch, you said everything I was going to say, but anyway. America shall be saved! Yeah! And every time we say that, it is like an arrow that goes out into the spirit realm and penetrates darkness and absolutely causes those who think they can take our country from us to begin to shake because there is something greater. It is the Spirit of truth that is resting upon America. And where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty.
Dude, what did their shirts say? She is fearless? Again, he's just trying to get the crowd whipped into a blood frenzy. This is standard televangelist strategy. But what did those shirts say?
To shake because there is something greater. It is the Spirit of truth that is resting upon America. And where the Spirit of the Lord is.
There, she is fearless. I'm trying to figure out what it says at the bottom. The people in this conference or whatever are, generally speaking, full-blown QAnon nutcases. So they're the type of people who are prone to believe that Princess Diana is still alive secretly and stuff like that. So I can't really tell what it is that those shirts say, but I'd be willing to bet they say something absolutely unhinged.
There is liberty. We shall see that liberty again. So I want to encourage you. I want to thank you also for coming. Thank you for giving your time. Thank you for really spending your resources to be here and not believing the lie that this country is going to hell so bad that everything's just going to fall apart.
Wow, fascinating. That's exactly what Donald Trump says. That's really interesting. Of course, he's a member of the Trump religion, so this isn't like a slight against Donald Trump. This is something that he thinks the Democrats are spreading. But I find it so interesting that he's decrying this, that he's complaining that anybody would say this when it's actually his God Emperor that says this exact type of thing.
And I said it on Flashpoint, and I want you to remember this, and those of you that are watching, that every time I read the Scripture, there's always moments in Scripture where there were harsh times. But 2 Kings chapter 7, this is why we need the prophets. God will raise up prophetic voices in times of harshness to say, don't be afraid, because this time tomorrow,
yes,
things are going to begin to change. I'm telling you, there is great change in the air. I can feel it.
So this is supposed to be a prophetic word from God. God imparted this information, this knowledge onto Hank Kunneman to hand down to the people of the church or the congregation or the politicians or whoever else, right? How can this be falsified? How could this be proven wrong? Change is coming. Change is going to happen. He could mean literally anything by that. This is an unfalsifiable claim, an unfalsifiable prophecy that he's laying on us. People are believing it. He says it, and people believe it by default. It's sad.
I've been with God, and God does not agree with the darkness. He does not agree with the agenda. And
I've been with God, and God told me he doesn't like Democrats. So you have to trust me when I say that, because God told it to me. Do I have any proof of that? No. You just have to believe me.
He does not agree with taking his church out of here in escape mentality or a rescue mission.
Amen.
I want to say this last thing. I'm so honored. My wife is here. I love her.
Brenda Kunneman is also a televangelist, and she has her own. She claims to be a prophet of God and everything else. She says some absolutely unhinged stuff. Matter of fact, why don't I just play one or two things from Brenda? This is one of her most famous, in my eyes anyways. One of my favorite things that she said, at least.
I came home from the office one day, and I remember we walked into the house from the garage. I mean, we were just exhausted. We'd had it. We said, God, you know we're not a cult. We preach the Bible. We pray in tongues.
Yeah, because that's definitely the thing that determines whether or not you're a cult. If you preach the Bible, you can't be a cult. Here's another one. Just makes things up whole cloth. Again, this is Brenda Kunneman, Hank Kunneman's wife, that he was just calling out to.
I can't find anything, and believe me, I've looked, anything on the left that is good to support. Okay, it's filled with lies and homosexuality and abominations and, you know, in fact, the party, I'll just say it, the Democrat Party put straight up on their platform that we are the party of the non-religious. We don't want God. We're atheists. That's what they've said. You can go read it yourself.
I have read it, and it doesn't say that, matter of fact. She's just making this up completely. Just making it up. You can go read it yourself. It says... The Democratic Party platform says we're the party of the godless. We're atheists. You gotta be kidding me. People believe this. They buy it. They think she's telling the truth, despite the fact that she's completely and totally full of it. So anyway, that's Brenda Kunneman, Hank Kunneman's wife. Let's keep listening to him call her out.
33 years of marriage. Also want to give a big shout out. It's the right thing to do. Mom, I love you. Amen. Lastly, I have something for Mike. I want to do this, you know, and this is FBI protected. How many know what the FBI stands for? Federal Biden Investigators. So.
But the director of the FBI was chosen by Donald Trump. Christopher Wray was chosen by Trump. What could possibly bring him to the conclusion that Christopher Wray, of all people, chosen by Donald Trump, works for Biden? Or is on Biden's side, or carries water for him, or does what he wants, or whatever else. How did he come to this conclusion? He lives in a delusional fantasy land. Seriously. Where's this dude's head?
I felt bad. I broke open my piggy bank, and I got you a new phone. I don't know. See, it lights up at night. When you're with your MyPillow, you got my phone.
I just want to bless you. You might want to turn it off. They could be hacking it. There you go. Hold it. Tim Cook, can you hear me, Tim?
Yep.
It's the CEO of Apple. And don't forget the promo code. What's the promo code? Promo code FBI.
Did you see that? Mike Lindell, he kept holding the fake phone up to his mouth and speaking into it instead of the microphone. That's funny. That's just a little slip. That's something that happens in human brains. You confuse things sometimes. Pretty common, but that's really funny. I like that. He was confusing the phone with the with the microphone. That's good.
FBI.
All right, if you're not already standing, please stand, and let's do the Pledge of Allegiance together before we get any further.
Oh, God. Do they have a modified version of the Pledge of Allegiance? I bet they do. And it's going to be some crazy shit, right?
Waiting for the flag. Here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Remain
Okay, it was just a normal pledge.
standing for the national anthem.
All right, you got to be kidding. I'm not going to listen to the national anthem. Come on, move on, people. You can only be so patriotic before it drives me up a wall. Not to mention the copyright stuff.
Come on, let me hear it for America. All right. You may be seated. I told you earlier how much I appreciate Pastor Hank and Brenda, and I want to recognize our wives. He already recognized Brenda, but Terry, would you stand up? And Suzanne, would you stand up? Suzanne Metaxas. Thank you guys for being here. These two women are very strong women in our lives, and we call them our secret weapons, and you
Your mom's a strong woman.
can figure it out. All right, so this
He said, wait a minute. Okay, let me just step back and listen to that again, because it was a joke that I don't think I fully understand, but I would be willing to bet it was a misogynistic one. Listen to this.
And Suzanne, would you stand up? Suzanne Metaxas. Thank you guys for being here. These two women are very strong women in our lives, and we call them our secret weapons, and you can figure it out.
I don't get it. We call them our secret weapons and you can figure it out? What? What's he mean by that? Somebody please explain. I don't get it. And there's some sorry son of a bitch laughing in the background like they did get the joke. But is there a joke there that I'm missing? Am I the dumb son of a bitch that isn't picking it up? I can't tell.
All right. So this particular event has been like none other Flashpoint Live event. And here's why. Before we ever got on the plane to come here, the budget that we have to spend for Flashpoint was already covered by One Voice Ministries, Hank and Brenda Kuhneman. So I want to give them a hand. And I don't know if you've ever been on the inside of putting on an event like this for several days in a big arena and all that goes into it, but it's not cheap. I mean, it's not expensive. It is cheap. No, it's not.
What? No, it's not. It's not cheap. It's extremely expensive. I've put on events like that. Not with that many people. I think we had 150 or something like that, which is good. You know, I'm super happy with that turnout, but it is really, really hard to put on a big event like that, and it's extremely expensive. It takes so much work, so much energy and man hours of putting together a schedule and the whole 9 yards. It's hard. It is hard work, for sure. But these people are absolutely filthy rich to just a disgusting degree. So, yeah, I'm sure that they manage just fine.
See? It's not cheap. So listen, I have the pleasure tonight, I want to take up the offering for One Voice Ministries. And so listen, there's
So they did not charge a fee to get in. There's no ticket cost, but they are taking up donations. That's fair enough. I'm okay with that. You know, you hold an event and you don't want to charge ticket fees, taking up donations if people want to. That's acceptable to me. I have no problem with that.
Put the information on the screen. This will help cover all their costs and what they spent to make this happen. So if you'd like to text to give, you can text One Voice Ministries to 833-313-2367. There's the picture right there. If you'd like give on the web, those of you watching on television, hankandbrenda.netviewshop.com/donate. If you have the mobile app, One Voice Ministries mobile app, you can give there. And those of you watching on television that like to give via the mail, you can, of course, mail your gift into P.O. Box 390460, Omaha, Nebraska. So is there anybody here from Nebraska, by the way? I didn't ask that.
I'm sure a lot of them are. They're in Council Bluffs. They're not that far from Nebraska. They're really, really close, actually.
If there's one thing we believe in, it's seed time and harvest. And I don't care if you don't believe in it. And if you're against prosperity, that's okay.
Oh, they're doing the prosperity gospel thing. If you give money to us, you will be successful. God will bless you, blah, blah, blah. The biggest grift on planet Earth, prosperity gospel, is disgusting. It's it's a very controversial subject. It's a controversial doctrine or whatever. If you give money to me, then you will receive blessings tenfold. You spend your mortgage money on me, you spend $500 on me, God will give you 1,000 back. All you have to do is spend your mortgage money, and God will make sure that you get it back. That's fucking disgusting right there, right? It drains people dry, and that is the reason why Flashpoint and others are so filthy rich, while the people that follow them are so dirt poor. Here's what really bothers me about the whole situation, the fact that it's controversial at all. It shouldn't be controversial. It should just be straight up viewed as what it is, which is disgusting, evil. It should be banned. It should be considered a scam, wire fraud. You know, if you take money through donations for something, if you say that you're going to set up, I don't know, a college fund for your kid, or you're going to set up some kind of a fund for people to whatever, I don't know. You're going to try to help people. You're going to donate this to the needy or the homeless or whatever. And you take donations for that thing. And you spend the donations on something else other than exactly what you told people you were spending it on. Even if it was just another honorable cause. Even if you spend the donations on, instead of spending it on homeless like you said you were going to, if you spend it on like domestic abuse victims instead, that's still illegal. That's called wire fraud if you're doing it through like the internet or the phone lines or something like that. It's just plain fraud otherwise. But religion is protected. Prosperity gospel is protected. You tell people if you donate to me, God will pay off your mortgage. And it's not fraud. It's a religious belief. It's fucking disgusting. It's absolutely wrong in every way. It should be illegal. It would be if religion wasn't mixed all up in there, but it's not illegal. It's a religious belief. It's just grotesque. Simply grotesque. If you want to see more stuff like this, let me know what you think in the comments or on Twitter at Telltale Atheist.
And so either God is not an explanation of fine-tuning, or the posterior probability of theism conditional on fine-tuning is not much greater than the posterior probability of atheism conditional on fine-tuning, or our universe is not finely tuned for life. If any of these disjuncts is correct, then fine-tuning arguments are unsound, therefore fine-tuning arguments are unsound. Right? And then I go on to argue for each of the various parts of that argument. I suppose the most controversial of which will be those conditionals about what follows from taking life to be wholly grounded in physical states or not. But I think the considerations that I have are relatively solid, especially given that we're talking about these epistemic possibility spaces. So as soon as the epistemic possibility space opens up, which is one of those disjuncts in the first premise, then you basically get any kind of conceivable thing being possible, which enables me to do whatever to make theism bad. And as soon as it's certain, right, epistemically certain, then it's certain what will happen, and so the things that follow from that are fairly clear cut. Yeah. So.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding you, but like, if mind is potentially independent of physical states, how could that possibly support the atheist position? Like, aren't you like you're contradicting reductive physicalism there? So it would have to be an atheist who's not a reductive physicalist.
So firstly, we're talking about epistemic possibility here, right? So there are different types of possibility that philosophers will talk about and will argue about the existence of. So epistemic possibility is the broadest one, the broadest sense of possibility, insofar as when we're talking about epistemic possibility, we're basically talking about whatever is conceivable and doesn't entail a contradiction, right? Now, you might say, I don't know, maybe this is where the contentious part is, right? Maybe you'd say logical possibility is broader, because logical possibility is anything that just doesn't contain a contradiction. But some people will say, well, actually, I can kind of conceive of like a square circle or a square triangle or something, which is a contradiction, but maybe that's something conceivable and thus epistemically possible. And that's where, like, it gets unclear and where philosophers have debates. But when we're talking about epistemic possibility, we're talking about something very broad. Now, another sense of possibility, another couple of senses of possibility are firstly physical possibility. So physical possibility, as the name implies, is just about what's physically possible, right? So it's physically possible for me to travel to the moon, but it's physically impossible for me to jump under the power of my legs to the moon right now, like given the gravitational forces acting on me and the amount of ATP in my legs and so forth. Metaphysical possibility is a little bit broader, because metaphysical possibility could be about could include things that are not physically possible. I mean, on my view, they're the same, but for some people's views, metaphysical possibility includes things that are not physically possible. So I might say, okay, it's metaphysically impossible that God exists, right? Because I'm a naturalist, so I cash out metaphysical possibility in terms of my naturalism. But when it comes to epistemic possibility, it's epistemically possible that God exists, because, like that there's some non-zero credence that I have as an agent towards God's existence. There's various ways of thinking about things that make it plausible. I recognize that there are coherent systems of thought about theism that I happen to disagree with. I give them much less of a credence than I give to naturalism, which is why I'm a naturalist, right? And I think it's metaphysically impossible that God exists, but I still think it's epistemically possible, because these are different types of possibility that we're talking about. So when I'm talking about the epistemic possibility of there being disembodied minds, in an argument that's the fine-tuning argument is about epistemic possibility, well, then I'm kind of permitted to do that even if I don't believe in the things that are in the epistemic possibility space.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds like a very technical argument that I'm probably not, again, going to fully grasp, but it's interesting nonetheless. So the way I've thought about this is more in terms of like the scope of the cosmos, and I was totally satisfied by an anthropic solution here. There is, the quest, if you don't want to admit a multiverse, I think there is a problem with fine-tuning, however you want to phrase it, in that, somehow reality is so configured as to lead to life. And if this is like the one and only Big Bang event, that's it. That's, all of reality. It seems intuitively that some explanation should be given for why the universe is such as to lead to life. If, any random set of physical constants is spit out, of course life is going to exist. That's explanation enough for my purposes, the anthropic one. But if you don't want to do that, then, what recourse would you have? Doesn't it seem like some explanation should be required for, like, the reality is constituted in this way and it gives rise to us? Why? And also, does it give rise to us contingently or necessarily? And that's an interesting question. I don't know how you would even resolve that, in physics perspective.
I think that my objection in my dissertation, the direction that it's going really is to say that you're kind of expecting an answer to a malformed question, right? Because you're assuming that the universe is fine-tuned for life, and that assumes some things that either undercuts your need for an explanation or to ask a question in the first place. So it's sort of like, it's kind of like asking, what's north of the North Pole or something, right? Where what's the best? That has the form of a question, right? But when we think about it, there's nothing. It doesn't actually make any sense.
All right, gang, we're gonna get going and gather here. And before we get back to work, we're gonna do some computer shopping because
something that you're just asking.
I just got some good news. Apparently, the Mac is gonna arrive soon. You guys, I told you, my advisor ordered me an M1 Ultra, which is like a super Mac, but we ordered it over the summer, like June, July, or something like that. But it's just taking forever because of the shipping delays. But apparently, it should be here in the next week or two. And then, there could be some more delays because it's got to go through the whole university paperwork, blase, and the flavonoids. Plus, ideally, we'd like the machine to have less university restrictions on it. That way, I can, won't not have some of the longer term issues I've had. Appreciate you, Cameron. So yeah, after that, but it's definitely on its way. And we also are looking into another machine to serve as the streaming and recording machine, so that that machine doesn't have to take on those responsibilities. So yeah, we're gonna look for that other machine. And let me make sure. Damn, Cameron heard me and gather. Let me see what's going on here. Maybe I logged in. All right, so let me see. Myron bot is doing 5.6 and voice meter input output. That's right. All right, let me log back in here with me. That's good. Let me just close out some stuff. Don't need that for now. Leave those. Don't need that. Clip sent me the other MABE graphic as well. Really glad to have that. Super excited. We'll talk a little bit more MABE before I wrap up. I have a meeting with Rob at 5, so I'll probably end the stream before that. Let's see. All right, there's my camera. Actually kind of like going with the other camera. Oh, I need to get this camera app because I need to flip my camera so that I can keep it the right timing and stuff. But no worries. None of this is super important right now. Just stuff I'll tweak over time. All right, so you guys, let me put my voice back in there. Boom. Now people should be able to hear me and gather. Let me go ahead and mute Sambot and MyronBot and Sambot's screen. Not that that's making any sound. All right, let's unmute. Let's see if I don't think there's anybody here that's on their mic. UC Love, are you near your mic by any chance? Or Melody or Cameron, Punk? Just want to test my audio out, but it's all right. I think it's fine. And then we'll go back over here. There's a video I sent you that James wants to talk to me about, okay? Well, shit, I was going to say let's take a quick smoke break, so let's
Can you hear me?
Pull it up. Is this Melody?
Yes, I had my settings wrong.
No, you're great. You're great. Thanks for coming on air. You can hear me fine. I can hear you okay. Thanks so much. I appreciate that.
No problem.
What are you up to today?
Just working on the biz.
Yeah, you run. Do you run your own business?
I'm trying to get it going. I started out trying to market myself as a virtual assistant, and I'm falling in love with like designing graphics stuff, and I'm trying to make that happen as well.
Like logos or anything like that?
Yeah.
All right, well, let's chat because I've needed some stuff done, and I have to admit to myself that I might not have the time to do it. So maybe we could chit chat about that, and
hello,
and I can help you get going.
You need to have done that you don't have time for.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's been some graphics people have sent me that we could see what you do with and get them going for some merchandise, and then also there's some logo ideas and avatar stuff. So yeah, that's great. Also, I think, believe it or not, Gather allows custom assets, and so if we figure that out, yeah. So I'll let you know. But thanks so much for checking in.
Oh,
Go ahead. No, you're good.
I tried to upload my own logo to put at my desk, and that did not work.
Oh, yeah.
It didn't. It was showing up so pixelated that it was just not worth putting it on there. So.
Yeah. So there's just a tweaking thing, right? It's going to be tweaking with your program to get the scale right. Basically, there is a certain size you should start with. It's actually very small, like a small icon size. Somebody knows about this. I think it's AR. I actually think if you ask AR, he's done some custom graphic stuff. And yeah, if you ask him about it, yeah, because he even made a little picture of his avatar that he can put on the map and make it look like he's passed out at the bar. But yeah, so there's just a little size that you start with as your canvas, and if you start with that size, things should work out. And then from there, the scaling is like a grid. So, for instance, let's say you're looking at a rug on the map, right? It's basically just taking one of those little squares and then multiplying it. So the rug might be 2 by 2 or 3 by 3, 4 by 4, right? So if you wanted to make me say a long banner for a stage, it might just be, oh, that's a 4 by 3 banner, right? And so then you're just taking whatever that grid size is of the individual square. Like I said, we'll figure out from AR whatever the little pixels are, right? And then you're just multiplying that, and then that allows you. So it's kind of a nice system once you figure it out. But yeah, there is a little bit of, we're gonna have to make sure your canvas is the right size and all of that type of stuff to make sure things look like you expect them to. But yeah, thanks so much for jumping in and experimenting. I really appreciate that attitude. I was actually just bragging about you guys to my advisor, saying that Gather's really encourage people to take on these technical and multimedia challenges. And as far as me trying to run a science and multimedia lab, it's just been perfect. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Also, let me share my screen, because that way you can see the video I'm about to play. So if you go to now Myron Bot's screen, can you see the video I have up there? Let me pull this up on my end.
Creationism, science, and atheism.
Yeah. So that's the video we're going to review for a little bit here. I don't remember what the heck I was doing before, but all right, we'll review that, and then yeah, that'll be what we do for this little break. And if I have to, I'll just switch over, get it going on the other machine. All right, so you can see that good. This little small screen capture here, we don't need that. Let's just rid of that. All right, here we go.
Thanks for joining me.
You can hear that okay, right? You said thanks for joining me?
Say what you will about Richard Dawkins.
Can you hear that melody?
No, but I need to check and see if the.
Oh, no, it might be me. Let me see. Make sure. Let's see, 5.6
Pull it up.
in.
I had it half volume.
Okay. Yeah. All right, cool. And then let me see. Screen sharing. Oh, I need to optimize for video. So let's do that. Share. Optimize for video. Then it'll come through here and go into 5 and 6. All right.
And I could say a lot.
Oh, you know what? It's going to be coming through MyronBot. Sorry. Not his screen, though. The audio is going to come through MyronBot. The video is going to come through MyronBot's screen, Melody.
Right.
He has done a great deal to
yeah, I have that up.
popularize the ideas behind evolutionary biology.
And you can hear it?
No, I can just hear you.
Weird.
Publishing.
You know what? I know what it is. I'm playing it out the wrong browser. You're right. I'm wrong. All right, let's see. Boom. Go 5.6 into there.
Such
Sorry
books
about
as
that.
The
Can you hear
Selfish
now?
Gene and The Blind Watchmaker. Not to mention.
Yes?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you. You can mute your mic if you want, or it's up to you. But appreciate you for chiming in. Thank you so much.
Hello, and thanks for joining me. Say what you will about Richard Dawkins, and I could say a lot. He has done a great deal to popularize the ideas behind evolutionary biology, publishing such books as The Selfish Gene and The Blind Watchmaker, not to mention his treatise on the overall evidence for evolution, The Greatest Show on Earth. When, as is not infrequent, he is challenged to a debate by a biblical creationist or other pseudoscientist,
Normally
he
declines.
is fond of giving
Hey
a
everyone,
response
we're back
which
with
he
more of
attributes
this
to
series.
Lord May of Oxford, a former president of the British Royal Society.
That would look great on your CV, not so.
Also, this is probably really good. We've been talking about this subject, creationism, science, and atheism. Some of you, may, be aware that this philosophy of science angle is where I went with the Kent Hovind debate. It's also what we talk about in our class. And so I'm hoping later this week we'll be getting back into reading Tower of Babel, finishing up chapter 3 and going forward. So this is a relevant topic. I'm not sure if James is here now, but I'm sure if he's recommended it, he's probably seen it. And if he's wanting to chat with me about it, then, we'll do that when we get a chance here. But let's get into it for a little while. I'll probably start it here, take a quick little chill break. I like to do that between or after meetings. And then I'll show you guys some stuff that's going on in MABE. We'll just keep going with our day. Thanks everybody so much for joining me. Really appreciate you. If you like the vibes, go ahead and like the video, subscribe to the channel, share with your friends. There are links in the description for support if you want to put some money in the plate, or you can use !tip or super chat. Shout out to the mod squad. Let's talk about creationism, science, and atheism.
Good on mine.
A CV, or curriculum vitae, is basically a list of one's life accomplishments as a scholar, something like a resume. And to a creationist, getting an evolutionist to debate with them, to share a platform with them, is a great accomplishment indeed. It helps give the impression that there is a level playing field between evolution and creationism, which there is not. It gives the stature of creationism an elevation that it does not deserve. By contrast, a debate with a creationist on a scientist's CV is much like a debate with a flat earther on a geologist's CV, or a debate with a moon landing hoax theorist on the CV of an Apollo astronaut.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
So should I watch this now, or should I be waiting for James?
It makes anyone who's interested in reading that CV in the first place wonder why such an accomplished person would waste their time. There are legends of primitive humans trying to join the ranks of the gods, or failing that to overthrow them somehow. This is the same attitude that creationists have towards science. They are trying to join the ranks of the scientists in order to legitimize their position in an increasingly skeptical and scientific-minded world. And if they can't do that, then they mean to overthrow the enterprise.
All right, yeah,
of
I'll
science
watch it. I mean, if James wants to go over it again later, I won't have any problems with that.
Painting it as just another mythology or just another system of faith-based beliefs.
Also, I actually need to add this. I need to be keeping track of these videos. Matter of fact, I want to start a playlist and maybe eventually even another channel all about evolution stuff. You see, I've got the playlist started. I don't know why there's two of them, but go ahead and save this to my Darwin's Law playlist.
That creationists routinely accuse atheists of treating science as their god.
Also this Michael Behe video. Yep, I'm gonna add that to the same playlist. Come on, y'all. We out here. My mods is fucking in the streets. Finding me shit. Find me this shit. Bring it to me. Appreciate you, Cameron.
Are treating science as a sort of ancient pantheon. This is not to say that all debates between creationists and scientists are a waste of time. The debate between Ken Ham and Bill Nye, for example, gave us the brilliant moment when a member of the audience asked each debater what would cause him to change his mind. Ken Ham said nothing would cause him to change his mind.
Boom.
Bill Nye said evidence would cause him to change his mind.
I already knew it.
In the hands of a capable debater who not only knows biology, but also knows the tricks and tactics of the creationists, such as the Gish Gallop, and is ready for them, a debate can accurately display the contrast between creationism and science. And since Bill Nye already had a slightly silly affect about him, and I say this with all the respect in the world for Bill Nye, with his bow tie and his caffeinated attitude and his branding of himself as Bill Nye the Science Guy, there wasn't much harm done with this debate. In fact, this dovetails nicely with the advice given by an internet commentator so long ago that I'm not able to trace the original source, that if you're an evolutionist who finds yourself roped into a debate with a creationist, your best strategy is to show up in a clown suit. This will demonstrate to the probably predominantly creationist audience the exact regard with which you hold the creationist community and their ideas. And
y'all already know the vibes. And this is exactly what I said going into the Ken Hovind debate. Is if the issue is you're going to tell me that as a serious scientist you should not debate a creationist, then but here's the thing. As a YouTube counter-apologist, you can't not. This is what people don't understand. Like, it's two totally different games. One is, what are you doing as a scientist? Two, what are you doing? So one, as a researcher. Two, what are you doing as an educator? Okay, so it's more permissible as an educator than it is as just a scientist showing up to debate, right? Because if you're doing it as an educational activity, then you get a pass. I'm sorry, you just do. Because again, you're going to show up and you're going to get to point out the differences and why creationism isn't science, or you're going to get to teach people about the evidence for evolution. So you might say as a researcher you shouldn't, but it might be more permissible as an educator or teacher. If you're doing outreach, like, oh, we're just out on the internet, or we're going to different schools, or we're just, giving, we're just out here to participate in the community in some event or whatever, then again, I say you do it. The other thing that people forget is that these people are going to have these platforms. They're going to have those debates. So if you don't show up, they will find an amateur or a literal clown, if need be, to stand in for your side. So you might as well send someone competent in to do it. And then, the other situation is like us. If you're out here and you're a YouTuber and you're trying to build an audience, especially an audience where you critically engage with ideas like creationism and You're trying to build community that understands the philosophy of science, and you're trying to be a resource out here, essentially, right? You got to remember stuff. We're trying to be a resource, right, to people who think differently than we do. Then you need to go to where they are. Yes, even into enemy territory, if you want to put it that way. I don't necessarily think of it that way. You're just going to people who think differently, hanging out in the channel with a bunch of churchy people. And yeah, maybe then you put on the clown suit. For me, it was a combination of two things. One, I'm going to send in my most charismatic, fun, and engaging superstar because I think they're fun, they're entertaining, and they put asses in seats. I trust, I'm talking like a booker, but yeah, I trust Heartbreak Jay, that persona to do it. Purple Haze could have done it too, but I kind of like that flavor. Then I decided to go with what brought me to the dance. I've built this community to the extent that I've been able to build a community around my content, mostly with HBJ day in and day out. So you send in what brought you to the dance. And then on top of that, yeah, I wanted to send in approach it in a way where we could have a good time. We could make it a bit farcical if need be, but still get my really good points in there while making it very clear that this is a debate that isn't really a debate to begin with. And in that sense, you're using it as a sort of covert opportunity to turn it into just a conversation and a discussion. And in that regard, I feel mission accomplished. But yeah, I totally agree with this clown suit sort of analogy. Of course, that's not literally how most people are going to approach it, but I totally get what they mean by this and think they're making a really good point.
And with any luck, the more discerning members of the audience will be able to tell
there it is,
who
the more discerning
real clown
evidence is.
Biblical creationism, also called young earth creationism, is the view that the earth was created in a 6-day period, something like 6,000 years ago. Many believers in God are not creationists. In fact, it is very likely that most of them are not creationists. There's no need to subscribe to young earth creationism in order to maintain religious faith. In fact, many non-creationist believers report that seeing the products of science, the beauty and the harmony of the universe as revealed.
Again, folks, this is why I tell people I became an evolutionary biologist a long time before I identified as an atheist. It's a really important invitation to people, and it's also just fucking true.
Revealed by science only makes them that much more impressed with God. Isn't God clever to use such a grand
exactly
and
that's what I did. That was me.
Creating the universe
that was me.
as physics
the theistic
and evolution.
evolutionist.
Surely, such a God is just as capable of saving humanity as is a God who created the universe in 6 days, 6,000 years ago. And as for the accusation, which is probably true, that accepting evolution makes someone more likely to accept atheism, well, from an atheist perspective, I don't see anything wrong with that, but from a believer's perspective, I would say the fault for this trend lies squarely at the feet of the creationists. They have taught new generations of Christians that this is what the Bible teaches and that any other view is incompatible with Christianity. We know from looking at recent demographic trends that
it's their
Christianity
own
is
it is their own
doomed
fault
to become a minority in the United States
That's
sometime
right.
in the next 40 or 50 years.
That's right.
Imagine how much longer they could have held out if young creationists had been taught a form of Christianity which is entirely compatible with the results of science. The problem is...
I say this all the time. We're so lucky that their Bible's so easy to debunk. If the Bible would have been more consistent with science and therefore the attitudes and beliefs of these people more consistent with science, it wouldn't mean that their God is real or that their religion is true. And it certainly wouldn't mean that listening to an ancient book is a good epistemology to figure out how the world works. But God damn it, it'd be a lot harder and more inconvenient. But the fact that they want to die on the hill of some easily debunkable anti-reality bullshit, is really fortunate for us. Amen, hallelujah, that these people are sitting on this bullshit. And almost siding with Jen and Truth on this. Like, it's really helpful to engage this because it's an example of this. And most Christians got to realize this, even the evolution accepting ones. If you want to accept evolution as a Christian, cool, but now you've turned your God into a mundane motherfucker where the model of reality looks the same with him and without him. And if you want to worship that, then cool. Cool story, bro.
And again, this is from an atheist perspective. A plain text reading of the Bible does in fact support the creationist view.
Boom!
So you would basically need a whole new holy book, one that preaches the gospel of an old
Who
universe.
the fuck is this?
And
Pause the tape. Pause the tape. Like, I'm already subscribed with notifications on, apparently. Good shit, mate. All right.
Evolution. And now that humanity has left the intellectual dark ages and embraced an age of skepticism, it is unlikely that any new holy books will ever be produced and distributed to anything like the numbers of people who own copies of the Bible today. So maybe the creationists are entirely right to worry about the erosion of faith that science
I think
produces.
they are.
But they have only themselves to blame.
Exactly.
Science is not a series of propositions.
Exactly.
Rather, it's a toolbox. And those tools applied consistently
he does
and
sound like
correctly
James. It's not the vocal character, because I hear what you're saying, Cameron, that he doesn't, you're not going to close your eyes and confuse him with James Apperson. It's the tone in terms of, not the vocal tone, but the tone he's taking, the tone of voice, literally. Like, we say tone of voice in a way that makes you think of the audible character of the voice, but really we mean tone of voice, like in terms of attitude, disposition, the calmness, and then the pacing is probably something that reminds people of James, and then also sort of the I'm gonna hit you with the fucking knife axe murder shit of just shredding your faith and just literally just brutally murdering it. But I'm going to put it in such a gentle and plain-spoken way that, number one, you can't deny it. And number two, you're kind of glad you're hearing it from me. And I think, and not me, Pocket Locker, but, you know, that I think that's what people are getting from this content creator that they also feel from James. And again, I could feel differently 5 minutes from now, but that's what I imagine people mean when they say that. Could be wrong.
Yield the same results no matter where and when they are used. One apologetic argument that's been making the rounds lately is
James's
that
voice is
if
much
some
deeper,
cataclysm wipes out all knowledge of the Bible,
or whatever, but
we
yeah,
will be able to reconstruct it from non-biblical sources in our culture. That's how pervasive it is. That's how widely it's been accepted. In response to this argument, YouTuber Palogia reconstructed the entirety of the film Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope, from non-Star Wars sources.
Chewie, hi. Luke Skywalker. How are you?
I'm Han Solo, captain of the Millennium Falcon. And
he's remembered as the guy who made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. Greedo.
Sorry about the mess.
He thus demonstrated that the pervasiveness of a story is absolutely no indicator that it's anything but fiction. By contrast, if every copy of The Origin of Species and every paper written on evolution were destroyed tomorrow, we would be able to reconstruct evolutionary science without any kind of reference to pop culture. We could look directly at the evidence, the diversity of life, the geographical distribution of forms, the rocks, the fossils, and so on. If the Bible writers had known about the ancient age of the earth, they would have constructed their mythology to allow for it. Instead, it was left for later generations, those who do in fact live in an age of reason, to interpret what they have written. Now, when it comes to the theory that the earth is only 6,000 or so years old, there are many ways in which the tools of science tell us that this is simply not the case. And these conclusions are, to a scientist, obvious. One of my favorite ways of knowing that the Earth is old, one that has only recently begun to get attention in the so-called debate
I'm
between
gonna go pee real quick. I'll be right back. This is awesome. Let's keep
the
listening.
problem of heat.
I drank 2 energy drinks today, so
we know that
y'all know what it
certain
is with the
elements
caffeine.
undergo radioactive decay. That is, they change from one element or one isotope to another. Certain isotopes are unstable, meaning the atoms in those isotopes will spontaneously emit energy and become what we call daughter isotopes. For example, an atom of uranium-238, that is, a uranium atom with an atomic number of 238, will spontaneously emit energy and become an atom of thorium-234, which will in turn decay to an atom of protactinium-234, and so on. We know that the rate at which radioactive decay happens is measured in what's called a half-life. A half-life is a period of time in which half of a given amount of a given radioactive isotope will decay into its daughter isotope. We know the proportions between radioactive and daughter isotopes on the Earth, which is how we originally discovered that the Earth is about 4.5 billion years old. As I said, when an unstable atom decays, it spontaneously gives off energy, and this energy takes the form of heat. So, radioactive decay produces heat. There's a scene in the novel The Martian where the protagonist, stranded on Mars and awaiting rescue, uses a radioisotope thermoelectric generator with a bunch of plutonium-238 in it to actually heat up his Mars rover. Please, don't try this at home. We know from looking at the data roughly how much radioactive decay has taken place over the history of the Earth, and therefore how much heat it has generated. And the answer is somewhat staggering. The amount of radioactive decay on the Earth since it was formed has produced enough heat to actually vaporize the entire crust of the Earth several times over. So why do we have a crust? Why aren't we all swimming in the mantle right now? Well, if you take that heat energy and release it gradually, over a span of 4.5 billion years, say, then this allows enough time for the heat to dissipate and the Earth to cool. But if we compress that much heat release into a span of only 6,000 years, that is not enough time for the Earth's crust to cool itself and to continue to sustain life. There's a story in the Bible where Jesus walks on water, but there is no story about Jesus walking on lava. Nor Moses, nor Abraham, nor Saul of Tarsus. They all spent their days walking on solid ground. Well, with one exception. The book of Genesis tells the story of the Great Flood, a worldwide disaster which was caused by God in response to the depravity of humankind. It was what can only be called an omnicidal event, killing all humans on the earth except for Noah and his family, who survived the event by waiting it out in a wooden ark. Biblical scholars estimate the flood lasted about a year, so the only time during which all the radioactive decay could be compressed into is the year of the flood. And if you release that much heat energy over the space, not of 4.5 billion years, not of 6,000 years, but of a single year, that would vaporize not just the crust, but the waters above it as well. So the data is inconsistent with the Earth being only 6,000 years old. The only way to get around this problem is to say that while the decay was going on, the Earth was supernaturally cooled by divine intervention. Or they could say that the decay never happened, that the daughter elements that we find all over the Earth, which can occur naturally only by radioactive decay, were put there artificially by divine agency. All such proposed answers...
She does. And it was one of the most revealing things to me about Rebecca was that I saw her interview with Gustick Gibbon. I saw how masterfully Gustick Gibbon explained this stuff to her. It was checkmate for YEC exactly. With Rebecca, she did the Rebecca in one ear, out the other, right through the magic funnel, y'all. Why do I call it the magic funnel? Because it goes in one ear, out the other, and it apparently bypasses somehow all of the cognitive brain matter in between. sits there with the blank face, smiles and nods, says, "Oh, thank you so much for this wonderful explanation," and then proceeds to be sitting on the same bullshit on the way out that she was sitting on the way in. And then I realized this person is a bad faith actor who disguises themselves as a good faith actor to take advantage of the goodwill of others. It's why those of you that think you're going to kill these people with kindness have to get realistic about the need for there to be consequences and hard boundaries. It just is the way it is. Some people are designed to take advantage of you being nice to them.
Answers to the problem invoke some kind of divine intervention or action. And that's the problem. Because if you're going to invoke divine action to save the hypothesis that the Earth is 6,000 years old, then you can just as easily invoke divine action to say that the Earth and everything on it, including me and all my memories, were created last Tuesday at around 4 in the afternoon. Why not? Any objections that might be raised to this hypothesis, such as we have calendars showing events that go back beyond last Tuesday, and certainly our memories go back beyond last Tuesday, can be answered by saying, well, God created it that way for his own mysterious reasons. Theologically, biblical creationism and last Tuesdayism may be very different, but scientifically, they are exactly the same. They are neither of them science. If a hypothesis must resort to non-empirical hypotheses in order to avoid falsification or alteration, then that hypothesis is not, cannot be, a scientific hypothesis. Creationists are fond of telling themselves and others that evolution is just a fairy tale, told by those who don't want God to exist and are looking for a way to lie to themselves about it. And when Charles Darwin had his innovative idea, the story goes, atheists were quick to latch onto it. Quite apart from the fact that we atheists are the best qualified to know what is going on in our own minds, and we know full well that nothing of the sort is happening, perhaps the most obvious clue that this is not the case comes from the fact that evolution by natural selection was discovered independently of Darwin by a naturalist named Alfred Russel Wallace. In fact, Wallace came up with the idea as much as 20 years before Darwin did, but he was reluctant to publish his ideas. He didn't have the wealth or social standing of someone like Darwin, and he knew how what was then such a radical theory would be received, even by the scientific community. He ended up...
Matter of fact, the conference that I met Rob and Rich Lenski and all the Beacon people at that ended up getting me to MSU was dedicated to Alfred Russel Wallace. You know, he is probably unbeknownst to most people, very, very, very celebrated. Not as much as Darwin, obviously, but his legacy is well known. And he is celebrated basically not only as the guy who also discovered evolution, but the guy who was graceful, classy, so to speak, conscientious enough to defer to the senior Darwin. So basically, Alfred Russel Wallace had come up with the same stuff, but Darwin had been working on it for longer. He had, you know, senior status in the community. He was one of Wallace's sort of people that Wallace looked up to, but Darwin had done more work on it, and so what prompted Darwin to publish his stuff, because remember, The Origin of Species was just supposed to be an abstract. So Darwin was working on some larger magnum opus of evolution that probably just never got released. And Wallace sent Darwin his shit. It was like, hey, what do you think of this? And that more or less literally sent Darwin into a tailspin, into a panic. Holy shit, this kid's gonna scoop my thing. And so they then, you know, sort of concocted the idea of them both presenting the idea together to, you know, whatever the society was. I'm sure it's the British Royal Society or whatever the fuck society it was. And they, Wallace deferred to Darwin, let Darwin, kind of champion it and be first and go first. And then, let Darwin publish The Origin of Species first. And so Darwin is the one everybody remembers, but Wallace did discover the same mechanistic approach independently. Even Darwin knew it. Everybody knows this. It's not a secret history. And then he was also a cool enough dude to give the nod to Charles Darwin. So I have a ton of respect for the legacy of Wallace, for both his scientific and sort of interpersonal integrity.
Co-presenting the theory of natural selection with Darwin at a meeting of the Linnaean Society,
Yeah,
but
the
was
Linnaean
ultimately
Society.
eclipsed by Darwin, in part because of the popular success of Darwin's solo work, The Origin of Species. But even before Darwin and Wallace, there were suspicions, hints.
Wayne, you said no audio?
Before Darwin and Wallace,
There should be audio.
it's sometimes outright statements that evolution by natural selection or something
be
like
listening
it
to
must be
Myron Bot.
taking place.
Someone stole his packages, no headphones. Oh, he has no audio, not you, me. Okay, gotcha.
As far back as the 14th century, the Arab philosopher Ibn Khaldun
Also, Stupid Horror Energy, really appreciate you so much. Wayne, appreciate you. I want to, I don't know if you guys are going to be here, but I want to show you guys what's going on with shape mating and the coercion thing, but I wanted to check this out. This is great, but it's perfect. It's all perfect, right? Because we do digital evolution. This is stuff we've been talking about. We'll jump into Mabe right after this.
wrote that humanity developed
Thank y'all for
from
being
what
here.
he called the world of the monkeys, in a process whereby species became more numerous. We know today, of course, that humans didn't come from monkeys, that humans and other primates have a common ancestor. But we see that as far back as 500 years before Darwin, someone like Ibn Khaldun, a good Muslim, was reaching for the basic ideas behind how life came to exist in its present form.
Yeah, matter of fact, some of you guys know, I especially when I'm teaching, I use a different persona. Rob Pennock, my teaching mentor, and Mike, my research advisor, were both cool enough to sort of encourage me to use my personas and characters in ways that in context that I wasn't even anticipating, right? Like I didn't think I'd be able to like teach in character, right? Or do like conference stuff in different character. And Rob actually came to me and was like, hey, you should cook up some stuff for work and all this. And I was like, all right, bet, say no more. But anyway, like I use Black Darwin to teach and do work stuff sometimes. And, because it's not the sexy boy over the top thing, which isn't the good vibe for educational stuff. And I'm also working on like a Dexter's Laboratory type of thing, like a psychedelic kind of hippie Dexter's Laboratory thing. But again, that's not the best thing necessarily. Anyway, like the Black Darwin thing is really important to me because I do know basically we call them the I don't know what they call them, the four soul brothers or something, but they're basically the first four black guys to be considered, significant evolutionary biologists. I know three of them. I always forget the fourth one's name, but they're Joe Graves, Scott Edwards, and Paul Turner. I actually work with all of them, right? I almost went to work in Joe Graves' lab. He's been a huge fan and supporter of mine since my freshman year. If I wasn't at the University of Minnesota, if that didn't work out, I probably would have gone to North Carolina A&T, a historically black college, to work in the Joe Graves' lab. Scott Edwards is at Harvard, and him and I are working together on this grant program that I often talk about to train people from underrepresented backgrounds to get PhDs in evolutionary biology. So he's on that board. He's also on the, I just got assigned, I don't know, some of you know, I was celebrating a couple weeks ago, but I recently was chosen to serve a 3-year term on the Education and Outreach Committee for the Society for the Study of Evolution. That's a huge, huge accomplishment for me because this type of professional service you normally don't take on till later in your career. So that's rare. You know, they wanted some special seats for early career people. And then on top of that, you may never get this type of opportunity because it's one of the most, you know, prestigious societies in our field. So really, really happy about that. But anyway, Scott Edwards is on that committee with me as well as doing the grant with me. And then Paul Turner graduated from the LNCA lab. He's at Yale. His lab is awesome. Him and I hang out, you know, and catch up, and he gives me lots of great advice and stuff. And so I wouldn't be surprised if him and I link up on something down the road. But he's always mentored me, even as when I was going through my postdoctoral sort of trying to find a home. He met with me. He was always happy to provide me an option if I needed it, but also was like, hey, you should, you know, gave me great advice and encouraged me to work with Mike and, you know, always made time for me. So appreciate those guys. But anyway, you know, also I got to shout out my man in Coomer Grant, who was in my lab. But we're aware of how close we are to sort of the barriers in our field to where there literally were no black people doing what we're doing. But we're also aware that if you look at this history, something that's not talked about is the contributions of Muslim scholars and other scholars of color. And there has been some publications that me and Nkrumah have read that document sort of the black proto-Darwins, if you will, right? These people who were, you know, on to the transmutation of species or naturalistic processes that could account for the enumeration or diversity of species. And so all of these people were really sort of contributing to this naturalism. And of course, as a lot of you guys know, we focus our academic interest in celebration for, you know, the European traditions and the European contributors to these things. And so part of that unfortunate racist history in biology and evolutionary biology in particular is those people just aren't talked about. And so it's fun to take on the Black Darwin persona because it makes me think about them, and I do, and I just glad that he brought up some of those earlier scholars.
In 1751, the French philosopher and mathematician Pierre-Louis Maupertuis wrote of modifications accumulating in biological forms over successive generations, resulting sometimes in...
Also, I want to make a documentary about these people, a Ken Burns style documentary. I'm really into the Ken Burns effect. I mean, Ken Burns, a lot of you guys know, is the most famous American documentarian, but he's known for a signature effect of, you know, animating, making animated shots out of stills. And so I want to make a Ken Burns style documentary called Black Darwins. Yeah. And kind of give it a go. There's some other Ken Burns style things I'd love to make documentaries about, so we'll see how it goes. But that's why that science and multimedia lab is so important to me, so that I can eventually get the professional resources and support I need to actually work on those projects, because they're serious fucking endeavors.
New species. Another French thinker, Charles Bonnet, speculated in 1762 that females carry within them a miniature form, in his words, of future generations. It was he who first gave the word evolution its present meaning. Yet another French thinker around the same time, the Comte de Buffon, speculated that lions, tigers, leopards, and house cats might all have a common ancestor. He also calculated, based on observing pieces of iron cooling after being taken out of the furnace and comparing them to his ideas of the earth cooling, that the Earth must be about 75,000 years old. We think today that that's way off, but it's also way off the timeline proposed by creationism. All the people I've been talking about preceded Darwin by decades or centuries. In fact, Darwin's own grandfather, Erasmus Darwin, suggested that all warm-blooded animals might descend from one living filament, as he called it. One of Erasmus's correspondents was the geologist James Hutton, who was among the first to deduce that the crust of the Earth, the shape of the rocks upon it, must have been formed by geological processes which were very slow and took a very long time. In fact, Hutton theorized that the geological history of the Earth was a divinely created process that went back not for thousands of years, not for millions of years, but forever. The result, he wrote, of our present inquiry is that we find no vestige of a beginning, no prospect of an end. Hutton was perhaps the first to glimpse the truth of what we today call deep time. By the time of Darwin, the scientist Lord Kelvin had calculated, using better methods than the Comte de Buffon a century earlier, that the Earth was between 20 and 40 million years old. That's more than enough time to serve as a theological or philosophical escape hatch and get away from the truth of young Earth biblical creationism, if that's what non-creationists were trying to do. Bishop Ussher's calculations of the Earth as being 6,000 years old were already a couple of centuries in the past. But Darwin and other biologists pointed out that this probably wasn't enough time, not nearly enough time, for the full diversity of the Earth to spring from simple forms. They weren't interested in just getting away from old mythology. They were interested in actually finding out what is true. Evolution, like geology, is a gradual process, so gradual that it boggles the mind. There's actually a close parallel between creationism and flat earthism, in the way in which they both continue to appeal to a number of people. Just as our senses and our instincts tell us that the Earth must be flat, that it doesn't curve down into a ball as we get farther away, so too do our instincts and our senses tell us that species have a static form which they pass down to successive generations. Our primitive minds simply cannot handle the scales involved in time and space. It required the tools of science and empiricism to discover the truth.
And this is the power of digital evolution, folks. This is our selling point. This is why I'm worth my weight in scientific gold, and I fucking know it. Because people like Cliff and I make evolution happen really fucking fast. And you can see it really fucking clearly. The problem is, there's a whole generation of people coming up doing agent-based evolution behind us. So, you know, we're just trying to glam onto some of that young talent and help them go. Because we don't give a shit. But it really is. It really is. Digital evolution is amazing, y'all, and that's why. Because it takes this thing that happens so slowly over such a deep time that there's just no hope for humans to see it. And then even something like the LNCA lab, where you can say, okay, we've got bacteria and they reproduce super fast and we can do 75,000 generations. Yeah, if you want to sit around and wait 30 years. And again, that's one experiment, right? Cliff and I can get 30,000 or 70,000 generations in, I don't know, fucking 10 half hours sometimes, right? And then just run all time. I mean, it's just not even comparable. But you got to get over the fact that there is no DNA in cells and all of that bullshit.
The same
again,
tools.
We just are interested in how evolution does things and potentially solves problems and shit like that. So when we say we don't care, we genuinely don't care. But we still think animals and all that shit that evolves cool.
Which enabled us to develop the technology by which I, and for that matter creationists and flat earthers, are creating these videos. There is no parity, no symmetry in the so-called debate between science and creationism. This is something that, again, the Nye-Ham debates made clear. Scientists will change their minds given evidence, while creationists will not change their minds at all. A popular trope in apologetics is to accuse atheists of wanting to be God. This is a big thing with someone like Frank Turek, who, in his debate with Christopher Hitchens, spent the entire closing section of his debate doing exactly that, accusing Hitchens and other atheists of wanting to be.
And again, if you're one of these people who's going to say, you know, serious minds and scholars shouldn't go debating these creationists. One of the things that really influenced me to actually do the Ken Hovind debate, which again, I wish people realize I asked for. You know, like I literally, there was no chance that was going to be some kind of setup for me or me walking into a trap. It was literally an opportunity to ask for and then did exactly what I wanted to with it. A huge part of my motivation to do it in the first place was Christopher Hitchens and the fact that he is literally one of my intellectual heroes and he did debates like that all the time. And I thought about something much deeper than that. Christopher Hitchens, like I desire to be, was a professor. He taught at a university, taught students how to write, as far as I know. He was taught writing. He's also a writer, a columnist for big newspaper. Maybe it was the Times or it was a really big newspaper. I forget which one exactly. So maybe it was the Post. Let me not fuck it up. But let's look it up real quick. So we're not out here making up stories. Did I spell Christopher wrong? Who cares? All right, here we go. He edited over 30 books. All right, and career. Vanity Fair. Oh, and The Nation. All right. So wrote for cool shit. I'm sure got columns and papers and whatever else. The Atlantic. Okay, right. Big time publisher, right? Also wrote 30 books. Also came up, he's an anti-theist, came up with Hitchens' razor, right? That which can be asserted without evidence can also be dismissed without evidence, right? Pretty plain and simple dismissal of God right there. That which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Now, why am I stressing this? When I started doing Christopher Hitchens' audiobook, God is Not Great, that was our first audiobook. We're going to pick up with the Richard Dawkins, The God Delusion, but I didn't, I want to reschedule it because I had too much going on Sunday. But a lot of people told me I've never read any of Christopher Hitchens' books before. And I was like, okay, cool. I mostly listen to him on audiobook, so I have them, but I haven't really mostly read them either. And then a lot of people started saying stuff like they never even listened to his lectures, or they didn't even know that he wrote books. A lot of people really weren't familiar with him, but people who were what? They were familiar with his debates. And that was the aha moment to me. I sat there and thought, damn, Jay, let's look at the life of your real intellectual hero, Christopher Hitchens, on some real shit. Not that I ever think I'll ever be a Christopher Hitchens. I'm not even trying to say that. But what I'm trying to say is like, yo, he was a professor too. Cool, I'm sure his students love him, but that's not what he's most remembered for. He was a columnist, legendary columnist. Cool. I'm sure people enjoyed his columns. Not what he's remembered for. Oh, he made all types of television appearances, was basically a celebrity. Cool. Not what he's remembered for. Wrote over 30 fucking books, some of them literally on the bestseller list. Cool, great. Most people don't give a fuck. If they know about him now, especially if they're, Gen X or, younger, they know about him through his fucking debates. And you realize the same thing happens to me on YouTube. Could teach at the university? Great. Do podcast every day? Cool. Great education? Fantastic. most people are here because they saw me on fucking Gustick Gibbon's channel yelling at LPP 2 o'clock in the morning, right? Then you get another wave out the Hovind debate. So it made me realize that, you know, these type of things might be important opportunities for us in terms of just making people aware that we exist in ways that are maybe uncomfortable at first. Like, holy shit, I don't want to have to admit that debating these fuck faces might be opportunities for us, but if it's gonna be your calling card, potentially even after you fucking die, more so than your actual work, then maybe you should at least be honest with yourself about that. So I thought about that a great deal going into that debate. Who am I to think I'm above debating creationists if it wasn't above, if Christopher Hitchens wasn't?
God. He said that atheists want to eliminate God so that they can be God, so that they can live the way they want to live. But living the way they want to live is exactly what
I feel you on that, Cameron. Same here.
I have never once heard a creationist say, you know, it's
and I
too
discovered
bad
him
that
through
God
him
exists
debating
because
people
I would
on
really
God.
like to be more accepting of the LGBTQ community. Or, you know, I would like to be more tolerant of alternative points of view, but I can't because of that pesky God character. No creationist talks like that. The closest to that kind of talk I've ever heard was from a creationist named Kurt Wise, who today works for the Creation Museum in Petersburg, Kentucky, but who started out with a very promising career in geology, which he had to abandon because he couldn't reconcile it with his creationist beliefs. If all the evidence in the universe, he wrote, turns against creationism, I would be the first to admit it, but I would still be a creationist.
Tell me,
because that is
did
what
you
the
send it
word
to? Where'd
of
you send it
God
to me,
seems
Punk? In
to indicate.
Discord?
Now, when you
No,
think
I haven't
about
pulled it up.
that's
I will.
not a very meaningful statement, because it's a very short step indeed. From God teaches that creationism is true to the evidence doesn't, after all, show that creationism is false. But in Kurt Wise, we do see a prime example of a bright scientific mind destroyed, or at the very least, hopelessly corrupted by religious dogma. Dawkins wrote, "We have it on the authority of a man who may well be creationism's most highly qualified and most intelligent scientist that no evidence, no matter how overwhelming, no matter how all-embracing, no matter how devastatingly convincing, can never make any difference." Creationists choose their way of life. They may not choose whether they believe or not, but they choose to live in accordance with what they are told God wants, specifically the God that has been handed down over centuries and millennia of traditions. One of the myths from the book of Genesis was the story of how Abraham was told by God, or at least what he believed was God, to sacrifice his son Isaac. And he obeyed, getting as far as raising the knife above his child's body to strike the killing blow, at which point God came back and said not to do it and gave him a ram to sacrifice instead. This story has often been told to illustrate how virtuous Abraham was, how steadfast in his devotion to God, that he was willing to kill his only son. But in truth, if anything like this story actually happened in history, then it does not demonstrate any kind of virtue on the part of the person who almost did the sacrificing, but rather it tells a cautionary tale, a warning of how even a good person can be corrupted by religious fervor. This is what the new atheists like Dawkins and Hitchens are talking about when they say that religion poisons everything. So if you're looking for corruption in the world, don't look to the atheist, don't look to the scientist who wants only to discover what is true, no matter how frightening. Rather, look at those such as Abraham and Kurt Wise, who will not hesitate to take something good about this world and corrupt it, simply because they believe, or they are told by their leaders, that it's what God wants. If you enjoyed this video and want to help my channel grow, please hit the like, share, and subscribe buttons. Be sure to hit the bell
Fuck,
to be
if I
notified
enjoyed it, bro. That shit was fucking banger, spot on. I don't even know why people want my thoughts on it. What? I don't have thoughts on this. What he said is my thoughts on this. I added it to the Darwin's Law playlist because I could literally play it as representative of my class. I could say, you want to know what my class is about? Watch this video. I'd be like, watch this video, and now we're going to learn digital evolution. Okay, what this video does in Avita, that's my class in a fucking nutshell. Throw in some cultural evolution, see you next semester. Yeah, that video was spot on. I'd love to have a conversation with James about it or anybody else. I got to show y'all some Avita shit, the shape mating stuff, before my meeting starts. So let me throw something on real quick. Because all this energy drinks is making me feel the vibes, but it's also making me gotta go pee pee. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna show y'all fucking shape mating and coercion, and then I'm gonna have my meeting with Rob, and then that's gonna be like, fuck. It's gonna be time to actually, you know what? I might make my meeting with Rob short, actually, and then keep going. Yeah. Because I got to come back so we can get ready to go to Rumble, Parler, and all the right-wing sites. So, yeah. So I'll be right back. I'll take a quick break. My meeting with Rob probably won't last very long. Probably a few minutes to go over the game plan for this midterm I got coming up this week. I would actually skip the meeting, but I have to give a midterm this week, and so I know he's going to want to chat about that real quick. Not that there's much to talk about. Yeah, and then we'll jump into the Rumble stuff. We'll throw up our accounts or whatever we've got going on. So yeah, let me pop something up one time real quick just to put something on super quick. It doesn't really matter what it is because I'm only gonna be gone for like 30 seconds. Let's actually go with this. I'll be right back. Give me 1 sec. Shit got that knock to it, that boom bap. Yeah, that's that Bart Simpson and chill. Lisa, we out here. Lisa, we in these streets. All right, let's go ahead and look at this real quick. Let me show y'all what the vibes are. All right, so first thing I gotta remember, right, is we're gonna look at shape mating, right? So let's remind ourselves what shape mating is. Boom, right here. All right, so what happens is you start with this. Man, matter of fact, let's start here. All right, so, yeah, you start with basically you have a shape. Think of it as how concave or convex you are. Your shape is a value between -1 and 1. It's genetically determined. All right, then you mate with a partner. They also have a shape between -1 and 1, right? If you're intermediate, you're just not concave or convex. You're fucking flat. All right, and you have an intermediate. I think of this, it's called reproduction chances, but you can think of it as basically based off of adhesion. You're perfectly concave and you mate with something that's perfectly convex. You're gonna lock and key right into each other real nicely and have perfect reproduction chances. If you're both perfectly concave or convex, you're going to slide right past each other, no surface area, no lock, no adhesion, no chance of reproduction. If you're flat, you're somewhere in the middle. And pretty much a lot of surface contact, but you're sliding past each other, 50-50 chance, dicey. We can then change the power of that function by squaring it, and that makes it more severe, right? All of a sudden, you could see here, you have these green quadrant, and this red quadrant, right? You go here, all of a sudden, most of that green quadrant is now red, blotted out, right? And so this becomes lower fitness. Now, what that does is it forces you to go to these extremes, or theoretically, it might force you to go to these extremes faster, because now more of this is what you might think of as literally a no man's land, like where you have very low chance of actually reproducing. And so you're going to quickly be outcompeted by anything that is more extreme and mates with something from the other extreme. And then 3, and then we're gonna work with 4. We're gonna work with 1, 2, and 4. So you see 4, you've got to really, most of this is no good except for these extremes. All right, so that's shape mating. And so now let me show you what it actually looks like when you run it. First thing we're gonna do is we're just gonna close all this crap because we don't care about the crap. I'm gonna close everything. Close everything. Just close all that. All right, now let's go back in here. Let's go to our settings, because our code pretty much is working, so we just want to rock with our settings, which is in our work settings. All right, all right, so we're going to turn debug back on so that I can show you guys what's going on under the hood. We're going to turn force off because we're not doing coercive mating. We're going to leave the function power on 2. That's fine. That's not really interesting. We're going to turn the LEC off, right? So most of these options are 0, 1, but some of them are numerical. The LEC size, right? The LEC size can be anything, but there's no LEC. So actually, we're going to leave the LEC size alone. We just make sure the LEC itself is off. LEC mating is off, so we're good. Mate similar. We can flip the function, right? Let me just show you what that looks like. The normal function, shape mating, right, is you mate best with the inverse shape. As a control, we have one where you flip it and you mate best with the same shape. So that we call that mate similar. That's what mate similar looks like, right? It flips the quadrants. It's best to be on the extremes with something that's the same shape. It's just a control. All right. Not that interested in it. But anyway, that's turned off. Minimize error, multiple force, not relevant. Number of parents, we're going to make, it's automatically going to make 2 parents. We don't need to worry about this. Resist should be off. Doesn't really matter because, again, if force isn't on, then resist is automatically not on. But just to make it clear, there's no selfing. That just means it makes it so you cannot mate with yourself. Shape mating is on. There you go. The tournament size is 5, right? Remember, every time we pick the first one, we pick the mom, we use a tournament. Then we pick the dad, we use a tournament. So that's just determined how big is the tournament. So the tournament's going to be of size 5, fine. Unique LEC is another thing I did that makes it so when you're doing a LEC, which we're not doing here, it just makes it so that the LEC is, let's say the mom is going to evaluate 8 potential dads. It makes sure that they're all unique, and so she's not evaluating the same individual more than once. So these are just some of the parameters we've built into the system. All right, let's save that. Let's make sure, I think we're going to run it. It says 100 updates. That'll run almost instantly still. Let me see. Let's see, /mave. Oof, I'm not in the right directory. Work, /mave. Also, I got to do the file settings thing. Actually, let me do it correctly. Let me do it on my own. /mave f settings star, right? This just says run mave using the settings files that I pass you next, which is any file that says settings, anything after settings. So that's going to give you settings, settings.world. It'll give you all these files, settings organism, settings world, and settings.cfg. Boom, there it is. That's actually the thing when I had a Python bug. That's actually what was, when I first was having trouble running my code, this is what I needed to do. All right. And so now you can see what's going on. Each time we pick a new offspring, let's just, right, I told you guys that's how we get the next generation. We just go through, we say for every spot in the population, I'm going to need to pick a new offspring. And so let's take number 96, which would be the 97 out of 100, so to speak. All right, the initial mom is 46. It does tell us the preference. It doesn't matter because there is no LEC, right? So we go 46 and 35. We go 46 and 35. This is just showing this. It keeps it the same way. Remember, we turned all that stuff off, so there'll be important information between these two things when we turn on other stuff. But for now, it just gets passed through. Mate similar is off. The power is 2, and here's shape mating. It tells us they have the same shape. Look, negative 0.9. So they're very close to -1. But since they're the same shape, their reproductive chance is almost 0, right? So false. So we stay 96. Now the next pair is going to try. We get 33 the first tournament, then we get 26. 33 and 26 go in. Now notice they've got 937,255. There's that same shape, but now we get almost 1, right? So now these guys are both almost 1 and almost -1. That's going to be an extremely high chance of reproduction, a 0.917 reproduction chance, and they do in fact reproduce, called true, right? Remember, it's probabilistic. So then we move on to the next one. Now we're going to do 97. 33 and 2 go in. 33 and 2 go in. They have the same shape. Boom. But you'll notice something else. So we stay the same. 39 and 11 go in. They have a different shape, 917. But you'll notice something. What are you noticing? We're getting the same 2 shapes, right? We're getting this 0.937255, and we're also getting 0.976471. And if you look by this point, because remember, we're 100 generations in, by this point, what we're seeing is they've pretty much already settled into 2 shapes, right? They're 2 shapes. One is almost -1, the other is almost 1. And so what probably happened is early on, those 2 shapes got together, they fucking took over the population, and now everything is like one of those 2 shapes. And when they bump into something that's the same shape, they almost never reproduce, right? And so we're seeing there's only probably a few shapes here. Matter of fact, that's one of the things we'll start to take collection on. When we start analyzing our data, we'll start to have it tell us how many shapes are actually here. And you can see though, right, they're almost all the same value. So there's 2, maybe 3 shapes, right? Because everything is either 917 chance or this 5430683, and that's because and then we see this other one. So Yeah, there's only a few shapes left at this point. That's kind of cool. All right, so let me show you quickly what then these other options do to the mating game here. So that's the mating game, right? That's shape mating, right? It's just you pick two, you pick a mom, you pick a dad. Their shape determines their reproduction chance. They either reproduce or they don't reproduce. If they reproduce, you pick the next offspring. If they don't reproduce, you start over again until you successfully reproduce. If we turn on now the LEC, that's going to turn on sexual selection. Remember, our LEC size is 8. So let's go ahead and see what happens now when we turn on the LEC. This will turn on sexual selection. Boop. Let's give it a second to run. I should have done 10 generations. It's just irritatingly long at this point. Control C, I don't want to do that. Let's do 10. 10 updates. Boop. All right. Now, let's see. So, this is the last new offspring. Yeah, let's see. 99. Yeah, see how long it takes to get one? All right, so there's 98. You go through 98. There's finally a true. All right, so now let's look at new offspring 99. Check this out. So first we do a tournament. What do we come? The initial mom is number 63, has a preference for 3. Let's say that those are the red berries. Green is 1, blue is 2, red is 3. 0 means you don't have a preference and you'll mate with the first dad. So 63 and 50, right? The score index is 2. Why? Because they basically have a little list stored with them that is their score for each berry. But remember that there's 3 berries, food 1, food 2, food 3, but there's 0 indexed. So food 1 is actually score index 0. Food 2 is score index 1, and food 3 is score index 2. So this is a way of me checking that we're evaluating the correct score. If the mom has a preference for number 3, it should always be score index 2. And what this is telling me is, let's just say that it's whole numbers, and let's just say it's 1 point per berry. This is basically telling me this dad has a red score of 2 because he's got a red score of 2. He's 2 levels of red because he ate 2 red berries or whatever. And this challenger ate 4 red berries, so they're redder, right? And it's not based on fitness. Fitness was used to determine who wins the tournament, but once you're into this competition, what determines who wins is the score on the trait preferred by the mom. So it's that red score. All right, so the challenger wins. This is how I literally check to see if my code is working. Boom, okay, challenger wins. I told it to print that message when that happens. All right, then now 92, who was the challenger here, is the current one that follows through. He's got that red score of 4. New challenger comes up. He's got a red score of 11. That's number 17, so he wins. Number 17 goes on. Gets challenged by 93. His red score is fucking 43. That's really high. He ate 43 red berries. All right, so that's a red specialist. And he kicks ass. Then we do this. We have to pick a new dad. Why? Because the first dad we pick is 50. And 50 may have been used already or something. Yep. Remember, see, the initial dad was number 50. And since the initial dad was number 50, it's telling me, hey, I have to pick a new dad because I just picked new dad, potentially number 50 with the score of 2, right? But he was challenger number, but I can't have him as challenger number 4, right? So he tells me for challenger number 4, I can't pick 50. And I go, okay, Why is that? Oh, because it was 50 was already in the list. That's the unique LEC setting, right? That's that setting I turned on. Remember we turned on unique LEC? That's the unique LEC setting. That's the unique LEC setting saying, you told me I can't use the same challenger twice. So I'm going to pick a new one. Okay, now pick 35. Okay, 35 hasn't been used. So now 35 can challenge 93. 35 only has a red score of 11, so 93 wins. Goes against 68, red score 1, 93 wins. Goes against 0, the first individual, has a score of 4, 93 wins. So goes against, check this out, in the last round. In the fucking last round, this would not. I love when the game gets exciting, y'all. I'm sorry. I wrote, this is the mating game, and sometimes things get fucking exciting, okay? It gets a little thrilling, okay? Because I ain't even gonna lie to you. That 43 score to me was bonkers. I was like, bro, that's a pretty high score, and everybody else has kind of a low score, but you see the specialization happening. You can have high fitness, but you can have high fitness as a pretty good balance of blue, red, and green. You can have high fitness red, have high fitness green, have high fitness blue, and everything in between. And so if this would have been LEC size 7, 93 would win. But since it's 8 in the very last one, 60 wins the tournament, ends up in here, has a red berry score of 45, and steals the win. Challenger wins. We see the full list: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So then the mom, 63, goes into the mating chamber with 60, who won the LEC. And what happens? Oh, fuck. They have the same shape. So they have a pretty low intermediate. It's not extreme, but it's 0.29. They have the same shape. They don't reproduce successfully, right? So all that happened, and then they went into the reproduction chamber. They were not successful at making a baby, so that's false. And what happens? Well, we do it all over again because they didn't make a baby, so we keep the new offspring. We got to do it all over again to pick the offspring for number 99. So now we pick 39 as the initial mom. That's just who won the tournament after the 5 random challengers. They have the same preference for number 2. Initial dad is 60. So same deal, right? We go through the LEC thing. We have to pick a new dad at some point. When we pick this new dad, we got 63. We had to pick a new dad again because that wasn't unique. So 85. So all this is working quite nicely. And here you go. 8 challengers. And 39 and 60 go in. They're the same shape, and they fail to reproduce. So we got to do it again. 55 and 3, right? So this is why the game gets, and you see, this is why it takes longer, right? Because now we're not automatically getting a baby every time we pick a mom and a dad. We pick a mom and a dad, then the mom wants to evaluate 8 dads potentially, then pick the best one, but then they might not be the right shape. So then we play the mating game all over again, right? And so this time they go in, they're very similar shape, pretty low chance of reproducing, but they do, right? And so, that's how that final baby got picked. Now, cool. Notice something here. This is what I mean when I say that the LEC evaluation is really executed by a loop, right? We do a tournament, pick a potential dad, see who's got a higher score, pick a new potential dad, see who's got the higher score, pick a new potential dad, see who's got the higher score, ad nauseum, however the size the LEC is. So now what we'll see with coercion is that when there's a successful coercion, what should happen? The list of challengers should get shorter. Because if there's a successful coercion, the mom does not get to evaluate all 8 competitors, right? So this is an easy way to check the coercion for examples of coercion. When I'm looking for examples of coercion, this is how I do it. I go and I say, where is the list shorter? And then we'll see what happens. So let's go ahead and check that out real quick. We'll turn on force. But for this example, since I got a little bit of time, I'm going to not turn on resistance. So this means that the dads can potentially force themselves on the moms, but the moms cannot resist that forced mating. So here we go. So now we've got force on. And see, that list is 8. Boom, 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 boom. We know that there was no coercion there. No coercion. No coercion. Here was coercion, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So look at the last time, right? Dad successful force equals true. All right, so let's see what happened. We're dealing with offspring 97. The last one was successful, so 96 was picked. There was 96 was the successful force, right? There was one dad, number 84, he forced. Let's see what happens when there's one dad and he forces. This is great. So new offspring for 96 was, boom, the mom was 23. Her preference was for red. No, sorry. Preference was for blue. Preference is blue. Which is value, which is 1 if it goes to that, but it doesn't, because remember the way we have this coded, force stops the evaluation. If I force myself onto the potential partner, then what I'm doing is overriding their preference. So there's no need to even evaluate the scores. That's what I'm trying to say here. Force happens before the mom evaluates the score, because if he forces, it no longer matters what the score is. So that's where this happens in the process. That's why I decided to show it here. So dad becomes the potential dad, and then it says, does he successfully force? True. Why? Because his genome, he has, his traits have now expressed this really high potential to express the potential to try to force, to the potential to force. He has a relatively low probability of actually trying it. So he's almost always going to express the potential to do it, but only about 43% of the time is he actually going to try it. This time he tries it, but look at this. If he actually tries it, he's got an over 99% chance of being successful. So this is a very successful and effective forcer when they try it. And so that's what happens. 84 becomes the dad. And then look, the mom's shape is almost 1. The dad shape is almost -1. Really high chance of that being successful reproduction, 80%. And there is a reproduction. Now let's go to 97. So initial mom, now we're picking the next offspring. The initial mom is 85, has a preference for red. The initial dad is 35. Does dad successfully force? No, he does not. False. Why? Pretty high probability of expressing it, and he does, right? It's showing me the probability and the value. The value of whether or not they do something is 0, 1. High probability of expressing it, and he does. High probability of attempting it, right? It's first, do you have the potential? Second is, do you actually try it? High probability of trying it, but they don't. And so that ends the loop for this. That ends the execution for this. So they don't even evaluate this probability. This could be a 1, and the 1 would just say, had they tried it, they would have been successful. But since they don't try it, it doesn't matter. All of these have to be 1 for it to be successful. Anyway, now what happens? She doesn't kick them out, right? We could modify this code such that dad number 35 gets kicked out of the evaluation loop. Basically, she says, you tried to coerce me? Get the fuck out of my face. I hate you. I will not reproduce with you. She doesn't say that. She basically just says, I hear he could get a little handsy once in a while, but I also heard he's a good time, so I'm going to give him a chance. you know, he didn't force himself on me when we met. So I'm gonna see what he's about, okay? And then she goes in and says, okay, well, on the blueberries, he's not really blue, right? But the challenger isn't really blue either. Remember, we're only 10 updates in, right? So the scores are going to be much lower. So she sticks with them. She says, it's a little weird, but the devil you know is better than the one you don't, right? So the next round, remember, if I had multiple force on, which is an option here, that original potential dad, number 35, could try to force himself on the mom again, but he can't. Why? Because I've turned off multiple force. Multiple force means you can try forcing more than once. It makes a huge difference because, you know, if a guy keeps winning this LEC thing, he can get up to 8 potential times to force himself, which makes it a much more effective strategy. But now you can only try it once. So after the first time, it's kind of like he's basically saying, well, they know each other, and so if he didn't do it the first time, he just isn't going to do it.